This portrait of the young Poggio Bracciolini appears in the preface to his Latin translation of Xenophon's account of the education of the ideal ruler, the Cyropaedia. Proudly noting that he is the secretary to Pope Martin V, Poggio signs his characteristically elegant transcription of Cicero, made in 1425, and wishes the reader farewell. Poggio's handwriting was prized in his own lifetime and was one of the keys to his advancement. This bronze-seated Hermes was found in fragments in 1758 at the Villa of the Papyri in Herculaneum. A pair of winged sandals reveals his identity as the messenger god Hermes. To an Epicurean, the figure's elegant repose might have suggested that the gods had no messages to deliver to mankind. The enemies of Epicureanism associated it not with the thoughtful pose of the seated Hermes, but with the drunken abandonment of this Silenus, sprawled on a wineskin draped over a lion's pelt, found near the Hermes sculpture at the Villa of the Papyri. The small bust of Epicurus, which retains its original base with the philosopher's name inscribed in Greek, was one of 3 such busts that adorned the Villa of the Papyri in Herculaneum. In his Natural History, chap. 35, the Roman author Pliny the Elder, 2379 c., noted a vogue in his time for portrait busts of Epicurus. Then Pilate took Jesus and had him flogged. John 19:1. The biblical text inspired images like this painting by the Austrian Michael Pascher and helped promote not only sympathy for the cruelly mistreated Messiah and rage at his tormentors, but also a fervent desire to emulate his suffering. The heretic Hus, forced to wear a mock paper crown declaring his misdeeds, is burned at the stake. Afterwards, to prevent any sympathetic bystander from collecting a relic of the martyr, his ashes are shoveled into the Rhine. This portrait of Poggio appears in a manuscript of his work De Varietate Fortunae. The work, written when Poggio was 68 years old, eloquently surveys the ruins of ancient Roman greatness. Poggio's friend Nicoli here brings his long-awaited transcription of On the Nature of Things to a close with the customary word explicit, from the Latin for unrolled. He enjoins the reader to read happily, Lege Feliciter, and adds in some tension with the spirit of Lucretius, poem a pious Amen. At the center of Botticelli's painting stands Venus, surrounded by the ancient gods of the spring. The complex choreography derives from Lucretius' description of the great seasonal renewal of the earth. Spring comes and Venus, preceded by Venus, winged harbinger, and Mother Flora, following hard on the heels of Zephyr, prepares the way for them, strewing all their path with a profusion of exquisite hues and scents. 5. 737-40. Montaigne's signature on the title page of his heavily annotated Lucretius, the great edition published in 1563, and edited by Denis Lambin, was written over by a subsequent owner, D'Espagnat, and hence not identified for what it is until the 20th century. A bronze statue of Bruno, sculpted by Ettore Ferrari, was erected in 1889 in Rome's Campo de' Fiori on the spot where he was burned at the stake. In the monument, on the base of which are plaques devoted to other philosophers persecuted by the Catholic Church, the larger-than-life Bruno looks broodingly in the direction of the Vatican. Preface: when I was a student, I used to go at the end of the school year to the Yale Coop to see what I could find to read over the summer. I had very little pocket money, but the bookstore would routinely sell its unwanted titles for ridiculously small sums. They would be jumbled together in bins through which I would rummage, with nothing much in mind, waiting for something to catch my eye. On one of my forays, I was struck by an extremely odd paperback cover, a detail from a painting by the surrealist Max Ernst. Under a crescent moon, high above the earth, 2 pairs of legs the bodies were missing were engaged in what appeared to be an act of celestial coition. The book, a prose translation of Lucretius' 2,000-year-old poem on the nature of things, De Rerum Natura, was marked down to 10 cents, and I bought it, I confess, as much for the cover as for the classical account of the material universe. Ancient physics is not a particularly promising subject for vacation reading, but sometime over the summer I idly picked up the book and began to read. I immediately encountered ample justification for the erotic cover. Lucretius begins with an ardent hymn to Venus, the goddess of love whose coming in the spring has scattered the clouds, flooded the sky with light, and filled the entire world with frenzied sexual desire. First, goddess, the birds of the air, pierce to the heart with your powerful shafts, signal your entry. Next, wild creatures and cattle bound over rich pastures and swim rushing rivers. So surely are they all captivated by your charm, and eagerly follow your lead. Then you inject seductive love into the heart of every creature that lives in the seas and mountains and river torrents and bird-haunted thickets, implanting in it the passionate urge to reproduce its kind. Startled by the intensity of this opening, I continued on, past a vision of Mars asleep on Venus' lap, vanquished by the never-healing wound of love, throwing back his handsome neck and gazing up at you. A prayer for peace, a tribute to the wisdom of the philosopher Epicurus, and a resolute condemnation of superstitious fears. When I reached the beginning of a lengthy exposition of philosophical first principles, I fully expected to lose interest. No one had assigned the book to me. My only object was pleasure, and I had already gotten far more than my 10 cents worth. But to my surprise, I continued to find the book thrilling. It was not Lucretius' exquisite language to which I was responding. Later I worked through De Rerum Natura in its original Latin hexameters, and I came to understand something of its rich verbal texture, its subtle rhythms, and the cunning precision and poignancy of its imagery. But my first encounter was in Martin Ferguson Smith's workmanlike English prose, clear and unfussy, but hardly remarkable. No, it was something else that reached me, something that lived and moved within the sentences for more than 200 densely packed pages. I am committed by trade to urging people to attend carefully to the verbal surfaces of what they read. Much of the pleasure and interest of poetry depends on such attention, but it is nonetheless possible to have a powerful experience of a work of art even in a modest translation, let alone a brilliant one. That is, after all, how most of the literate world has encountered Genesis or the Iliad or Hamlet, and though it is certainly preferable to read these works in their original languages, it is misguided to insist that there is no real access to them otherwise. I can, in any case, testify that, even in a prose translation, On the Nature of Things struck a very deep chord within me. Its power depended to some extent on personal circumstances. Art always penetrates the particular fissures in one's psychic life. The core of Lucretius' poem is a profound, therapeutic meditation on the fear of death, and that fear dominated my entire childhood. It was not fear of my own death that so troubled me. I had the ordinary, healthy child's intimation of immortality. It was rather my mother's absolute certainty that she was destined for an early death. My mother was not afraid of the afterlife. Like most Jews, she had only a vague and hazy sense of what might lie beyond the grave, and she gave it very little thought. It was death itself simply ceasing to be that terrified her. For as far back as I can remember, she brooded obsessively on the imminence of her end, invoking it again and again, especially at moments of parting. My life was full of extended, operatic scenes of farewell. When she went with my father from Boston to New York for the weekend, when I went off to summer camp, even when things were especially hard for her, when I simply left the house for school, she clung tightly to me, speaking of her fragility and of the distinct possibility that I would never see her again. If we walked somewhere together, she would frequently come to a halt, as if she were about to keel over. Sometimes she would show me a vein pulsing in her neck and, taking my finger, make me feel it for myself, the sign of her heart dangerously racing. She must have been only in her late 30s when my own memories of her fears begin, and those fears evidently went back much further in time. They seem to have taken root about a decade before my birth, when her younger sister, only 16 years old, died of strep throat. This event, one all too familiar in the world before the introduction of penicillin, was still for my mother an open wound. She spoke of it constantly, weeping quietly, and making me read and reread the poignant letters that the teenaged girl had written through the course of her fatal illness. I understood early on that my mother's heart, the palpitations that brought her and everyone around her to a halt, was a life strategy. It was a symbolic means to identify with and mourn her dead sister. It was a way to express both anger, you see how upset you have made me, and love, you see how I am still doing everything for you, even though my heart is about to break. It was an acting out, a rehearsal of the extinction that she feared. It was above all a way to compel attention and demand love. But this understanding did not make its effect upon my childhood significantly less intense. I loved my mother and dreaded losing her. I had no resources to untangle psychological strategy and dangerous symptom. I don't imagine that she did either. And as a child I had no means to gauge the weirdness of this constant harping on impending death, and this freighting of every farewell with finality. Only now that I have raised a family of my own do I understand how dire the compulsion must have been that led a loving parent, and she was loving to lay such a heavy emotional burden on her children. Every day brought a renewal of the dark certainty that her end was very near. As it turned out, my mother lived to a month shy of her 90th birthday. She was still only in her 50s when I encountered on the nature of things for the first time. By then my dread of her dying had become entwined with a painful perception that she had blighted much of her life and cast a shadow on my own in the service of her obsessive fear. Lucretius, words therefore rang out with a terrible clarity. Death is nothing to us. To spend your existence in the grip of anxiety about death, he wrote, is mere folly. It is a sure way to let your life slip from you incomplete and unenjoyed. He gave voice as well to a thought I had not yet quite allowed myself, even inwardly, to articulate. To inflict this anxiety on others is manipulative and cruel. Such was, in my case, the poem's personal point of entry, the immediate source of its power over me. But that power was not only a consequence of my peculiar life history. On the nature of things struck me as an astonishingly convincing account of the way things actually are. To be sure, I easily grasped that many features of this ancient account now seem absurd. What else would we expect? How accurate will our account of the universe seem 2,000 years from now? Lucretius believed that the sun circled around the earth, and he argued that the sun's heat and size could hardly be much greater than are perceived by our senses. He thought that worms were spontaneously generated from the wet soil, explained lightning as seeds of fire expelled from hollow clouds, and pictured the earth as a menopausal mother exhausted by the effort of so much breeding. But at the core of the poem lay key principles of a modern understanding of the world. The stuff of the universe, Lucretius proposed, is an infinite number of atoms moving randomly through space, like dust motes in a sunbeam, colliding, hooking together, forming complex structures, breaking apart again, in a ceaseless process of creation and destruction. There is no escape from this process. When you look up at the night sky and, feeling unaccountably moved, marvel at the numberless stars, you are not seeing the handiwork of the gods or a crystalline sphere detached from our transient world. You are seeing the same material world of which you are a part and from whose elements you are made. There is no master plan, no divine architect, no intelligent design. All things, including the species to which you belong, have evolved over vast stretches of time. The evolution is random, though in the case of living organisms it involves a principle of natural selection. That is, species that are suited to survive and to reproduce successfully endure, at least for a time. Those that are not so well suited die off quickly. But nothing from our own species to the planet on which we live to the sun that lights our days lasts forever. Only the atoms are immortal. In a universe so constituted, Lucretius argued, there is no reason to think that the earth or its inhabitants occupy a central place, no reason to set humans apart from all other animals, no hope of bribing or appeasing the gods, no place for religious fanaticism, no call for ascetic self-denial, no justification for dreams of limitless power or perfect security, no rationale for wars of conquest or self-aggrandizement, no possibility of triumphing over nature, no escape from the constant making and unmaking and remaking of forms. On the other side of anger at those who either peddled false visions of security or incited irrational fears of death, Lucretius offered a feeling of liberation and the power to stare down what had once seemed so menacing. What human beings can and should do, he wrote, is to conquer their fears, accept the fact that they themselves and all the things they encounter are transitory, and embrace the beauty and the pleasure of the world. I continue to marvel that these perceptions were fully articulated in a work written more than 2,000 years ago. The line between this work and modernity is not direct. Nothing is ever so simple. There were innumerable forgettings, disappearances, recoveries, dismissals, distortions, challenges, transformations, and renewed forgettings. And yet the vital connection is there. Hidden behind the worldview I recognize as my own is an ancient poem, a poem once lost, apparently irrevocably, and then found. It is not surprising that the philosophical tradition from which Lucretius' poem derived, so incompatible with the cult of the gods and the cult of the state, struck some, even in the tolerant culture of the classical Mediterranean, as scandalous. The adherents of this tradition were on occasion dismissed as mad or impious or simply stupid. And with the rise of Christianity, their texts were attacked, ridiculed, burned, or most devastating, ignored and eventually forgotten. What is astonishing is that one magnificent articulation of the whole philosophy, the poem whose recovery is the subject of this book, should have survived. Apart from a few odds and ends and second-hand reports, all that was left of the whole rich tradition was contained in that single work. A random fire, an act of vandalism, a decision to snuff out the last trace of views judged to be heretical, and the course of modernity would have been different. Of all the ancient masterpieces, this poem is one that should certainly have disappeared, finally and forever, in the company of the lost works that had inspired it. That it did not disappear, that it surfaced after many centuries and began once again to propagate its deeply subversive theses, is something one could be tempted to call a miracle. But the author of the poem in question did not believe in miracles. He thought that nothing could violate the laws of nature. He posited instead what he called a swerve, Lucretius, principal Latin word, for it was clinamen, an unexpected, unpredictable movement of matter. The reappearance of his poem was such a swerve, an unforeseen deviation from the direct trajectory in this case, toward oblivion on which that poem and its philosophy seemed to be traveling. When it returned to full circulation after a millennium, much of what the work said about a universe formed out of the clash of atoms in an infinite void seemed absurd. But those very things that first were deemed both impious and nonsensical turned out to be the basis for the contemporary rational understanding of the entire world. What is at stake is not only the startling recognition of key elements of modernity in antiquity, though it is certainly worth reminding ourselves that Greek and Roman classics, largely displaced from our curriculum, have in fact definitively shaped modern consciousness. More surprising, perhaps, is the sense, driven home by every page of On the Nature of Things, that the scientific vision of the world, a vision of atoms randomly moving in an infinite universe, was in its origins imbued with a poet's sense of wonder. Wonder did not depend on gods and demons, and the dream of an afterlife. In Lucretius, it welled up out of a recognition that we are made of the same matter as the stars and the oceans and all things else. And this recognition was the basis for the way he thought we should live our lives. In my view, and by no means mine alone, the culture in the wake of antiquity that best epitomized the Lucretian embrace of beauty and pleasure, and propelled it forward as a legitimate and worthy human pursuit, was that of the Renaissance. The pursuit was not restricted to the arts. It shaped the dress and the etiquette of courtiers, the language of the liturgy, the design and decoration of everyday objects. It suffused Leonardo da Vinci's scientific and technological explorations, Galileo's vivid dialogues on astronomy, Francis Bacon's ambitious research projects, and Richard Hooker's theology. It was virtually a reflex, so that works that were seemingly far away from any aesthetic ambition at all, Machiavelli's analysis of political strategy, Walter Raleigh's description of Guiana, or Robert Burton's encyclopedic account of mental illness, were crafted in such a way as to produce the most intense pleasure. But the arts of the Renaissance, painting, sculpture, music, architecture, and literature, were the supreme manifestations of the pursuit of beauty. My own particular love was and is for Shakespeare, but Shakespeare's achievement seemed to me only one spectacular facet of a larger cultural movement that included Alberti, Michelangelo, and Raphael, Ariosto, Montaigne, and Cervantes, along with dozens of other artists and writers. That movement had many intertwining and often conflicting aspects, but coursing through all of them there was a glorious affirmation of vitality. The affirmation extends even to those many works of Renaissance art in which death seems to triumph. Hence the grave at the close of Romeo and Juliet does not so much swallow up the lovers as launch them into the future as the embodiments of love. In the enraptured audiences that have flocked to the play for more than 400 years, Juliet in effect gets her wish that after death, Night should take Romeo and cut him out in little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with Night. Roman 3, Roman 2, 22-24, a comparably capacious embrace of beauty and pleasure, an embrace that somehow extends to death as well as life, to dissolution as well as creation, characterizes Montaigne's restless reflections on matter in motion, Cervantes' chronicle of his mad night, Michelangelo's depiction of flayed skin, Leonardo's sketches of whirlpools, Caravaggio's loving attention to the dirty soles of Christ's feet. Something happened in the Renaissance, something that surged up against the constraints that centuries had constructed around curiosity, desire, individuality, sustained attention to the material world, the claims of the body. The cultural shift is notoriously difficult to define, and its significance has been fiercely contested. But it can be intuited easily enough when you look in Siena at Duccio's painting of the enthroned Virgin, the Maesta, and then in Florence at Botticelli's Primavera, a painting that, not coincidentally, was influenced by On the Nature of Things. In the principal panel of Duccio's magnificent altarpiece, ca. 1310, the adoration of the angels, saints, and martyrs is focused on a serene center, the heavily robed Mother of God and her child absorbed in solemn contemplation. In the Primavera ca. 1482, the ancient gods of the spring appear together in a verdant wood, all intently engaged in the complex rhythmic choreography of renewed natural fecundity evoked in Lucretius' poem. Spring comes and Venus, preceded by Venus, winged harbinger, and Mother Flora, following hard on the heels of Zephyr, prepares the way for them, strewing all their path with a profusion of exquisite hues and scents. The key to the shift lies not only in the intense, deeply informed revival of interest in the pagan deities and the rich meanings that once attached to them. It lies also in the whole vision of a world in motion, a world not rendered insignificant but made more beautiful by its transience, its erotic energy, and its ceaseless change. Though most evident in works of art, the change from one way of perceiving and living in the world to another was not restricted to aesthetics. It helps to account for the intellectual daring of Copernicus and Vesalius, Giordano Bruno and William Harvey, Hobbes and Spinoza. The transformation was not sudden or once for all, but it became increasingly possible to turn away from a preoccupation with angels and demons and immaterial causes, and to focus instead on things in this world. To understand that humans are made of the same stuff as everything else and are part of the natural order. To conduct experiments without fearing that one is infringing on God's jealously guarded secrets. To question authorities and challenge received doctrines. To legitimate the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. To imagine that there are other worlds beside the one that we inhabit. To entertain the thought that the sun is only one star in an infinite universe. To live an ethical life without reference to post-mortem rewards and punishments. To contemplate without trembling the death of the soul. In short, it became possible, never easy, but possible in the poet Auden's phrase, to find the mortal world enough. There is no single explanation for the emergence of the Renaissance and the release of the forces that have shaped our own world. But I have tried in this book to tell a little-known but exemplary Renaissance story, the story of Poggio Bracciolini's recovery of On the Nature of Things. The recovery has the virtue of being true to the term that we use to gesture toward the cultural shift at the origins of modern life and thought, a renaissance, a rebirth of antiquity. One poem by itself was certainly not responsible for an entire intellectual, moral, and social transformation. No single work was, let alone one that for centuries could not without danger be spoken about freely in public. But this particular ancient book, suddenly returning to view, made a difference. This is a story then of how the world swerved in a new direction. The agent of change was not a revolution, an implacable army at the gates, or landfall on an unknown continent. For events of this magnitude, historians and artists have given the popular imagination memorable images. The fall of the Bastille, the sack of Rome, or the moment when the ragged seamen from the Spanish ships planted their flag in the New World. These emblems of world historic change can be deceptive. The Bastille had almost no prisoners. Attila's army quickly withdrew from the imperial capital, and in the Americas, the truly fateful action was not the unfurling of a banner but the first time that an ill and infectious Spanish sailor, surrounded by wondering natives, sneezed or coughed. Still, we can in such cases at least cling to the vivid symbol. But the epical change with which this book is concerned, though it has affected all of our lives, is not so easily associated with a dramatic image. When it occurred, nearly 600 years ago, the key moment was muffled and almost invisible, tucked away behind walls in a remote place. There were no heroic gestures, no observers keenly recording the great event for posterity, no signs in heaven or on earth that everything had changed forever. A short, genial, cannily alert man in his late 30s reached out one day, took a very old manuscript off a library shelf, saw with excitement what he had discovered, and ordered that it be copied. That was all, but it was enough. The finder of the manuscript could not, of course, have fully grasped the implications of its vision or anticipated its influence, which took centuries to unfold. Indeed, if he had had an intimation of the forces he was unleashing, he might have thought twice about drawing so explosive a work out of the darkness in which it slept. The work that the man held in his hands had been laboriously copied by hand for centuries, but it had long rested uncirculated and perhaps uncomprehended even by the solitary souls who copied it. For many generations, no one spoke of it at all. Between the 4th and the 9th centuries, it was cited fleetingly in lists of grammatical and lexicographical examples, that is, as a quarry of correct Latin usage. In the 7th century, Isidore of Seville, compiling a vast encyclopedia, used it as an authority on meteorology. It surfaced again briefly in the time of Charlemagne, when there was a crucial burst of interest in ancient books, and a scholarly Irish monk named Dungal carefully corrected a copy. But neither debated nor disseminated. After each of these fugitive appearances, it seemed to sink again beneath the waves. Then, after lying dormant and forgotten for more than 1,000 years, it returned to circulation. The person responsible for this momentous return, Poggio Bracciolini, was an avid letter writer. He penned an account of the event to a friend back in his native Italy, but the letter has been lost. Still, it is possible, on the basis of other letters, both his own and those of his circle, to reconstruct how it came about. For though this particular manuscript would turn out from our perspective to be his greatest find, it was by no means his only one, and it was no accident. Poggio Bracciolini was a book hunter, perhaps the greatest in an age obsessed with ferreting out and recovering the heritage of the ancient world. The finding of a lost book does not ordinarily figure as a thrilling event, but behind that one moment was the arrest and imprisonment of a pope, the burning of heretics, and a great culture-wide explosion of interest in pagan antiquity. The act of discovery fulfilled the life's passion of a brilliant book hunter, and that book hunter, without ever intending or realizing it, became a midwife to modernity. Chapter 1. The book hunter. In the winter of 1417, Poggio Bracciolini rode through the wooded hills and valleys of southern Germany toward his distant destination, a monastery reputed to have a cache of old manuscripts. As must have been immediately apparent to the villagers looking out at him from the doors of their huts, the man was a stranger. Slight of build and clean-shaven, he would probably have been modestly dressed in a well-made but simple tunic and cloak. That he was not country-bred was clear, and yet he did not resemble any of the city and court dwellers whom the locals would have been accustomed to glimpse from time to time. Unarmed and unprotected by a clanging suit of armor, he was certainly not a Teutonic knight. One stout blow from a raw-boned yokel's club would have easily felled him. Though he did not seem to be poor, he had none of the familiar signs of wealth and status. He was not a courtier, with gorgeous clothes and perfumed hair worn in long lovelocks, nor was he a nobleman out hunting and hawking. And, as was plain from his clothes and the cut of his hair, he was not a priest or a monk. Southern Germany at the time was prosperous. The catastrophic 30 Years' War that would ravage the countryside and shatter whole cities in the region lay far in the future, as did the horrors of our own time that destroyed much of what had survived from this period. In addition to knights, courtiers, and nobles, other men of substance busily traveled the rutted, hard-packed roads. Ravensburg, near Constance, was involved in the linen trade and had recently begun to produce paper. Ulm, on the left bank of the Danube, was a flourishing center of manufacture and commerce, as were Heidenheim, Aalen, beautiful Rothenburg ob der Tauber, and still more beautiful Wuisburg. Burghers, wool brokers, leather and cloth merchants, vintners and brewers, craftsmen and their apprentices, as well as diplomats, bankers, and tax collectors, all were familiar sights. But Poggio still did not fit. There were less prosperous figures too: journeymen, tinkers, knife sharpeners, and others whose trades kept them on the move. Pilgrims on their way to shrines where they could worship in the presence of a fragment of a saint's bone or a drop of sacred blood. Jugglers, fortune-tellers, hawkers, acrobats, and mimes traveling from village to village. Runaways, vagabonds, and petty thieves. And there were the Jews, with the conical hats and the yellow badges that the Christian authorities forced them to wear, so that they could be easily identified as objects of contempt and hatred. Poggio was certainly none of these. To those who watched him pass, he must in fact have been a baffling figure. Most people at the time signaled their identities, their place in the hierarchical social system, invisible signs that everyone could read, like the indelible stains on a dyer's hands. Poggio was barely legible. An isolated individual, considered outside the structures of family and occupation, made very little sense. What mattered was what you belonged to, or even whom you belonged to. The little couplet Alexander Pope mockingly wrote in the 18th century to put on one of the Queen's little pugs could have applied in earnest in the world that Poggio inhabited. I am His Highness' dog at Kew. Pray tell me, sir, whose dog are you? The household, the kinship network, the guild, the corporation, these were the building blocks of personhood. Independence and self-reliance had no cultural purchase. Indeed, they could scarcely be conceived, let alone prized. Identity came with a precise, well-understood place in a chain of command and obedience. To attempt to break the chain was folly. An impertinent gesture, a refusal to bow or kneel or uncover one's head to the appropriate person, could lead to one's nose being slit or one's neck broken. And what, after all, was the point? It was not as if there were any coherent alternatives, certainly not one articulated by the church or the court or the town oligarchs. The best course was humbly to accept the identity to which destiny assigned you. The plowman needed only to know how to plow, the weaver to weave, the monk to pray. It was possible, of course, to be better or worse at any of these things. The society in which Poggio found himself acknowledged, and to a considerable degree, rewarded unusual skill. But to prize a person for some ineffable individuality, or for many-sidedness, or for intense curiosity was virtually unheard of. Indeed, curiosity was said by the Church to be a mortal sin. To indulge it was to risk an eternity in hell. Who was Poggio then? Why did he not proclaim his identity on his back, the way decent folks were accustomed to do? He wore no insignia and carried no bundles of merchandise. He had the self-assured air of someone accustomed to the society of the great, but he himself was evidently a figure of no great consequence. Everyone knew what such an important person looked like, for this was a society of retainers and armed guards and liveried servants. The stranger, simply attired, rode in the company of a single companion. When they paused at inns, the companion, who appeared to be an assistant or servant, did the ordering. When the master spoke, it became clear that he knew little or no German and that his native language was Italian. If he had tried to explain to an inquisitive person what he was up to, the mystery of his identity would only have deepened. In a culture with very limited literacy, to be interested in books was already an oddity. And how could Poggio have accounted for the still odder nature of his particular interests? He was not in search of books of hours or missals or hymnals, whose exquisite illuminations and splendid bindings made manifest their value even to the illiterate. These books, some of them jewel-encrusted and edged with gold, were often locked in special boxes or chained to lecterns and shelves, so that light-fingered readers could not make off with them. but they held no special appeal for Poggio. Nor was he drawn to the theological, medical, or legal tomes that were the prestigious tools of the professional elites. Such books had a power to impress and intimidate even those who could not read them. They had a social magic, of the kind associated for the most part with unpleasant events. A lawsuit, a painful swelling in the groin, an accusation of witchcraft or heresy. An ordinary person would have grasped that volumes of this kind had teeth and claws and hence have understood why a clever person might hunt them. But here again Poggio's indifference was baffling. The stranger was going to a monastery, but he was not a priest or a theologian or an inquisitor, and he was not looking for prayer books. He was after old manuscripts, many of them moldy, worm-eaten, and all but indecipherable even to the best-trained readers. If the sheets of parchment on which such books were written were still intact, they had a certain cash value, since they could be carefully scraped clean with knives, smoothed with talcum powder, and written over anew. But Poggio was not in the parchment-buying business, and he actually loathed those who scratched off the old letters. He wanted to see what was written on them, even if the writing was crabbed and difficult, and he was most interested in manuscripts that were 400 or 500 years old, going back then to the 10th century or even earlier. To all but a handful of people in Germany this quest, had Poggio tried to articulate it, would have seemed weird. And it would have seemed weirder still if Poggio had gone on to explain that he was not in fact at all interested in what was written 400 or 500 years ago. He despised that time, and regarded it as a sink of superstition and ignorance. What he really hoped to find were words that had nothing to do with the moment in which they were written down on the old parchment, words that were in the best possible case uncontaminated by the mental universe of the lowly scribe who copied them. That scribe, Poggio hoped, was dutifully and accurately copying a still older parchment, one made by yet another scribe whose humble life was equally of no particular consequence to the book hunter except insofar as it left behind this trace. If the nearly miraculous run of good fortune held, the earlier manuscript, long vanished into dust, was in turn a faithful copy of a more ancient manuscript, and that manuscript a copy of yet another. Now at last for Poggio the quarry became exciting, and the hunter's heart in his breast beat faster. The trail was leading him back to Rome, not the contemporary Rome of the corrupt papal court, intrigues, political debility, and periodic outbreaks of bubonic plague, but the Rome of the Forum and the Senate House, and a Latin language whose crystalline beauty filled him with wonder and the longing for a lost world. What could any of this mean to anyone who had his feet on the ground in southern Germany in 1417? Listening to Poggio, a superstitious man might have suspected a particular type of sorcery, bibliomancy. A more sophisticated man might have diagnosed a psychological obsession, bibliomania. A pious man might have wondered why any sound soul would feel a passionate attraction for the time before the Savior brought the promise of redemption to the benighted pagans. And all would have asked the obvious question, whom does this man serve? Poggio himself might have been hard-pressed for an answer. He had until recently served the Pope, as he had served a succession of earlier Roman pontiffs. His occupation was scriptor, that is, a skilled writer of official documents in the papal bureaucracy, and through adroitness and cunning, he had risen to the coveted position of apostolic secretary. He was on hand then to write down the Pope's words, record his sovereign decisions, craft in elegant Latin his extensive international correspondence. In a formal court setting in which physical proximity to the absolute ruler was a key asset, Poggio was a man of importance. He listened while the Pope whispered something in his ear. He whispered something back. He knew the meaning of the Pope's smiles and frowns. He had access, as the very word secretary suggests, to the Pope's secrets. And this pope had a great many secrets. But at the time that Poggio was riding off in search of ancient manuscripts, he was no longer apostolic secretary. He had not displeased his master, the pope, and that master was still alive. But everything had changed. The Pope Poggio had served, and before whom the faithful and the less than faithful had trembled, was at that moment in the winter of 1417 sitting in an imperial prison in Heidelberg. Stripped of his title, his name, his power, and his dignity, he had been publicly disgraced, condemned by the princes of his own church. The holy and infallible General Council of Constance declared that by his detestable and unseemly life he had brought scandal on the church and on Christendom, and that he was unfit to remain in his exalted office. Accordingly, the council released all believers from fidelity and obedience to him. Indeed, it was now forbidden to call him pope or to obey him. In the long history of the church, with its impressive share of scandals, little like this had happened before, and nothing like it has happened since. The deposed pope was not there in person, but Poggio, his erstwhile apostolic secretary, may have been present when the Archbishop of Riga handed the papal seal to a goldsmith, who solemnly broke it in pieces, along with the papal arms. All of the ex-pope's servants were formally dismissed, and his correspondence, the correspondence that Poggio had been instrumental in managing, was officially terminated. The pope who had called himself John Roman 23 no longer existed. The man who had borne that title was now once again what he had been christened, Baldassare Casa, and Poggio was now a masterless man. To be masterless in the early 15th century was for most men an unenviable, even dangerous state. Villages and towns looked with suspicion on itinerants, vagrants were whipped and branded, and on lonely paths in a largely unpoliced world the unprotected were exceedingly vulnerable. Of course, Poggio was hardly a vagrant. Sophisticated and highly skilled, he had long moved in the circles of the great. The armed guards at the Vatican and the Castel Sant' Angelo let him pass through the gates without a word of inquiry, and important suitors to the papal court tried to catch his eye. He had direct access to an absolute ruler, the wealthy and cunning master of enormous territories, who also claimed to be the spiritual master of all of Western Christendom. In the private chambers of palaces, as in the papal court itself, the apostolic secretary Poggio was a familiar presence, exchanging jokes with bejeweled cardinals, chatting with ambassadors, and drinking fine wine from cups of crystal and gold. In Florence he had been befriended by some of the most powerful figures in the Signoria, the city's ruling body, and he had a distinguished circle of friends. But Poggio was not in Rome or Florence. He was in Germany, and the pope he had followed to the city of Constance was in prison. The enemies of John Roman 23 had triumphed and were now in control. Doors that had once been open to Poggio were firmly shut. And suitors eager for a favor, a dispensation, a legal ruling, a lucrative position for themselves or their relatives who had paid court to the secretary as a means to pay court to his master, were all looking elsewhere. Poggio's income abruptly ceased. That income had been considerable. Scripters received no fixed stipend, but they were permitted to charge fees for executing documents and obtaining what were called concessions of grace. That is, legal favors in matters that required some technical correction or exception granted orally or in writing by the Pope. And of course, there were other, less official fees that would privately flow to someone who had the Pope's ear. In the mid-15th century, the income for a secretary was 250 to 300 florins annually, and an entrepreneurial spirit could make much more. At the end of a 12-year period in this office, Poggio's colleague George of Trebizond had salted away over 4,000 florins in Roman banks, along with handsome investments in real estate. In his letters to friends, Poggio claimed throughout his life that he was neither ambitious nor greedy. He wrote a celebrated essay attacking avarice as one of the most hateful of human vices, and he excoriated the greed of hypocritical monks, unscrupulous princes, and grasping merchants. It would be foolish, of course, to take such professions at face value. There is ample evidence from later in his career, when he managed to return to the papal court, that Poggio used his office to make money hand over fist. By the 1450s, along with a family palazzo and a country estate, he had managed to acquire several farms, 19 separate pieces of land, and 2 houses in Florence, and he had also made very large deposits in banking and business houses. But this prosperity lay decades in the future. An official inventory, called a catasto, compiled in 1427 by tax officials, indicated that Poggio had fairly modest means. And a decade earlier, at the time that John Roman XXIII was deposed, he almost certainly had far less. Indeed, his later acquisitiveness may have been a reaction to the memory of those long months, stretching into several lean years, when he found himself in a strange land without a position or an income, and with very few resources on which to fall back. In the winter of 1417, when he rode through the South German countryside, Poggio had little or no idea where his next florins would come from. It is all the more striking that in this difficult period Poggio did not quickly find a new position or make haste to return to Italy. What he did instead was to go book hunting. Chapter 2. The moment of discovery. Italians had been book hunting for the better part of a century, ever since the poet and scholar Petrarch brought glory on himself in the 1330s by piecing together Livy's monumental history of Rome and finding forgotten masterpieces by Cicero, Propertius, and others. Petrarch's achievement had inspired others to seek out lost classics that had been lying unread, often for centuries. The recovered texts were copied, edited, commented upon, and eagerly exchanged, conferring distinction on those who had found them and forming the basis for what became known as the study of the humanities. The humanists, as those who were devoted to this study were called, knew from carefully poring over the texts that had survived from classical Rome that many once famous books or parts of books were still missing. Occasionally, the ancient authors whom Poggio and his fellow humanists eagerly read gave tantalizing quotations from these books, often accompanying extravagant praise or vituperative attacks. Alongside discussions of Virgil and Ovid, for example, the Roman rhetorician Quintilian remarked that Macer and Lucretius are certainly worth reading, and went on to discuss Varro of Atax, Cornelius Severus, Salius Bacchus, Gaius Rabirius, Albanovinus Pedo, Marcus Furius Bibaculus, Lucius Accius, Marcus Pacuvius, and others whose works he greatly admired. The humanists knew that some of these missing works were likely to have been lost forever, as it turned out. With the exception of Lucretius, all of the authors just mentioned have been lost, but they suspected that others, perhaps many others, were hidden away in dark places, not only in Italy but across the Alps. After all, Petrarch had found the manuscript of Cicero's Pro Archia in Liege, in Belgium, and the Propertius manuscript in Paris. The prime hunting grounds for Poggio and his fellow book hunters were the libraries of old monasteries, and for good reason. For long centuries monasteries had been virtually the only institutions that cared about books. Even in the stable and prosperous times of the Roman Empire, literacy rates, by our standards at least, were not high. As the empire crumbled, as cities decayed, trade declined, and the increasingly anxious populace scanned the horizon for barbarian armies, the whole Roman system of elementary and higher education fell apart. What began as downsizing went on to wholesale abandonment. Schools closed, Libraries and academies shut their doors. Professional grammarians and teachers of rhetoric found themselves out of work. There were more important things to worry about than the fate of books. But all monks were expected to know how to read. In a world increasingly dominated by illiterate warlords, that expectation, formulated early in the history of monasticism, was of incalculable importance. Here is the rule from the monasteries established in Egypt and throughout the Middle East by the late 4th century Coptic Saint Pachomius. When a candidate for admission to the monastery presents himself to the elders, they shall give him 20 psalms or 2 of the apostles' epistles or some other part of Scripture. And if he is illiterate, he shall go at the 1st, 3rd, and 6th hours to someone who can teach and has been appointed for him. He shall stand before him and learn very studiously and with all gratitude. The fundamentals of a syllable, the verbs and nouns shall be written for him, and even if he does not want to, he shall be compelled to read. Rule 139. He shall be compelled to read. It was this compulsion that, through centuries of chaos, helped to salvage the achievements of ancient thought. Though in the most influential of all the monastic rules, written in the 6th century, St. Benedict did not similarly specify an explicit literacy requirement. He provided the equivalent of one by including a period each day for reading prayerful reading, as he put it, as well as manual labor. Idleness is the enemy of the soul, the saint wrote, and he made certain that the hours would be filled up. Monks would be permitted to read at certain other times as well, though such voluntary reading would have to be conducted in strict silence. In Benedict's time, as throughout antiquity, reading was ordinarily performed audibly. But about the prescribed reading times there was nothing voluntary. The monks were to read, whether they felt like it or not, and the rule called for careful supervision. Above all, 1 or 2 seniors must surely be deputed to make the rounds of the monastery while the brothers are reading. Their duty is to see that no brother is so assiduous as to waste time or engage in idle talk to the neglect of his reading, and so not only harm himself but also distract others. 49. 1718. Assiduosus, sometimes translated as apathetic, refers to an illness, specific to monastic communities, which had already been brilliantly diagnosed in the late 4th century by the desert father John Cassian. The monk in the grip of acedia would find it difficult or impossible to read. Looking away from his book, he might try to distract himself with gossip, but would more likely glance in disgust at his surroundings and at his fellow monks. He would feel that things were better somewhere else, that he was wasting his life, that everything was stale and pointless, that he was suffocating. He looks about anxiously this way and that, and sighs that none of the brethren come to see him, and often goes in and out of his cell, and frequently gazes up at the sun, as if it was too slow in setting, and so a kind of unreasonable confusion of mind takes possession of him like some foul darkness. Such a monk, and there were evidently many of them, had succumbed to what we would call a clinical state of depression. Cassian called the disease the noonday demon, and the Benedictine rule set a careful watch, especially at reading times, to detect anyone manifesting its symptoms. If such a monk is found, God forbid he should be reproved a first and a second time. If he does not amend, he must be subjected to the punishment of the rule so that the others may have fear. A refusal to read at the prescribed time, whether because of distraction, boredom, or despair, would thus be visited first by public criticism, and then, if the refusal continued, by blows. The symptoms of psychic pain would be driven out by physical pain, and suitably chastened, the distressed monk would return in principle at least to his prayerful reading. There was yet another time in which the Benedictine rule called for reading. Every day at meals one of the brothers was assigned, on a weekly basis, to read aloud. Benedict was well aware that for at least certain of the monks this assignment would occasion pride, and he therefore tried to suppress the sensation as best he could. Let the incoming reader ask all to pray for him, so that God may shield him from the feeling of elation. He was aware, too, that for others the readings would be an occasion for mockery or simply for chat, and here too the rule made careful provision. Let there be complete silence. No whispering, no speaking, only the reader's voice should be heard there. But above all, he wanted to prevent these readings from provoking discussion or debate. No one should presume to ask a question about the reading or about anything else, lest occasion be given. Lest occasion be given. The phrase, in a text normally quite clear, is oddly vague. Occasion to whom or for what? Modern editors sometimes insert the phrase to the devil, and that indeed may be what is implied here. But why should the Prince of Darkness be excited by a question about the reading? The answer must be that any question, however innocuous, could raise the prospect of a discussion that would imply that religious doctrines were open to inquiry and argument. Benedict did not absolutely prohibit commentary on the sacred texts that were read aloud, but he wanted to restrict its source. The superior, the rule allows, may wish to say a few words of instruction. Those words were not to be questioned or contradicted, and indeed all contention was in principle to be suppressed. As the listing of punishments in the influential rule of the Irish monk Columbanus, born in the year Benedict died, makes clear, lively debate, intellectual or otherwise, was forbidden. To the monk who has dared to contradict a fellow monk with such words as "it is not as you say," there is a heavy penalty, an imposition of silence or 50 blows. The high walls that hedged about the mental life of the monks, the imposition of silence, the prohibition of questioning, the punishing of debate with slaps or blows of the whip, were all meant to affirm unambiguously that these pious communities were the opposite of the philosophical academies of Greece or Rome, places that had thrived upon the spirit of contradiction and cultivated a restless, wide-ranging curiosity. All the same, monastic rules did require reading, and that was enough to set in motion an extraordinary chain of consequences. Reading was not optional or desirable or recommended. In a community that took its obligations with deadly seriousness, reading was obligatory, and reading required books. Books that were opened again and again eventually fell apart, however carefully they were handled. Therefore, almost inadvertently, monastic rules necessitated that monks repeatedly purchase or acquire books. In the course of the vicious Gothic wars of the mid-6th century and their still more miserable aftermath, the last commercial workshops of book production folded, and the vestiges of the book market fell apart. Therefore, again almost inadvertently, monastic rules necessitated that monks carefully preserve and copy those books that they already possessed. But all trade with the papyrus makers of Egypt had long vanished, and in the absence of a commercial book market, the commercial industry for converting animal skins to writing surfaces had fallen into abeyance. Therefore, once again almost inadvertently, monastic rules necessitated that monks learn the laborious art of making parchment and salvaging existing parchment. Without wishing to emulate the pagan elites by placing books or writing at the center of society, without affirming the importance of rhetoric or grammar, without prizing either learning or debate, monks nonetheless became the principal readers, librarians, book preservers, and book producers of the Western world. Poggio and the other humanists on the trail of lost classics knew all this. Having already sifted through many of the monastic libraries in Italy, and having followed Petrarch's lead in France, they also knew that the great, uncharted territories were Switzerland and Germany. But many of those monasteries were extremely difficult to reach their founders, had built them in deliberately remote places, in order to withdraw from the temptations, distractions, and dangers of the world. And once an eager humanist, having endured the discomforts and risks of travel, managed to reach the distant monasteries, what then? The number of scholars who knew what to look for and who were competent to recognize what they had come to find, if they had the good fortune to stumble across it, was extremely small. There was, moreover, a problem of access. To get through the door, a scholar would have to be able to persuade a skeptical abbot and a still more skeptical monastic librarian that he had a legitimate reason to be there. Access to the library was ordinarily denied to any outsider. Petrarch was a cleric. He could at least make his appeal from within the large institutional community of the church. Many of the humanists, by contrast, were laymen and would have aroused immediate suspicion. This daunting list did not exhaust the problems, for if a book hunter reached a monastery, got past the heavily barred door, entered the library, and actually found something interesting, he would still need to do something with the manuscript he had found. Books were scarce and valuable. They conferred prestige on the monastery that possessed them, and the monks were not inclined to let them out of their sight, particularly if they had any prior experience with light-fingered Italian humanists. On occasion, monasteries tried to secure their possession by freighting their precious manuscripts with curses. For him that stealeth, or borroweth and returneth not this book from its owner, one of these curses runs, let it change into a serpent in his hand and rend him. Let him be struck with palsy, and all his members blasted. Let him languish in pain, crying aloud for mercy, and let there be no surcease to his agony till he sing in dissolution. Let bookworms gnaw his entrails in token of the worm that dieth not, and when at last he goeth to his final punishment, let the flames of hell consume him forever. Even a worldly skeptic, with a strong craving for what he had in his hands, might have hesitated before slipping such a book into his cloak. If the monks were poor or perhaps simply venal, they could be offered some money to part with their books, but the very interest showed by a stranger would inevitably make the price soar. It was always possible to ask the abbot to allow a manuscript to be carried off, with a solemn promise that it would be shortly returned. But though exceptionally trusting or naive abbots existed, they were few and far between. There was no way to compel assent, and if the answer was no, the whole venture was a dead loss. As a last resort, one could always defy curses and try theft, of course, but monastic communities were cultures of surveillance. Visitors would be watched particularly carefully. The gates were shut and locked at night, and some of the brothers were stout churls who would not scruple to beat an apprehended thief to within an inch of his life. Poggio was almost uniquely suited to meet these challenges. He had been exceptionally well trained in the special skills needed to decipher old handwriting. He was a wonderfully gifted Latinist, with a particularly acute eye for the telltale diction, rhetorical devices, and grammatical structures of classical Latin. He had read widely and attentively in the literature of antiquity, and had committed to his capacious memory the dozens of clues that hinted at the identity of particular authors or works that had been lost. He was not himself a monk or a priest, but his long service in the papal curia or court had given him intimate, inside knowledge of the institutional structures of the Church, as well as personal acquaintance with many of its most powerful clerics, including a succession of popes. If even these exalted connections should prove insufficient to get him through the locked doors that led to a remote abbey's library, Poggio also possessed considerable personal charm. He was a marvelous raconteur, a sly gossip, and an indefatigable teller of jokes, many of them off-color. He could not, to be sure, converse with the German monks in their native language. Though he had lived for more than 3 years in a German-speaking city, by his own account he had learned no German. For so gifted a linguist, this ignorance seems to have been willed. German was the language of the barbarians, and Poggio evidently had no interest in acquiring it. In Constance, he probably cocooned himself almost entirely in a Latin and Italian-speaking social world. But if a failure to speak German must have been vexing on the road, at inns or other way stations, it would not have posed a serious problem once Poggio had arrived at his destination. The abbot, the librarian, and many other members of the monastic community would have spoken Latin. They would not in all likelihood have possessed the elegant classical Latin that Poggio had painstakingly mastered, but rather, to judge from the many vigorous contemporary literary works that survive, a vital, fluent, highly flexible Latin that could swoop effortlessly from the subtlest of scholastic distinctions to the earthiest of obscenities. If Poggio sensed that he could impress his hosts with moral seriousness, he could have discoursed eloquently about the miseries of the human condition. If he thought he could win them over by making them laugh, he could have launched into one of his tales of foolish rustics, compliant housewives, and sexually rapacious priests. Poggio possessed one further gift that set him apart from virtually all the other book-hunting humanists. He was a superbly well-trained scribe, with exceptionally fine handwriting, great powers of concentration, and a high degree of accuracy. It is difficult for us, at this distance, to take in the significance of such qualities. Our technologies for producing transcriptions, facsimiles, and copies have almost entirely erased what was once an important personal achievement. That importance began to decline, though not at all precipitously, even in Poggio's own lifetime. For by the 1430s a German entrepreneur, Johann Gutenberg, began experimenting with a new invention, movable type, which would revolutionize the reproduction and transmission of texts. By the century's end printers, especially the great Aldus in Venice, would print Latin texts in a typeface whose clarity and elegance remain unrivaled after 5 centuries. That typeface was based on the beautiful handwriting of Poggio and his humanist friends. What Poggio did by hand to produce a single copy would soon be done mechanically to produce hundreds. But this achievement lay in the future, and in any case, the printers who set the books in type still depended on accurate, readable, handwritten transcriptions, often of manuscripts that were illegible to all but a few. Poggio's talent as a transcriber struck contemporaries as uncanny, all the more so because he worked so rapidly. What this meant was that he could not only inveigle his way into the monastery and nose out the precious manuscripts of lost works, but also that he could borrow them, copy them quickly, and send the results back to humanists waiting eagerly at home in Italy. If borrowing proved impossible, that is, if the librarian refused to lend a particular manuscript, Poggio could copy it on the spot, or, if necessary, could entrust the task to a scribe whom he had personally trained up to at least a minimal level of competence. In 1417, then, Poggio the book hunter had a near-perfect conjunction of time, skills, and desire. All that he lacked was ready money. Traveling, even frugally, was expensive. There were costs for renting a horse, fees for crossing rivers or riding on toll roads, charges, little more than extortion, by surly customs officials and agents of petty lordlings, gratuities to guides through difficult passes, and, of course, bills for food and lodging and stabling at inns. He also needed money to pay an assistant scribe, and to provide, if necessary, the incentive to induce a reluctant monastery to lend its treasure. Even if he had banked some funds from his years in the papal bureaucracy, Poggio is very unlikely to have been able to pay these costs on his own. In such circumstances, the inveterate letter writer would have had recourse to his pen. It is probable that he wrote to wealthy friends at home who shared his passion, and explained to them that circumstances had suddenly given him the opportunity about which they had only dreamed. In good health, untrammeled by work or family, obliged to no one, at liberty to come and go as he chose, he was prepared to embark on a serious search for the lost treasures that meant most to them, the heritage of the ancient world. Such support, whether it came from a single rich patron or from a group of fellow humanists, helps to account for the fact that in January 1417, Poggio was heading toward the destination where he would make his discovery. The support must have been considerable, for this was not his only book-hunting expedition that winter. It followed directly on another trip to the venerable monastery of St. Gall, not far from the city of Constance, and that trip was itself a return visit. The preceding year at St. Gall, in the company of two Italian friends, Poggio had made a series of important finds. Thinking that they might have overlooked other treasures, he and one of the friends went back. Poggio and his companion, Bartolomeo de Aragazzi, had much in common. Both hailed from Tuscany, Poggio from the modest town of Terranuova near Arezzo, Bartolomeo from the beautiful hilltop city of Montepulciano. Both had gone to Rome and had acquired positions as scriptors in the papal curia. Both had come to Constance to serve as apostolic secretaries in the disastrous pontificate of John Roman XXIII, and consequently, both found themselves, in the wake of the Pope's downfall, with time on their hands, and both were ardent humanists, eager to use their skills in reading and copying to recover the lost texts of antiquity. They were close friends, working and traveling together and sharing the same ambition, but they were also rivals, competitors in the pursuit of the fame that came with discovery. "I hate all boastful conversation, all flattery, all exaggeration," Bartolomeo wrote to an important patron in Italy. "May I be kept from taking pride in dreams of self-exaltation or vainglory." The letter, dated January 19, 1417, was written from St. Gall, and it goes on to mention a few of the notable discoveries he had made in what he calls the prison in which they were penned. He could not, he added, hope to describe all the volumes he had found, for a day would hardly be sufficient to list them all. Tellingly, he does not so much as mention the name of his traveling companion, Poggio Bracciolini. The problem was that Bartolomeo's finds were simply not very thrilling. He had dredged up a copy of a book by Flavius Vegetius Renatus on the ancient Roman army, a book, he wrote implausibly, that will do us good if we ever use him sometimes in camp or more gloriously on a crusade, and a small dictionary or word list by Pompeius Festus. Not only were both books exceedingly minor, but also, as Bartolomeo himself must have known, both were already available in Italy, so in fact neither was actually a discovery. In late January, having failed to lay hands on the great treasures they had hoped to uncover, and perhaps feeling the burden of their competitiveness, the friends went their separate ways. Poggio evidently headed north, probably accompanied by a German scribe whom he was training. Bartolomeo seems to have gone off by himself. "I shall set out for another monastery of the hermits deep in the Alps," he wrote to his Italian correspondent. He planned then to go on to still more remote monasteries. The places were extremely difficult to reach, especially in winter. The way is rough and broken, for there is no approach to them except through the precipices of the Alps and through rivers and forests. But he reminded himself that the path of virtue is very full of toil and peril. In these monastic libraries, rumors had it, a vast trove of ancient books was buried. "I shall try to urge this poor little body to undertake the effort of rescuing them, and not to flinch at the difficulties of their location, at the discomforts, and at the increasing cold of the Alps." It is easy enough to smile at such claims of hardship. Trained as a lawyer, Bartolomeo was certainly calculating a rhetorical effect, but in fact he fell ill shortly after he left St. Gall and was forced to return to Constance, where it took him months to recuperate. Poggio, on the road north, would not have known that since Bartolomeo had dropped out of the hunt, he was now searching alone. Poggio did not like monks. He knew several impressive ones, men of great moral seriousness and learning. But on the whole he found them superstitious, ignorant, and hopelessly lazy. Monasteries, he thought, were the dumping grounds for those deemed unfit for life in the world. Noblemen fobbed off the sons they judged to be weaklings, misfits, or good-for-nothings. Merchants sent their dim-witted or paralytic children there. Peasants got rid of extra mouths they could not feed. The hardiest of the inmates could at least do some productive labor in the monastery gardens and the adjacent fields, as monks in earlier, most austere times had done. But for the most part, Poggio thought, they were a pack of idlers. Behind the thick walls of the cloisters, the parasites would mumble their prayers and live off the income generated by those who farmed the monastery's extensive landholdings. The church was a landlord, wealthier than the greatest nobles in the realm, and it possessed the worldly power to enforce its rents and all its other rights and privileges. When the newly elected Bishop of Hildesheim, in the north of Germany, asked to see the diocesan library, he was brought to the armory and shown the pikes and battle-axes hanging on the walls. These, he was informed, were the books with which the rights of the bishopric had been won and must be defended. The inhabitants of wealthy monasteries might not have to call upon these weapons very frequently, but as they sat in the dim light and contemplated their revenues, they knew and their tenants knew that brute force was available. With his friends in the Curia, Poggio shared jokes about the venality, stupidity, and sexual appetite of monks, and their claims to piety left him unimpressed. "I cannot find that they do anything but sing like grasshoppers," he wrote, "and I cannot help thinking they are too liberally paid for the mere exercise of their lungs." Even the hard work of monastic spiritual discipline seemed paltry to him, when set against the real hard work he observed in the fields. They extol their labors as a kind of Herculean task, because they rise in the night to chant the praises of God. This is no doubt an extraordinary proof of merit, that they sit up to exercise themselves in psalmody. What would they say if they rose to go to the plow, like farmers, exposed to the wind and rain, with bare feet, and with their bodies thinly clad? Their whole enterprise seemed to him an exercise in hypocrisy. But of course, as he approached his targeted monastery, Poggio would have buried these views in his breast. He may have despised monastic life, but he understood it well. He knew precisely where in the monastery he needed to go, and what ingratiating words he had to speak to gain access to the things he most wanted to see. Above all, he knew exactly how the things he sought had been produced. Though he ridiculed what he regarded as monastic sloth, he knew that whatever he hoped to find existed only because of centuries of institutional commitment and long, painstaking human labor. The Benedictine rule had called for manual labor, as well as prayer and reading, and it was always assumed that this labor could include writing. The early founders of monastic orders did not regard copying manuscripts as an exalted activity. On the contrary, as they were highly aware, most of the copying in the ancient world had been done by educated slaves. The task was therefore inherently humiliating as well as tedious, a perfect combination for the ascetic project of disciplining the spirit. Poggio had no sympathy with such spiritual discipline. Competitive and ambitious, his spirit longed to shine in the light of the world, not to shrink from its gaze. For him, copying manuscripts, which he did with unrivaled skill, was not an ascetic but rather an aesthetic undertaking, one by which he advanced his own personal reputation. But by virtue of that skill, he was able to see at a glance with either admiration or scorn exactly what effort and ability had gone into the manuscript that lay before him. Not every monk was equally adept at copying, just as not every monk was equally adept at the hard farm labor on which the survival of the early communities depended. The early regulations already envisaged a division of labor, as in the Rule of St. Ferial, 500–3581, a French Benedictine. He who does not turn up the earth with the plough ought to write the parchment with his fingers. The reverse, of course, was also true. He who could not write parchment with his fingers was assigned to the plough. Those who wrote unusually well in fine, clear handwriting, that the other monks could easily read, and with painstaking accuracy in the transcription came to be valued. In the Wergild codes that in Germanic lands and in Ireland specified the payment of reparations for murder 200 shillings for killing a churl, 300 for a low-ranking cleric, 400 if the cleric was saying Mass when he was attacked, and so forth, the loss of a scribe by violence was ranked equal to the loss of a bishop or an abbot. The high price, at a time when life was cheap, suggests both how important and how difficult it was for monasteries to obtain the books that they needed in order to enforce the reading rule. Even the most celebrated monastic libraries of the Middle Ages were tiny in comparison with the libraries of antiquity or those that existed in Baghdad or Cairo. To assemble a modest number of books, in the long centuries before the invention of the printing press forever changed the equation, meant the eventual establishment of what were called scriptoria, workshops where monks would be trained to sit for long hours making copies. At first the copying was probably done in an improvised setting in the cloister, where, even if the cold sometimes stiffened the fingers, at least the light would be good. But in time special rooms were designated or built for the purpose. In the greatest monasteries, increasingly eager to amass prestigious collections of books, these were large rooms equipped with clear glass windows under which the monks, as many as 30 of them, sat at individual desks, sometimes partitioned off from one another. In charge of the scriptorium was the person on whom Poggio and the other book hunters would have focused their most seductive blandishments, the monastery's librarian. This important figure would have been accustomed to extravagant courtship, for he was responsible for providing all of the equipment that was required for the copying of the manuscripts: pens, ink, and penknives, whose precise merits or defects would become overwhelmingly obvious to the laboring scribe after a few hours at the day's task. The librarian could, if he wished, make a scribe's life miserable, or, alternatively, provide a favorite with particularly fine tools. Those tools also included rulers, awls, to make tiny holes for ruling the lines evenly, fine-pointed metal pens for drawing the lines, reading frames to hold the book to be copied, weights to keep the pages from turning. For manuscripts that were to be illuminated, there were still other specialized tools and materials. Most books in the ancient world took the form of scrolls like the Torah scrolls that Jews use in their services to this day. But by the 4th century, Christians had almost completely opted for a different format, the Codex, from which our familiar books derive. The Codex has the huge advantage of being far easier for readers to find their way about in. The text can be conveniently paginated and indexed, and the pages can be turned quickly to the desired place. Not until the invention of the computer, with its superior search functions, could a serious challenge be mounted to the Codex's magnificently simple and flexible format. Only now have we begun once again to speak of scrolling through a text. Since papyrus was no longer available, and paper did not come into general use until the 14th century, for more than 1,000 years, the chief writing material used for books was made from the skins of animals: cows, sheep, goats, and occasionally deer. These surfaces needed to be made smooth, and hence another tool that the monastic librarian distributed was pumice stone, to rub away the remaining animal hair along with any bumps or imperfections. The scribe to whom a poor quality parchment had been given was in for a very disagreeable task, and in the margins of surviving monastic manuscripts there are occasional outbursts of distress. The parchment is hairy, thin ink, bad parchment, difficult text. Thank God it will soon be dark. Let the copyist be permitted to put an end to his labor. A weary monk wrote beneath his name the date and the place where he worked. Now I've written the whole thing, wrote another. For Christ's sake, give me a drink. The finest parchment, the one that made life easier for scribes and must have figured in their sweetest dreams, was made of calfskin and called vellum, and the best of the lot was uterine vellum, from the skins of aborted calves. Brilliantly white, smooth, and durable, these skins were reserved for the most precious books, ones graced with elaborate gem-like miniatures and occasionally encased in covers encrusted with actual gems. The libraries of the world still preserve a reasonable number of these remarkable objects, the achievement of scribes who lived 700 or 800 years ago and labored for untold hours to create something beautiful. Good scribes were exempted from certain times of collective prayer in order to maximize the hours of daylight in the scriptorium, and they did not have to work at night. Because of an entirely justifiable fear of fire, all candlelight was forbidden. But for the time, about 6 hours a day that they actually spent at their desks, their lives belonged entirely to their books. It was possible, in certain monasteries at least, to hope that monks would understand what they were copying. Vouchsafe, O Lord, to bless this workroom of thy servants, declared the dedication of one scriptorium, that all which they write therein may be comprehended by their intelligence and realized in their works. But the actual interest of the scribes in the books they copied, or their distaste for those books, was strictly irrelevant. Indeed, insofar as the copying was a form of discipline and exercise in humility, and a willing embrace of pain, distaste, or simple incomprehension might be preferable to engagement. Curiosity was to be avoided at all costs. The complete subordination of the monastic scribe to the text, the erasure, in the interest of crushing the monk's spirit, of his intellect and sensibility, could not have been further from Poggio's own avid curiosity and egotism. But he understood that his passionate hope of recovering reasonably accurate traces of the ancient past depended heavily on this subordination. An engaged reader, Poggio knew, was prone to alter his text in order to get it to make sense, but such alterations, over centuries, inevitably led to wholesale corruptions. It was better that monastic scribes had been forced to copy everything exactly as it appeared before their eyes, even those things that made no sense at all. A sheet with a cut-out window generally covered the page of the manuscript being copied, so that the monk had to focus on one line at a time. And monks were strictly forbidden to change what they thought were mistakes in the text they were copying. They could correct only their own slips of the pen by carefully scraping off the ink with a razor and repairing the spot with a mixture of milk, cheese, and lime, the medieval version of our own product for whiting out mistakes. There was no crumpling up the page and starting afresh. Though the skins of sheep and goats were plentiful, the process of producing parchment from them was laborious. Good parchment was far too valuable and scarce to be discarded. This value helps to account for the fact that monasteries collected ancient manuscripts in the first place and did not consign them to the rubbish. To be sure, there were a certain number of abbots and of monastic librarians who treasured not only the parchment, but also the pagan works written on them. Steeped in classical literature, some believed that they could rifle its treasures without contamination, the way the ancient Hebrews had been permitted by God to steal the riches of the Egyptians. But over the generations, as a substantial Christian literature was created, it became less easy to make such an argument. Fewer and fewer monks were inclined, in any case, to make it. Between the 6th century and the middle of the 8th century, Greek and Latin classics virtually ceased to be copied at all. What had begun as an active campaign to forget a pious attack on pagan ideas had evolved into actual forgetting. The ancient poems, philosophical treatises, and political speeches, at one time so threatening and so alluring, were no longer in anyone's mind, let alone on anyone's lips. They had been reduced to the condition of mute things, sheets of parchment, stitched together, covered with unread words. Only the remarkable durability of the parchment used in these codices kept the ideas of the ancients alive at all. And as the humanist book hunters knew, even strong material was no guarantee of survival. Working with knives, brushes, and rags, monks often carefully washed away the old writings Virgil, Ovid, Cicero, Seneca, Lucretius, and wrote in their place the texts that they were instructed by their superiors to copy. The task must have been a tiresome one, and, for the very rare scribe who actually cared about the work he was erasing, an excruciating one. If the original ink proved tenacious, it could still be possible to make out the traces of the texts that were written over. A unique 4th-century copy of Cicero's On the Republic remained visible beneath a 7th-century copy of St. Augustine's Meditation on the Psalms. The sole surviving copy of Seneca's book on friendship was deciphered beneath an Old Testament inscribed in the late 6th century. These strange, layered manuscripts called palimpsests, from the Greek for scraped again, have served as the source of several major works from the ancient past that would not otherwise be known. But no medieval monk would have been encouraged to read, as it were, between the lines. The monastery was a place of rules, but in the scriptorium there were rules within rules. Access was denied to all non-scribes. Absolute silence reigned. Scribes were not allowed to choose the particular books that they copied, or to break the dead silence by requesting aloud from the librarian such books as they might wish to consult in order to complete the task that had been assigned them. An elaborate gestural language was invented in order to facilitate such requests as were permitted. If a scribe wanted to consult a psalter, he made the general sign for a book extending his hands and turning over imaginary pages, and then, by putting his hands on his head in the shape of a crown, the specific sign for the Psalms of King David. If he was asking for a pagan book, he began, after making the general sign, to scratch behind his ear, like a dog scratching his fleas. And if he wished to have what the Church regarded as a particularly offensive or dangerous pagan book, he could put 2 fingers into his mouth, as if he were gagging. Poggio was a layman, part of a very different world. His precise destination in 1417, after he parted ways with Bartolomeo, is not known. Perhaps like a prospector hiding the location of his mine, he deliberately withheld its name from his letters. There were dozens of monasteries to which he might have gone in the hope of turning up something remarkable, but many scholars have long thought that the likeliest candidate is the Benedictine Abbey of Fulda. That abbey, in a strategic area of central Germany between the Rhone and the Vogelsberg Mountains, had the features that most excited the interest of a book hunter. It was ancient, it was rich, it had once possessed a great tradition of learning, and it was now in decline. If it was Fulda that he approached, Poggio could not afford to seem overbearing. Founded in the 8th century by a disciple of the Apostle of Germany, St. Boniface, the abbey was unusually independent. Its abbot was a prince of the Holy Roman Empire. When he walked in procession, an armor-clad knight carried the imperial banner before him, and he had the privilege of sitting at the left hand of the emperor himself. Many of the monks were German nobles, men who would have had a very clear sense of the respect that was due to them. If the monastery had lost some of the prestige it once enjoyed, and had been forced in the not-too-distant past to part with some of its immense territories, it nonetheless was a force to reckon with. With his modest birth and very limited means, Poggio, the former apostolic secretary of a disgraced and deposed pope, had few cards to play. Rehearsing in his mind his little speech of introduction, Poggio would have dismounted and walked up the tree-lined avenue toward the abbey's single, heavy gate. From the outside, Fulda resembled a fortress. Indeed, in the preceding century, in a bitter dispute with the burghers of the adjacent city, it had been violently attacked. Inside, like most monasteries, it was strikingly self-sufficient. By January, the extensive vegetable, flower, and botanical gardens were in their winter sleep, but the monks would have carefully harvested what they could store for the long, dark months, taking special care to gather the medicinal herbs that would be used in the infirmary and the communal bath. The granaries at this point in the winter would have still been reasonably full, and there would have been ample straw and oats for the horses and donkeys in the stables. Looking around, Poggio would have taken in the chicken coops, the covered yard for sheep, the cowshed with its smell of manure and fresh milk, and the large pigsties. He might have felt a pang for the olives and the wine of Tuscany, but he knew that he would not go hungry. Past the mills and the oil press, past the great basilica and its adjacent cloister, past the houses for the novices, the dormitory, the servants' quarters, and the pilgrims' hospice where he and his assistant would be lodged, Poggio would have been led to the abbot's house to meet the ruler of this little kingdom. In 1417, if Fulda was indeed Poggio's destination, that ruler was Johann von Merlau. After greeting him humbly, explaining something about himself, and presenting a letter of recommendation from a well-known cardinal, Poggio would almost certainly have begun by expressing his interest in glimpsing the precious relics of St. Boniface and saying a prayer in their holy presence. His life, after all, was full of such observances. Bureaucrats in the papal court routinely began and ended their days with prayers. And if nothing in his letters suggests a particular interest in relics, or the intervention of saints, or the rituals employed to reduce the soul's painful time in purgatory, Poggio nonetheless would have known upon what possessions Fulda most prided itself. The visitor would then, as a special favor, have been led into the basilica. If he had not already taken it in, Poggio would certainly have realized, as he entered the transept and walked down the stairs into the dark, vaulted crypt, that Fulda's pilgrimage church seemed strangely familiar. It was directly modeled after Rome's 4th-century Basilica of St. Peter's. The vast St. Peter's in Rome today was built long after Poggio's death. There by candlelight, enshrined in a rich setting of gold, crystal, and jewels, he would have seen the bones of the saint, massacred in 754 by the Frisians he was struggling to convert. When he and his hosts emerged once again into the light, and when he deemed that he had reached the appropriate moment, Poggio would have nudged the conversation toward his actual purpose in coming. He could have done so by initiating a discussion of one of Fulda's most celebrated figures, Rabanus Maurus, who had served as abbot for 2 decades, from 822 to 842. Rabanus Maurus was a prolific author of biblical commentaries, doctrinal treatises, pedagogical guides, scholarly compendia, and a series of fantastically beautiful poems in cipher. Most of these works Poggio could easily have seen in the Vatican Library, along with the vast tome for which Rabanus was best known, a work of stupefying erudition and dullness that attempted to bring together in its 22 books all of human knowledge. Its title was De Rerum Naturis, on the natures of things, but contemporaries, acknowledging the scope of its ambition, called it On the Universe. The works of the 9th-century monk epitomized the heavy, plodding style that Poggio and his fellow humanists despised. But he also recognized that Rabanus Maurus was an immensely learned man, steeped in pagan as well as Christian literature, and that he had transformed Fulda's monastic school into the most important in Germany. As all schools do, the one at Fulda needed books, and Rabanus had met the need by greatly enriching the monastic library. Rabanus, who as a young man had studied with Alcuin, the greatest scholar of the age of Charlemagne, knew where to get his hands on important manuscripts. He had them brought to Fulda, where he trained a large cohort of scribes to copy them, and so he had built what was for the time a stupendous collection. That time, some 600 years before Poggio, was from the book hunter's perspective highly propitious. It was far enough into the past to hold out the possibility of a link to a more distant past, and the gradual decline over the centuries in the monastery's intellectual seriousness only intensified the excitement. Who knew what was sitting on those shelves, untouched perhaps for centuries? Tattered manuscripts that had chanced to survive the long nightmare of chaos and destruction in the wake of the fall of the Roman Empire might well have found their way to remote Fulda. Rabanus's monks could have made the scratching or gagging sign for pagan books to copy, and those copies, having fallen into oblivion, would be awaiting the humanist's revivifying touch. Such, in any case, was Poggio's ardent hope, in Fulda or wherever he found himself, and his pulse must have quickened when at last he would have been led by the monastery's chief librarian into a large vaulted room, and shown a volume attached by a chain to the librarian's own desk. The volume was a catalogue, and as he pored over its pages, Poggio pointed for the rule of silence in the library was strictly observed to the books he wanted to see. Genuine interest, as well as a sense of discretion, might have dictated that Poggio request first to see unfamiliar works by one of the greatest church fathers, Tertullian. Then, as the manuscripts were brought to his desk, he plunged, with what must have been increasing excitement, into a series of ancient Roman authors whose works were utterly unknown to him and to any of his fellow humanists. Though Poggio did not reveal precisely where he went, he did reveal indeed. He trumpeted what he had found. For what all book hunters dreamed of was actually happening. He opened an epic poem in some 14,000 lines on the wars between Rome and Carthage. Poggio might have recognized the name of the author, Silius Italicus, though until this moment none of his works had surfaced. A canny politician and a wily, unscrupulous orator who served as a tool in a succession of show trials, Silius had managed to survive the murderous reigns of Caligula, Nero, and Domitian. In retirement, the younger Pliny had written with urbane irony. He obliterated by the praiseworthy use he made of leisure the stain he had incurred through his active exertions in former days. Now Poggio and his friends would be able to savor one of the fruits of this leisure. He opened another long poem, this one by an author, Manilius, whose name the book hunter would certainly not have recognized, for it is not mentioned by any surviving ancient author. Poggio saw at once that it was a learned work on astronomy, and he would have been able to tell from the style and from the poet's own allusions that it had been written at the very beginning of the empire, during the reigns of Augustus and Tiberius. More ghosts surged up from the Roman past. An ancient literary critic who had flourished during Nero's reign and had written notes and glosses on classical authors. Another critic who quoted extensively from lost epics written in imitation of Homer. A grammarian who wrote a treatise on spelling that Poggio knew his Latin-obsessed friends in Florence would find thrilling. Yet another manuscript was a discovery whose thrill might have been tinged for him with melancholy. A large fragment of a hitherto unknown history of the Roman Empire written by a high-ranking officer in the imperial army, Ammianus Marcellinus. The melancholy would have arisen not only from the fact that the first 13 of the original 31 books were missing from the manuscript Poggio copied by hand, and these lost books have never been found, but also from the fact that the work was written on the eve of the empire's collapse. A clear-headed, thoughtful, and unusually impartial historian, Ammianus seems to have sensed the impending end. His description of a world exhausted by crushing taxes, the financial ruin of large segments of the population, and the dangerous decline in the army's morale vividly conjured up the conditions that made it possible, some 20 years after his death, for the Goths to sack Rome. Even the smallest of the finds that Poggio was making was highly significant for anything at all to surface after so long seemed miraculous, but they were all eclipsed, from our own perspective if not immediately, by the discovery of a work still more ancient than any of the others that he had found. One of the manuscripts consisted of a long text written around 50 BCE by a poet and philosopher named Titus Lucretius Carus. The text's title, De Rerum Natura, on the nature of things, was strikingly similar to the title of Rabanus Maurus's celebrated encyclopedia, De Rerum Naturis. But where the monk's work was dull and conventional, Lucretius' work was dangerously radical. Poggio would almost certainly have recognized the name Lucretius from Ovid, Cicero, and other ancient sources he had painstakingly pored over, in the company of his humanist friends, but neither he nor anyone in his circle had encountered more than a scrap or two of his actual writing, which had, as far as anyone knew, been lost forever. Poggio may not have had time, in the gathering darkness of the monastic library, and under the wary eyes of the abbot or his librarian, to do more than read the opening lines. But he would have seen immediately that Lucretius' Latin verses were astonishingly beautiful. Ordering his scribe to make a copy, he hurried to liberate it from the monastery. What is not clear is whether he had any intimation at all that he was releasing a book that would help in time to dismantle his entire world. Chapter 3. In search of Lucretius, some 1450 years before Poggio set out to see what he could find, Lucretius' contemporaries had read his poem, and it continued to be read for several centuries after its publication. Italian humanists, on the lookout for clues to lost ancient works, would have been alert to even fleeting references in the works of those celebrated authors whose writings had survived in significant quantities. Thus, though he strongly disagreed with its philosophical principles, Cicero, Poggio's favorite Latin writer, conceded the marvelous power of On the Nature of Things. The poetry of Lucretius, he wrote to his brother Quintus on February 11, 54 BCE, is, as you say in your letter, rich in brilliant genius, yet highly artistic. Cicero's turn of phrase, especially that slightly odd word, yet registers his surprise. He was evidently struck by something unusual. He had encountered a poem that conjoined brilliant genius in philosophy and science with unusual poetic power. The conjunction was as rare then as it is now. Cicero and his brother were not alone in grasping that Lucretius had accomplished a near-perfect integration of intellectual distinction and aesthetic mastery. The greatest Roman poet, Virgil, about 15 years old when Lucretius died, was under the spell of On the Nature of Things. Blessed is he who has succeeded in finding out the causes of things, Virgil wrote in the Georgics, and has trampled underfoot all fears and inexorable fate and the roar of greedy Acheron. Assuming that this is a subtle allusion to the title of Lucretius' poem, the older poet in this account is a culture hero, someone who has heard the menacing roar of the underworld and triumphed over the superstitious fears that threaten to sap the human spirit. But Virgil did not mention his hero by name, and though he had certainly read the Georgics, Poggio was unlikely to have picked up the allusion before he had actually read Lucretius. Still less would Poggio have been able to grasp the extent to which Virgil's great epic, the Aeneid, was a sustained attempt to construct an alternative to On the Nature of Things. Pious, where Lucretius was skeptical; militantly patriotic, where Lucretius counseled pacifism; soberly renunciatory, where Lucretius embraced the pursuit of pleasure. What Poggio and other Italian humanists probably did notice, however, were the words of Ovid, words that were enough to send any book hunter scurrying through the catalogues of monastic libraries. The verses of sublime Lucretius are destined to perish only when a single day will consign the world to destruction. It is all the more striking, then, that Lucretius' verses did almost perish. The survival of his work hung by slenderest of threads, and that virtually nothing about his actual identity is reliably known. Many of the major poets and philosophers of ancient Rome had been celebrities in their own time, the objects of gossip which eager book hunters centuries later pored over for clues. But in the case of Lucretius, there were almost no biographical traces. The poet must have been a very private person, living his life in the shadows, and he does not seem to have written anything apart from his one great work. That work, difficult and challenging, was hardly the kind of popular success that got diffused in so many copies that significant fragments of it were assured of surviving into the Middle Ages. Looking back from this distance, with Lucretius' masterpiece securely in hand, modern scholars have been able to identify a network of early medieval signs of the text's existence: a citation here, a catalog entry there, but most of these would have been invisible to the early 15th century book hunters. They were groping in the dark, sensing perhaps a tiny gossamer filament, but unable to track it to its source. And following in their wake, after almost 600 years of work by classicists, historians, and archaeologists, we know almost nothing more than they did about the identity of the author. The Lucretius were an old, distinguished Roman clan, as Poggio may have known, but since slaves, when freed, often took the name of the family that had owned them. The author was not necessarily an aristocrat. Still, an aristocratic lineage was plausible, for the simple reason that Lucretius addressed his poem, in terms of easy intimacy, to a nobleman, Gaius Memmius. That name Poggio might have encountered in his wide reading, for Memmius had a relatively successful political career, was a patron of celebrated writers, including the love poet Catullus, and was himself reputed to be a poet, an obscene one, according to Ovid. He was also an orator, as Cicero noted somewhat grudgingly, of the subtle, ingenious type. But the question remained, who was Lucretius? The answer, for Poggio and his circle, would have come almost completely from a brief biographical sketch that the great church father St. Jerome, c. 340–420 c., added to an earlier chronicle. In 94 BCE, Jerome noted that Titus Lucretius, poet, is born. After a love philtre had turned him mad, and he had written, in the intervals of his insanity, several books which Cicero revised, he killed himself by his own hand in the 44th year of his age. These lurid details have shaped all subsequent representations of Lucretius, including a celebrated Victorian poem in which Tennyson imagined the voice of the mad, suicidal philosopher tormented by erotic fantasies. Modern classical scholarship suggests that every one of Jerome's biographical claims should be taken with a heavy dose of skepticism. They were recorded or invented centuries after Lucretius' death by a Christian polemicist who had an interest in telling cautionary tales about pagan philosophers. However, since no good 15th century Christian would have been likely to doubt the saint's account, Poggio must have thought that the poem that he had found and was returning to circulation was tainted by its pagan author's madness and suicide. But the humanist book hunter was part of a generation passionately eager to unearth ancient texts, even by those whose lives epitomized moral confusion and mortal sin. And the thought that Cicero himself had revised the books would have sufficed to quiet any lingering reservations. In the more than 1,600 years that have elapsed since the 4th century chronicle entry, no further biographical information has turned up, either to confirm or disprove Jerome's story of the love potion and its tragic aftermath. As a person, Lucretius remains almost as little known as he was when Poggio recovered his poem in 1417. Given the extravagance of Ovid's praise of the verse of sublime Lucretius, and the other signs of the poem's influence, it remains a mystery that so little was said directly about him by his contemporaries and near contemporaries. But archaeological discoveries, made long after Poggio's death, have helped us to get eerily close to the world in which On the Nature of Things was first read, and perhaps to the poet himself. The discoveries were made possible by a famous ancient disaster. On August 24, 79 C, the massive eruption of Mount Vesuvius completely destroyed not only Pompeii, but also the small seaside resort of Herculaneum on the Bay of Naples. Buried under some 65 feet of volcanic debris hardened to the density of concrete, this site, where wealthy Romans had once vacationed in their elegant colonnaded villas, was forgotten until the early 18th century, when workmen, digging a well, uncovered some marble statues. An Austrian officer for Naples at the time was under the control of Austria took over, and excavators began digging shafts through the thick crust. The explorations, which continued when Naples passed into Bourbon hands, were extremely crude, less an archaeological investigation than a prolonged smash-and-grab. The official in charge for more than a decade was a Spanish army engineer, Roque Joaquin de Alcubierre, who seemed to treat the site as an ossified garbage dump in which loot had unaccountably been buried. "This man," remarked a contemporary, dismayed at the wanton damage, "knew as much of antiquities as the moon does of lobsters." The diggers burrowed away in search of statues, gems, precious marbles, and other more or less familiar treasures, which they found in abundance and delivered in jumbled heaps to their royal masters. In 1750, under a new director, the explorers became somewhat more careful about what they were doing. 3 years later, tunneling through the remains of one of the villas, they came across something baffling: the ruins of a room graced with a mosaic floor and filled with innumerable objects, about half a palm long and round, as one of them wrote, which appeared like roots of wood, all black, and seeming to be only of one piece. At first they thought they had come on a cache of charcoal briquettes, some of which they burned to dissipate the early morning chill. Others thought that the peculiar fragments might have been rolls of burned cloth or fishing nets. Then one of these objects, chancing to fall on the ground, broke open. The unexpected sight of letters inside what had looked like a charred root made the explorers realize what they were looking at: books. They had stumbled on the remains of a private library. The volumes that Romans piled up in their libraries were smaller than most modern books. They were for the most part written on scrolls of papyrus. The word volume comes from volumen, the Latin word for a thing that is rolled or wound up. Rolls of papyrus, the plant from which we get our word paper, were produced from tall reeds that grew in the marshy delta region of the Nile in Lower Egypt. The reeds were harvested, their stalks cut open and sliced into very thin strips. The strips were laid side by side, slightly overlapping one another. Another layer was placed on top, at right angles to the one below, and then the sheet was gently pounded with a mallet. The natural sap that was released allowed the fibers to adhere smoothly to each other, and the individual sheets were then glued into rolls. The first sheet, on which the contents of the roll could be noted, was called in Greek the protokollon, literally, first glued, the origin of our word protocol. Wooden sticks, attached to one or both of the ends of the roll and slightly projecting from the top and bottom edges, made it easier to scroll through as one read along. To read a book in the ancient world was to unwind it. The Romans called such a stick the umbilicus, and to read a book cover to cover was to unroll to the umbilicus. At first white and flexible, the papyrus would over time gradually get brittle and discolored. Nothing lasts forever, but it was lightweight, convenient, relatively inexpensive, and surprisingly durable. Small landowners in Egypt had long realized that they could write their tax receipts on a scrap of papyrus and be reasonably confident that the record would be perfectly legible for years and even generations to come. Priests could use this medium to record the precise language for supplicating the gods. Poets could lay claim to the symbolic immortality they dreamed of in their art. Philosophers could convey their thoughts to disciples yet unborn. Romans, like the Greeks before them, easily grasped that this was the best writing material available, and they imported it in bulk from Egypt to meet their growing desire for record-keeping, official documents, personal letters, and books. A roll of papyrus might last 300 years. The room unearthed in Herculaneum had once been lined with inlaid wooden shelves. At its center were the traces of what had been a large, freestanding, rectangular bookcase. Scattered about were the carbonized remains so fragile that they fell apart at the touch of the erasable wax tablets on which readers once took notes, a bit like the mystic writing pads with which children play today. The shelves had been piled high with papyrus rolls. Some of the rolls, perhaps the more valuable ones, were wrapped about with tree bark and covered with pieces of wood at each end. In another part of the villa, other rolls, now fused into a single mass by the volcanic ash, seemed to have been hastily bundled together in a wooden box, as if someone on the terrible august day had for a brief, wild moment thought to carry some particularly valued books away from the Holocaust. Altogether, even with the irrevocable loss of the many that were trashed before it was understood what they were, some 1,100 books were eventually recovered. Many of the rolls in what became known as the Villa of the Papyri had been crushed by falling debris and the weight of the heavy mud. All had been carbonized by the volcanic lava, ash, and gas. But what had blackened these books had also preserved them from further decay. For centuries, they had in effect been sealed in an airtight container. Even today, only one small segment of the villa has been exposed to view, and a substantial portion remains unexcavated. The discoverers, however, were disappointed. They could barely make out anything written on the charcoal-like rolls, and when again and again they tried to unwind them, the rolls inevitably crumbled into fragments. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of books were destroyed in these attempts. But eventually, a number of the rolls that had been cut open were found to contain near the center some readable portions. At this point, after 2 years of more or less destructive and fruitless effort, a learned Neapolitan priest who had been working in the Vatican Library in Rome, Father Antonio Piaggio, was called in. Taking issue with the prevailing method of investigation, simply scraping off the charred outer layers of the rolls until some words could be discerned, he invented an ingenious device, a machine that would delicately and slowly unroll the carbonized papyrus scrolls, disclosing much more readable material than anyone had imagined to have survived. Those who read the recovered texts, carefully flattened and glued onto strips, found that the villa's library, or at least the portion of it that they had found, was a specialized one, many of the rolls being tracts in Greek by a philosopher named Philodmus. The researchers were disappointed. They had been hoping to find lost works by the likes of Sophocles and Virgil, but what they had so implausibly snatched from oblivion has an important bearing on the discovery made centuries earlier by Poggio. For Philodemus, who taught in Rome from about 75 to about 40 BCE, was Lucretius, exact contemporary, and a follower of the school of thought most perfectly represented in On the Nature of Things. Why were the works of a minor Greek philosopher in the library of the elegant seaside retreat? And why, for that matter, did a vacation house have an extensive library at all? Philodemus, a pedagogue paid to give lessons and deliver lectures, was certainly not the master of the villa of the papyri. But the presence of a substantial selection of his works probably provides a clue to the owner's interests and illuminates the moment that brought forth Lucretius' poem. That moment was the culmination of a lengthy process that braided together Greek and Roman high culture. The two cultures had not always been comfortably intertwined. Among the Greeks, Romans had long held the reputation of tough, disciplined people, with a gift for survival and a hunger for conquest. But they were also regarded as barbarians, refined barbarians. In the moderate view of the Alexandrian scientist Eratosthenes, crude and dangerous barbarians in the view of many others. When their independent city-states were still flourishing, Greek intellectuals collected some arcane lore about the Romans, as they did about the Carthaginians and Indians, but they did not find anything in Roman cultural life worthy of their notice. The Romans of the early Republic might not altogether have disagreed with this assessment. Rome had traditionally been wary of poets and philosophers. It prided itself on being a city of virtue and action, not of flowery words, intellectual speculation, and books. But even as Rome's legions steadily established military dominance over Greece, Greek culture just as steadily began to colonize the minds of the conquerors. Skeptical as ever of effete intellectuals and priding themselves on their practical intelligence, Romans nonetheless acknowledged with growing enthusiasm the achievements of Greek philosophers, scientists, writers, and artists. They made fun of what they took to be the defects of the Greek character, mocking what they saw as its loquaciousness, its taste for philosophizing, and its foppishness. But ambitious Roman families sent their sons to study at the philosophical academies for which Athens was famous, and Greek intellectuals like Philodemus were brought to Rome and paid handsome salaries to teach. It was never quite respectable for a Roman aristocrat to admit to a boundlessly ardent Hellenism. Sophisticated Romans found it desirable to downplay a mastery of Greek language and a connoisseur's grasp of Greek art. Yet Roman temples and public spaces were graced with splendid statues stolen from the conquered cities of the Greek mainland and the Peloponnese, while battle-hardened Roman generals adorned their villas with precious Greek vases and sculptures. The survival of stone and fired clay makes it easy for us to register the pervasive presence in Rome of Greek artifacts, but it was books that carried the full weight of cultural influence. In keeping with the city's martial character, the first great collections were brought there as spoils of war. In 167 BCE, the Roman general Aemilius Paulus routed King Perseus of Macedon and put an end to a dynasty that had descended from Alexander the Great and his father Philip. Perseus and his 3 sons were sent in chains to be paraded through the streets of Rome behind the triumphal chariot. In the tradition of national kleptocracy, Aemilius Paulus shipped back enormous plunder to deposit in the Roman treasury. But for himself and his children, the conqueror reserved only a single prize: the captive monarch's library. The gesture was evidence, of course, of the aristocratic general's personal fortune, but it was also a spectacular signal of the value of Greek books and the culture these books embodied. Others followed in Aemilius Paulus' wake. It became increasingly fashionable for wealthy Romans to amass large private libraries in their town houses and country villas. There were no bookshops in the early years in Rome, but In addition to the collection seized as booty, books could be purchased from dealers in southern Italy and Sicily, where the Greeks had founded such cities as Naples, Tarentum, and Syracuse. The grammarian Tyrannian is reputed to have had 30,000 volumes. Serenus Salmonicus, a physician who was an expert on the use of the magical formula, abracadabra, to ward off illness, had more than 60,000. Rome had caught the Greek fever for books. Lucretius lived his life in a culture of wealthy private book collectors, and the society into which he launched his poem was poised to expand the circle of reading to a larger public. In 40 BCE, a decade after Lucretius' death, Rome's first public library was established by a friend of the poet Virgil, Asinius Pollio. The idea seems to have originated with Julius Caesar, who admired the public libraries he had seen in Greece, Asia Minor, and Egypt, and determined to bestow such an institution upon the Roman people. But Caesar was assassinated before he could carry out the plan, and it took Pollio, who had sided with Caesar against Pompey and then with Mark Antony against Brutus, to do so. A skillful military commander, canny, or extremely lucky, in his choice of allies, Pollio was also a man of broad literary interests. Apart from a few fragments of his speeches, all of his writings are now lost, but he composed tragedies worthy of Sophocles, according to Virgil histories and literary criticism, and he was one of the first Roman authors to recite his writings to an audience of his friends. The library established by Pollio was built on the Aventine Hill and paid for, in the typical Roman way, by wealth seized from the conquered in this case, from a people on the Adriatic coast who had made the mistake of backing Brutus against Antony. Shortly afterwards, the Emperor Augustus founded 2 more public libraries, and many subsequent emperors followed in his wake. Altogether, by the 4th century CE, there were 28 public libraries in Rome. The structures, all of which have been destroyed, evidently followed the same general pattern, one that would be familiar to us. There was a large reading room adjoining smaller rooms in which the collections were stored in numbered bookcases. The reading room, either rectangular or semicircular in shape and sometimes lit through a circular opening in the roof, was adorned with busts or life-size statues of celebrated writers, Homer, Plato, Aristotle, Epicurus, among others. The statues functioned, as they do for us, as an honorific, a gesture toward the canon of writers whom every civilized person should know. But in Rome they may have had an additional significance, akin to the masks of ancestors that Romans traditionally kept in their houses, and that they donned on commemorative occasions. That is, they were signs of access to the spirits of the dead, symbols of the spirits that the books enabled readers to conjure up. Many other cities of the ancient world came to boast public collections, endowed by tax revenues or by the gifts of wealthy, civic-minded donors. Greek libraries had had few amenities, but throughout their territories the Romans designed comfortable chairs and tables where readers could sit and slowly unfold the papyrus, the left hand rolling up each column after it was read. The great architect Vitruvius, one of the ancient writers whose work Poggio recovered, advised that libraries should face toward the east, to catch the morning light and reduce the humidity that might damage books. Excavations at Pompeii and elsewhere have uncovered the plaques honoring the donors, along with statuary, writing tables, shelves to store papyrus rolls, numbered bookcases to hold the bound parchment volumes or codices that gradually began to supplement the rolls, and even graffiti scribbled on the walls. The resemblance to the design of public libraries in our own society is no accident. Our sense that a library is a public good, and our idea of what such a place should look like derive precisely from a model created in Rome several thousand years ago. Through the massive extent of the Roman world, Whether on the banks of the Rhone in Gaul or near the grove and temple of Daphne in the province of Syria, on the island of Kos, near Rhodes, or in Dirchian in what is now Albania, the houses of cultivated men and women had rooms set aside for quiet reading. Papyrus rolls were carefully indexed, labeled with a protruding tag called in Greek a syllabos, and stacked on shelves or stored in leather baskets. Even in the elaborate bath complexes that Romans loved, reading rooms, decorated with busts of Greek and Latin authors, were carefully designed to make it possible for educated Romans to combine care for the body with care for the mind. By the 1st century CE, there were distinctive signs of the emergence of what we think of as a literary culture. At the games in the Colosseum one day, the historian Tacitus had a conversation on literature with a perfect stranger who turned out to have read his works. Culture was no longer located in close-knit circles of friends and acquaintances. Tacitus was encountering his public, in the form of someone who had bought his book at a stall in the Forum, or read it in a library. This broad commitment to reading, with its roots in the everyday lives of the Roman elite over many generations, explains why a pleasure palace like the Villa of the Papyri had a well-stocked library. In the 1980s, modern archaeologists resumed serious work on the buried villa, in the hopes of gaining a better understanding of the whole style of life expressed in its design, a design vividly evoked in the architecture of the Getty Museum in Malibu, California, where some of the statues and other treasures found at Herculaneum now reside. The bulk of the marble and bronze masterpieces, images of gods and goddesses, portrait busts of philosophers, orators, poets, and playwrights, a graceful young athlete, a wild boar in mid-leap, a drunken satyr, a sleeping satyr, and a startlingly obscene pan and goat in flagrante delicto are now in the National Museum in Naples. The renewed exploration got off to a slow start. The rich volcanic soil covering the site was used to grow carnations, and the owners were understandably reluctant to permit excavators to disrupt their business. But after lengthy negotiations, researchers were permitted to descend the shafts and approach the villa in small gondola-like craft that could glide safely through tunnels that had been bored through the ruins. In these eerie conditions, they succeeded in mapping the villa's layout more accurately than ever before, charting the precise dimensions of the atrium, the square and rectangular peristyles, and other structures, and locating as they did so such features as a large mosaic floor and an unusual double column. Traces of vine shoots and leaves enabled them to determine the precise site of the garden, where some 2,000 years ago the wealthy proprietor and his cultivated friends once came together. It is, of course, impossible at this great distance in time to know exactly what these particular people talked about during the long sunlit afternoons in the colonnaded garden at Herculaneum, but an intriguing further clue turned up, also in the 1980s. Scholars, this time above ground, were at work once again on the blackened papyri that had been discovered by the 18th century treasure hunters. These scrolls, hardened into lumps, had resisted the early attempts to open them and had sat for more than 2 centuries in the National Library of Naples. In 1987, using new techniques, Tommaso Stares managed to open 2 badly preserved papyri. He mounted the legible fragments from these books unread since the ancient volcanic eruption on Japanese paper, microphotographed them, and undertook to decipher the contents. 2 years later, Knut Cleve, a distinguished Norwegian papyrologist, as those who specialize in deciphering papyri are called, made an announcement. De Rerum Natura has been rediscovered in Herculaneum, 235 years after the papyri were found. The world at large understandably took this announcement in stride, that is, ignored it altogether, and even scholars interested in ancient culture may be forgiven for giving the news, buried in volume 19 of the massive Italian chronicles of Herculaneum, little or no attention. What Cleve and his colleagues had found were only 16 minuscule fragments, little more than words or parts of words that, under close analysis, could be shown to come from books 1, 3, 4, and 5 of the 6-book-long Latin poem. Forlorn pieces from an enormous jigsaw puzzle, the fragments by themselves are virtually meaningless, but their range suggests that the whole of De Rerum Natura was in the library, and the presence of that poem in the villa of the papyri is tantalizing. The discoveries at Herculaneum enable us to glimpse the social circles where the poem that Poggio found in the monastic library had originally circulated. In the monastic library, among the missals, confessional manuals, and theological tomes, Lucretius' work was an uncanny stranger, a relic that had floated ashore from distant shipwreck. In Herculaneum, it was a native. The contents of the surviving rolls suggest that the villa's collection focused precisely on the school of thought of which De Rerum Natura is the most remarkable surviving expression. Though the identity of the villa's owner during Lucretius' lifetime is unknown, the strongest candidate is Lucius Calpurnius Piso. This powerful politician, who had served for a time as governor of the province of Macedonia and was, among other things, Julius Caesar's father-in-law, had an interest in Greek philosophy. Cicero, a political enemy, pictured Piso singing obscene ditties and lolling naked amid his tipsy and malodorous Greeks. But judging from the contents of the library, the guests during the afternoons in Herculaneum were likely to have been devoted to more refined pursuits. Piso is known to have had a personal acquaintance with Philodemus. In an epigram discovered in one of his books in the charred library, the philosopher invites Piso to join him in his own modest home to celebrate a 20th, a monthly feast observed in honor of Epicurus, born on the 20th of the Greek month of Gamaliel. Tomorrow, friend Piso, your musical comrade drags you to his modest digs at 3 in the afternoon, feeding you at your annual visit to the 20th. If you will miss udders and Bromian wine mise en bouteille in Chios, yet you will see faithful comrades, yet you will hear things far sweeter than the land of the Phaeacians. And if you ever turn your eye our way too, Piso, instead of a modest 20th, we shall lead a richer one. The closing lines morph into an appeal for money, or perhaps express the hope that Philodemus will himself be invited to an afternoon of philosophical conversation and expensive wine at Piso's grand villa. Half reclining on couches, under the shade of trellised vines and silken canopies, the privileged men and women who were Piso's guests for it, is entirely possible that some women participated in the conversation as well, had much to think about. Rome had been afflicted for years by political and social unrest, culminating in several vicious civil wars, and though the violence had abated, the threats to peace and stability were by no means safely passed. Ambitious generals relentlessly jockeyed for position. Murmuring troops had to be paid in cash and land. The provinces were restive, and rumors of trouble in Egypt had already caused grain prices to soar. But cosseted by slaves, in the comfort and security of the elegant villa, the proprietor and his guests had the temporary luxury of regarding these menaces as relatively remote, remote enough at least to allow them to pursue civilized conversations. Staring up idly at the plumes of smoke rising from nearby Vesuvius, they may well have felt some queasiness about the future, but they were an elite, living at the center of the world's greatest power, and one of their most cherished privileges was the cultivation of the life of the mind. Romans of the late Republic were remarkably tenacious about this privilege, which they clung to in circumstances that would have made others quail and run for cover. For them it seemed to function as a sign that their world was still intact, or at least that they were secure in their innermost lives. Like a man who, hearing the distant sound of sirens in the street, sits down at the Bechstein to play a Beethoven sonata, the men and women in the garden affirmed their urbane security by immersing themselves in speculative dialogue. In the years leading up to the assassination of Julius Caesar, philosophical speculation was hardly the only available response to social stress. Religious cults originating in far-off places like Persia, Syria, and Palestine began to make their way to the capital, where they aroused wild fears and expectations, particularly among the plebs. A handful of the elite, those more insecure or simply curious, may have attended with something other than contempt to the prophecies from the East, prophecies of a savior born of obscure parentage who would be brought low, suffer terribly, and yet ultimately triumph. But most would have regarded such tales as the overheated fantasies of a sect of stiff-necked Jews. Those of a pious disposition would far more likely have gone as supplicants to the temples and chapels to the gods that dotted the fertile landscape. It was, in any case, a world in which nature seemed saturated with the presence of the divine, on mountaintops and springs, in the thermal vents that spewed smoke from a mysterious realm under the earth, in ancient groves of trees on whose branches the faithful hung colorful cloths. But though the villa in Herculaneum was in close proximity to this intense religious life, it is unlikely that many of those with the sophisticated intellectual tastes reflected in the library joined processions of pious supplicants. Judging from the contents of the charred papyrus scrolls, the villa's inhabitants seem to have turned not to ritual, but to conversation about the meaning of life. Ancient Greeks and Romans did not share our idealization of isolated geniuses, working alone to think through the knottiest problems. Such scenes Descartes in his secret retreat, calling everything into question, or the excommunicated Spinoza quietly reasoning to himself, while grinding lenses would eventually become our dominant emblem of the life of the mind. But this vision of proper intellectual pursuits rested on a profound shift in cultural prestige, one that began with the early Christian hermits who deliberately withdrew from whatever it was that pagans valued. St. Anthony, 250–356, in the desert, or St. Simeon Stylites, 390–459, perched on his column. Such figures, modern scholars have shown, characteristically had in fact bands of followers, and though they lived apart, they often played a significant role in the life of large communities. But the dominant cultural image that they fashioned, or that came to be fashioned around them, was of radical isolation. Not so the Greeks and Romans. As thinking and writing generally require quiet and a minimum of distraction, their poets and philosophers must have periodically pulled away from the noise and business of the world in order to accomplish what they did. But the image that they projected was social. Poets depicted themselves as shepherds singing to other shepherds. Philosophers depicted themselves engaged in long conversations, often stretching out over several days. The pulling away from the distractions of the everyday world was figured not as a retreat to the solitary cell, but as a quiet exchange of words among friends in a garden. Humans, Aristotle wrote, are social animals. To realize one's nature as a human then was to participate in a group activity, and the activity of choice, for cultivated Romans, as for the Greeks before them, was discourse. There is, Cicero remarked at the beginning of a typical philosophical work, a wide diversity of opinion about the most important religious questions. This has often struck me, Cicero wrote, but it did so with a special force on one occasion, when the topic of the immortal gods was made the subject of a very searching and thorough discussion at the house of my friend Gaius Cotta. It was the Latin festival, and I had come at Cotta's express invitation to pay him a visit. I found him sitting in an alcove, engaged in debate with Gaius Velleius, a member of the Senate, accounted by the Epicureans as their chief Roman adherent at the time. With them was Quintus Lucilius Balbus, who was so accomplished a student of Stoicism as to rank with the leading Greek exponents of that system. Cicero does not want to present his thoughts to his readers as a tract composed after solitary reflection. He wants to present them as an exchange of views among social and intellectual equals, a conversation in which he himself plays only a small part and in which there will be no clear victor. The end of this dialogue, a long work that would have filled several sizable papyrus rolls, is characteristically inconclusive. Here the conversation ended, and we parted, Velleius thinking Cotta's discourse to be the truer, while I felt that that of Balbus approximated more nearly to a semblance of the truth. The inconclusiveness is not intellectual modesty. Cicero was not a modest man, but a strategy of civilized openness among friends. The exchange itself, not its final conclusions, carries much of the meaning. The discussion itself is what most matters, the fact that we can reason together easily, with a blend of wit and seriousness, never descending into gossip or slander, and always allowing room for alternative views. The one who engages in conversation, Cicero wrote, should not debar others from participating in it, as if he were entering upon a private monopoly. But as in other things, so in a general conversation he should think it not unfair for each to have his turn. The dialogues Cicero and others wrote were not transcriptions of real exchanges, though the characters in them were real, but they were idealized versions of conversations that undoubtedly occurred in places like the villa in Herculaneum. The conversations in that particular setting, to judge from the topics of the charred books found in the buried library, touched on music, painting, poetry, the art of public speaking, and other subjects of perennial interest to cultivated Greeks and Romans. They are likely to have turned as well to more troubling scientific, ethical, and philosophical questions. What is the cause of thunder or earthquakes or eclipses? Are they signs from the gods, as some claim, or do they have an origin in nature? How we can understand the world we inhabit? What goals should we be pursuing in our lives? Does it make sense to devote one's life to the pursuit of power? How are good and evil to be defined? What happens to us when we die? That the villa's powerful owner and his friends took pleasure in grappling with such questions, and were willing to devote significant periods of their very busy lives to teasing out possible answers, reflects their conception of an existence appropriate for people of their education, class, and status. It reflects as well something extraordinary about the mental or spiritual world they inhabited, something noted in one of his letters by the French novelist Gustave Flaubert. Just when the gods had ceased to be, and the Christ had not yet come, there was a unique moment in history between Cicero and Marcus Aurelius, when man stood alone. No doubt one could quibble with this claim. For many Romans at least, the gods had not actually ceased to be. Even the Epicureans, sometimes reputed to be atheists, thought that gods existed, though at a far remove from the affairs of mortals. And the unique moment to which Flaubert gestures, from Cicero, 106–43 BCE, to Marcus Aurelius, 121–180 C, may have been longer or shorter than the time frame he suggests. But the core perception is eloquently borne out by Cicero's dialogues and by the works found in the library of Herculaneum. Many of the early readers of those works evidently lacked a fixed repertory of beliefs and practices reinforced by what was said to be the divine will. They were men and women whose lives were unusually free of the dictates of the gods or their priests. Standing alone, as Flaubert puts it, They found themselves in the peculiar position of choosing among sharply divergent visions of the nature of things and competing strategies for living. The charred fragments in the library give us a glimpse of how the villa's residents made this choice, whom they wished to read, what they are likely to have discussed, whom they might have summoned to enter into the conversation. And here the Norwegian papyrologist's tiny fragments become deeply resonant. Lucretius was a contemporary of Philodemus, and, more important, of Philodemus' patron, who may, when he invited friends to join him for an afternoon on the verdant slopes of the volcano, have shared with them passages from On the Nature of Things. Indeed, the wealthy patron with philosophical interests could have wished to meet the author in person. It would have been a small matter to send a few slaves and a litter to carry Lucretius to Herculaneum to join the guests. And therefore it is even remotely possible that, reclining on a couch, Lucretius himself read aloud from the very manuscript whose fragments survive. If Lucretius had participated in the conversations at the villa, it is clear enough what he would have said. His own conclusions would not have been inconclusive or tinged with skepticism, in the manner of Cicero. The answers to all of their questions, he passionately argued, were to be found in the work of a man whose portrait bust and writings graced the villa's library, the philosopher Epicurus. It was only Epicurus, Lucretius wrote, who could cure the miserable condition of the man who, bored to death at home, rushes off frantically to his country villa, only to find that he is just as oppressed in spirit. Indeed, in Lucretius' view, Epicurus, who had died more than 2 centuries earlier, was nothing less than the savior. When human life lay groveling ignominiously in the dust, crushed beneath the grinding weight of superstition, Lucretius wrote, one supremely brave man arose and became the first who ventured to confront it boldly. 162 ff. This hero won strikingly at odds with a Roman culture that traditionally prided itself on toughness, pragmatism, and military virtue, was a Greek who triumphed not through the force of arms, but through the power of intellect. On the Nature of Things is the work of a disciple who is transmitting ideas that had been developed centuries earlier. Epicurus, Lucretius, philosophical messiah, was born toward the end of 342 BCE on the Aegean island of Samos, where his father, a poor Athenian schoolmaster, had gone as a colonist. Many Greek philosophers, including Plato and Aristotle, came from wealthy families and prided themselves on their distinguished ancestry. Epicurus decidedly had no comparable claims. His philosophical enemies, basking in their social superiority, made much of the modesty of his background. He assisted his father in his school for a pittance, they sneered, and used to go round with his mother to cottages to read charms. One of his brothers, they added, was a pander and lived with a prostitute. This was not a philosopher with whom respectable people should associate themselves. That Lucretius and many others did more than simply associate themselves with Epicurus, that they celebrated him as godlike in his wisdom and courage depended not on his social credentials, but upon what they took to be the saving power of his vision. The core of this vision may be traced back to a single incandescent idea, that everything that has ever existed and everything that will ever exist is put together out of indestructible building blocks, irreducibly small in size, unimaginably vast in number. The Greeks had a word for these invisible building blocks, things that, as they conceived them, could not be divided any further: atoms. The notion of atoms, which originated in the 5th century BCE with Leucippus of Abdera and his prize student Democritus, was only a dazzling speculation. There was no way to get any empirical proof, and wouldn't be for more than 2,000 years. Other philosophers had competing theories. The core matter of the universe, they argued, was fire or water or air or earth, or some combination of these. Others suggested that if you could perceive the smallest particle of a man, you would find an infinitesimally tiny man, and similarly for a horse, a droplet of water, or a blade of grass. Others again proposed that the intricate order in the universe was evidence of an invisible mind or spirit that carefully put the pieces together according to a preconceived plan. Democritus' conception of an infinite number of atoms that have no qualities except size, figure, and weight particles, then that are not miniature versions of what we see, but rather form what we see by combining with each other in an inexhaustible variety of shapes, was a fantastically daring solution to a problem that engaged the great intellects of his world. It took many generations to think through the implications of this solution. We have by no means yet thought through them all. Epicurus began his efforts to do so at the age of 12, when to his disgust his teachers could not explain to him the meaning of chaos. Democritus' old idea of atoms seemed to him the most promising clue, and he set to work to follow it wherever it would take him. By the age of 32, he was ready to found a school. There, in a garden in Athens, Epicurus constructed a whole account of the universe and a philosophy of human life. In constant motion, atoms collide with each other, Epicurus reasoned, and in certain circumstances, they form larger and larger bodies. The largest observable bodies, the sun and the moon, are made of atoms, just as are human beings and waterflies and grains of sand. There are no supercategories of matter, no hierarchy of elements. Heavenly bodies are not divine beings who shape our destiny for good or ill, nor do they move through the void under the guidance of gods. They are simply part of the natural order, enormous structures of atoms subject to the same principles of creation and destruction that govern everything that exists. And if the natural order is unimaginably vast and complex, it is nonetheless possible to understand something of its basic constitutive elements and its universal laws. Indeed, such understanding is one of human life's deepest pleasures. This pleasure is perhaps the key to comprehending the powerful impact of Epicurus' philosophy. It was as if he unlocked for his followers an inexhaustible source of gratification hidden within Democritus' atoms. For us, the impact is rather difficult to grasp. For one thing, the pleasure seems too intellectual to reach more than a tiny number of specialists. For another, we have come to associate atoms far more with fear than with gratification. But though ancient philosophy was hardly a mass movement, Epicurus was offering something more than caviar to a handful of particle physicists. Indeed, eschewing the enclosed, specialized language of an inner circle of adepts, he insisted on using ordinary language, on addressing the widest circle of listeners, even on proselytizing. And the enlightenment he offered did not require sustained scientific inquiry. You did not need a detailed grasp of the actual laws of the physical universe. You needed only to comprehend that there is a hidden natural explanation for everything that alarms or eludes you. That explanation will inevitably lead you back to atoms. If you can hold on to and repeat to yourself the simplest fact of existence, atoms and void and nothing else, atoms and void and nothing else, atoms and void and nothing else, your life will change. You will no longer fear Jove's wrath whenever you hear a peal of thunder, or suspect that someone has offended Apollo whenever there is an outbreak of influenza. And you will be freed from a terrible affliction, what Hamlet, many centuries later, described as the dread of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. The affliction, the fear of some horrendous punishment waiting for one in a realm beyond the grave, no longer weighs heavily on most modern men and women. But it evidently did in the ancient Athens of Epicurus and the ancient Rome of Lucretius, and it did as well in the Christian world inhabited by Poggio. Certainly Poggio would have seen images of such horrors, lovingly carved on the tympanum above the doors to churches or painted on their inner walls. And those horrors were in turn modeled on accounts of the afterlife fashioned in the pagan imagination. To be sure, not everyone in any of these periods, pagan or Christian, believed in such accounts. "Aren't you terrified?" one of the characters in a dialogue by Cicero asks, "by the underworld with its terrible three-headed dog, its black river, its hideous punishments? Do you suppose me so crazy as to believe such tales?" His companion replies, "Fear of death is not about the fate of Sisyphus and Tantalus. Where is the crone so silly as to be afraid of such scare stories? It is about the dread of suffering and the dread of perishing, and it is difficult to understand," Cicero wrote, "why the Epicureans think that they are offering any palliative. To be told that one perishes completely and forever, soul as well as body, is hardly a robust consolation." Followers of Epicurus responded by recalling the last days of the master, dying from an excruciating obstruction of the bladder, but achieving serenity of spirit by recalling all of the pleasures he had experienced in his life. It is not clear that this model was easily imitable. Who can hold a fire in his hand by thinking on the frosty Caucasus? As one of Shakespeare's characters asks, but then it is not clear that any of the available alternatives, in a world without Demerol or morphine, was more successful at dealing with death agonies. What the Greek philosopher offered was not help in dying but help in living. Liberated from superstition, Epicurus taught, you would be free to pursue pleasure. Epicurus' enemies seized upon his celebration of pleasure and invented malicious stories of his debauchery, stories heightened by his unusual inclusion of women as well as men among his followers. He vomited twice a day from overindulgence, went one of these stories, and spent a fortune on his feasting. In reality, the philosopher seems to have lived a conspicuously simple and frugal life. "Send me a pot of cheese," he wrote once to a friend, "that, when I like, I may fare sumptuously." So much for the alleged abundance of his table, and he urged a comparable frugality on his students. The motto carved over the door to Epicurus, "Garden urged the stranger to linger, for here our highest good is pleasure." But according to the philosopher Seneca, who quotes these words in a famous letter that Poggio and his friends knew and admired, the passer-by who entered would be served a simple meal of barley gruel and water. "When we say, then, that pleasure is the goal," Epicurus wrote in one of his few surviving letters, "we do not mean the pleasures of the prodigal or the pleasures of sensuality. The feverish attempt to satisfy certain appetites, an unbroken succession of drinking bouts and of revelry, sexual love, the enjoyment of the fish and other delicacies of a luxurious table, cannot lead to the peace of mind that is the key to enduring pleasure. Men suffer the worst evils for the sake of the most alien desires," wrote his disciple Philodemus, in one of the books found in the library at Herculaneum, "and they neglect the most necessary appetites as if they were the most alien to nature." What are these necessary appetites that lead to pleasure? "It is impossible to live pleasurably," Philodemus continued, "without living prudently and honorably and justly, and also without living courageously and temperately and magnanimously, and without making friends, and without being philanthropic." This is the voice of an authentic follower of Epicurus, a voice recovered in modern times from a volcano-blackened papyrus roll. But it is hardly the voice that anyone familiar with the term Epicureanism would ever expect. In one of his memorable satirical grotesques, Shakespeare's contemporary Ben Jonson perfectly depicted the spirit in which Epicurus' philosophy was for long centuries widely understood. "I'll have all my beds blown up, not stuffed," Johnson's character declares. "Down is too hard. My meat shall all come in Indian shells, dishes of agate, set in gold and studded with emeralds, sapphires, hyacinths, and rubies. My footboy shall eat pheasants, calvered salmons, knots, godwits, lampreys. I myself will have the beards of barbels served instead of salads, oiled mushrooms, and the swelling unctuous paps of a fat pregnant sow, newly cut off, dressed with an exquisite and poignant sauce, for which I'll say unto my cook, there's gold, go forth and be a knight. The name Johnson gave to this mad pleasure-seeker is Sir Epicure Mammon, a philosophical claim that life's ultimate goal is pleasure even if that pleasure was defined in the most restrained and responsible terms was a scandal, both for pagans and for their adversaries, the Jews and later the Christians. Pleasure as the highest good. What about worshiping the gods and ancestors? Serving the family, the city, and the state? Scrupulously observing the laws and commandments? Pursuing virtue or a vision of the divine? These competing claims inevitably entailed forms of ascetic self-denial, self-sacrifice, even self-loathing. None was compatible with the pursuit of pleasure as the highest good. 2,000 years after Epicurus lived and taught, the sense of scandal was still felt intensely enough to generate the manic energy in travesties like Johnson's. Behind such travesties lay a half-hidden fear that to maximize pleasure and to avoid pain were in fact appealing goals and might plausibly serve as the rational organizing principles of human life. If they succeeded in doing so, a whole set of time-honored alternative principles, sacrifice, ambition, social status, discipline, piety, would be challenged, along with the institutions that such principles served. To push the Epicurean pursuit of pleasure toward grotesque sensual self-indulgence depicted as the single-minded pursuit of sex or power or money, or even, as in Johnson, extravagant, absurdly expensive food helped to ward off the challenge. In his secluded garden in Athens, the real Epicurus, dining on cheese, bread, and water, lived a quiet life. Indeed, one of the more legitimate charges against him was that his life was too quiet. He counseled his followers against a full, robust engagement in the affairs of the city. Some men have sought to become famous and renowned, he wrote, thinking that thus they would make themselves secure against their fellow men. If security actually came with fame and renown, then the person who sought them attained a natural good. But if fame actually brought heightened insecurity, as it did in most cases, then such an achievement was not worth pursuing. From this perspective, Epicurus critics observed, it would be difficult to justify most of the restless striving and risk-taking that leads to a city's greatness. Such a criticism of Epicurean quietism may well have been voiced in the sun-drenched garden of Herculaneum. The guests at the villa of the Papyri, after all, would probably have included their share of those who sought fame and renown at the center of the greatest city in the Western world. But perhaps Julius Caesar's father-in-law, if Piso, was indeed the villa's owner, and some in his circle of friends were drawn to this philosophical school precisely because it offered an alternative to their stressful endeavors. Rome's enemies were falling before the might of its legions, but it did not take prophetic powers to perceive ominous signs for the future of the Republic. And even for those most safely situated, it was difficult to gainsay one of Epicurus' celebrated aphorisms. Against other things it is possible to obtain security, but when it comes to death, we human beings all live in an unwalled city, the key point. As Epicurus, disciple Lucretius wrote in verses of unrivaled beauty, was to abandon the anxious and doomed attempt to build higher and higher walls, and to turn instead toward the cultivation of pleasure. Chapter 4. The teeth of time. Apart from the charred papyrus fragments recovered in Herculaneum, there are no surviving contemporary manuscripts from the ancient Greek and Roman world. Everything that has reached us is a copy, most often very far removed in time, place, and culture from the original. And these copies represent only a small portion of the works, even of the most celebrated writers of antiquity. Of Aeschylus' 80 or 90 plays and the roughly 120 by Sophocles, only 7 each have survived. Euripides and Aristophanes did slightly better. 18 of 92 plays by the former have come down to us, 11 of 43 by the latter. These are the great success stories. Virtually the entire output of many other writers, famous in antiquity, has disappeared without a trace. Scientists, historians, mathematicians, philosophers, and statesmen have left behind some of their achievements, the invention of trigonometry, for example, or the calculation of position by reference to latitude and longitude, or the rational analysis of political power, but their books are gone. The indefatigable scholar Didymus of Alexandria earned the nickname Bronzass, literally, brazen-boweled, for having what it took to write more than 3,500 books. Apart from a few fragments, all have vanished. At the end of the 5th century C, an ambitious literary editor known as Stobaeus compiled an anthology of prose and poetry by the ancient world's best authors. Out of 1,430 quotations, 1,115 are from works that are now lost. In this general vanishing, all the works of the brilliant founders of atomism, Leucippus and Democritus, and most of the works of their intellectual heir Epicurus, disappeared. Epicurus had been extraordinarily prolific. He and his principal philosophical opponent, the Stoic Chrysippus, wrote between them, it was said, more than 1,000 books. Even if this figure is exaggerated or if it counts as books what we would regard as essays and letters, the written record was clearly massive. That record no longer exists. Apart from 3 letters quoted by an ancient historian of philosophy, Diogenes Laertius, along with a list of 40 maxims, almost nothing by Epicurus has survived. Modern scholarship, since the 19th century, has only been able to add some fragments. Some of these were culled from the blackened papyrus rolls found at Herculaneum. Others were painstakingly recovered from the broken pieces of an ancient wall. On that wall, discovered in the town of Ononda, in the rugged mountains in southwest Turkey, an old man, in the early years of the 2nd century C, had his distinctly Epicurean philosophy of life, a fine anthem to celebrate the fullness of pleasure, chiseled in stone. But where did all the books go? The actual material disappearance of the books was largely the effect of climate and pests. Though papyrus and parchment were impressively long-lived, far more so than either our cheap paper or computerized data, books inevitably deteriorated over the centuries, even if they managed to escape the ravages of fire and flood. The ink was a mixture of soot, from burnt lamp wicks, water, and tree gum. That made it cheap and agreeably easy to read, but also water-soluble. A scribe who made a mistake could erase it with a sponge. A spilled glass of wine or a heavy downpour, and the text disappeared. And that was only the most common threat. Rolling and unrolling the scrolls or poring over the codices, touching them, dropping them, coughing on them, allowing them to be scorched by fire from the candles, or simply reading them over and over eventually destroyed them. Carefully sequestering books from excessive use was of little help, for they then became the objects not of intellectual hunger, but of a more literal appetite. Tiny animals, Aristotle noted, may be detected in such things as clothes, woolen blankets, and cream cheese. Others are found, he observed, in books, some of them similar to those found in clothes, others like tailless scorpions, very small indeed. Almost 2,000 years later in Micrographia, 1655, The scientist Robert Hooke reported with fascination what he saw when he examined one of these creatures under that remarkable new invention, the microscope. A small white silver-shining worm or moth, which I found much conversant among books and papers, and is supposed to be that which corrodes and eats holes through the leaves and covers. Its head appears big and blunt, and its body tapers from it towards the tail, smaller and smaller, being shaped almost like a carrot. It has two long horns before, which are straight, and tapering towards the top, curiously ringed or knobbed. The hinder part is terminated with three tails, in every particular resembling the two longer horns that grow out of the head. The legs are scaled and haired. This animal probably feeds upon the paper and covers of books, and perforates in them several small round holes. The bookworm, one of the teeth of time, as Hooke put it, is no longer familiar to ordinary readers, but the ancients knew it very well. In exile, the Roman poet Ovid likened the constant gnawing of sorrow at his heart to the gnawing of the bookworm, as the book, when laid away, is nibbled by the worm's teeth. His contemporary Horace feared that his book will eventually become food for vandal moths. And for the Greek poet Evenus, the bookworm was the symbolic enemy of human culture. Page-eater, the muse's bitterest foe, lurking destroyer, ever feeding on thy thefts from learning, why, black bookworm, dost thou lie concealed among the sacred utterances, producing the image of envy? Some protective measures, such as sprinkling cedar oil on the pages, were discovered to be effective in warding off damage, but it was widely recognized that the best way to preserve books from being eaten into oblivion was simply to use them, and when they finally wore out, to make more copies. Though the book trade in the ancient world was entirely about copying, little information has survived about how the enterprise was organized. There were scribes in Athens, as in other cities of the Greek and Hellenistic world, but it is not clear whether they received training in special schools or were apprenticed to master scribes or simply set up on their own. Some were evidently paid for the beauty of their calligraphy. Others were paid by the total number of lines written. There are line numbers recorded at the end of some surviving manuscripts. In neither case is the payment likely to have gone directly to the scribe. Many, perhaps most, Greek scribes must have been slaves working for a publisher who owned or rented them. An inventory of the property of a wealthy Roman citizen with an estate in Egypt lists, among his 59 slaves, 5 notaries, 2 amanuenses, 1 scribe and a book repairer, along with a cook and a barber. But we do not know whether these scribes generally sat in large groups, writing from dictation, or worked individually from a master copy. And if the author of the work was alive, we do not know if he was involved in checking or correcting the finished copy. Somewhat more is known about the Roman book trade, where a distinction evolved between copyists, librari, and scribes, scribi. The librari generally were slaves or paid laborers who worked for booksellers. The booksellers set up advertisements on pillars and sold their wares in shops located in the Roman Forum. The scribi were free citizens. They worked as archivists, government bureaucrats, and personal secretaries. Julius Caesar had 7 scribes who followed him around taking dictation. Wealthy Romans employed, or owned as slaves, personal librarians and clerks who copied books borrowed from the libraries of their friends. "I have received the book," Cicero wrote to his friend Atticus, who had lent him a copy of a geographical work in verse by Alexander of Ephesus. "He's incompetent as a poet and he knows nothing. However, he's of some use. I'm having it copied and I'll return it." Authors made nothing from the sale of their books. Their profits derived from the wealthy patron to whom the work was dedicated. The arrangement which helps to account for the fulsome flattery of dedicatory epistles seems odd to us, but it had an impressive stability, remaining in place until the invention of copyright in the 18th century. Publishers had to contend, as we have seen, with the widespread copying of books among friends, but the business of producing and marketing books must have been a profitable one. There were bookshops not only in Rome, but also in Brindisi, Carthage, Lyon, Rheims, and other cities in the empire. Large numbers of men and women, for there are records of female as well as male copyists, spent their lives bent over paper, with an inkwell, ruler, and hard split-reed pen, satisfying the demand for books. The invention of movable type in the 15th century changed the scale of production exponentially, but the book in the ancient world was not a rare commodity. A well-trained slave reading a manuscript aloud to a roomful of well-trained scribes could produce masses of text. Over the course of centuries, tens of thousands of books, hundreds of thousands of copies, were made and sold. There was a time in the ancient world, a very long time, in which the central cultural problem must have seemed an inexhaustible outpouring of books. Where to put them all? How to organize them on the groaning shelves? How to hold the profusion of knowledge in one's head? The loss of this plenitude would have been virtually inconceivable to anyone living in its midst. Then, not all at once, but with the cumulative force of a mass extinction, the whole enterprise came to an end. What looked stable turned out to be fragile, and what had seemed for all time was only for the time being. The scribes must have been among the first to notice. They had less and less to do. Most of the copying stopped. The slow rains, dripping through the holes in the decaying roofs, washed away the letters in books that the flames had spared, and the worms, those teeth of time, set to work on what was left. But worms were only the lowliest agents of the great vanishing. Other forces were at work to hasten the disappearance of the books, and the crumbling of the shelves themselves into dust and ashes. Poggio and his fellow book hunters were lucky to find anything at all. The fate of the books in all their vast numbers is epitomized in the fate of the greatest library in the ancient world, a library located not in Italy but in Alexandria, the capital of Egypt and the commercial hub of the eastern Mediterranean. The city had many tourist attractions, including an impressive theater and red light district, but visitors always took note of something quite exceptional. In the center of the city, at a lavish site known as the Museum, most of the intellectual inheritance of Greek, Latin, Babylonian, Egyptian, and Jewish cultures had been assembled at enormous cost and carefully archived for research. Starting as early as 300 BCE, the Ptolemaic kings who ruled Alexandria had the inspired idea of luring leading scholars, scientists, and poets to their city by offering them life appointments at the museum, with handsome salaries, tax exemptions, free food and lodging, and the almost limitless resources of the library. The recipients of this largesse established remarkably high intellectual standards. Euclid developed his geometry in Alexandria. Archimedes discovered pi and laid the foundation for calculus. Eratosthenes posited that the earth was round and calculated its circumference to within 1%. Galen revolutionized medicine. Alexandrian astronomers postulated a heliocentric universe. Geometers deduced that the length of a year was 365 1/4 days, and proposed adding a leap day every fourth year. Geographers speculated that it would be possible to reach India by sailing west from Spain. Engineers developed hydraulics and pneumatics. Anatomists first understood clearly that the brain and the nervous system were a unit, studied the function of the heart and the digestive system, and conducted experiments in nutrition. The level of achievement was staggering. The Alexandrian library was not associated with a particular doctrine or philosophical school. Its scope was the entire range of intellectual inquiry. It represented a global cosmopolitanism, a determination to assemble the accumulated knowledge of the whole world and to perfect and add to this knowledge. Fantastic efforts were made not only to amass vast numbers of books, but also to acquire or establish definitive editions. Alexandrian scholars were famously obsessed with the pursuit of textual accuracy. How was it possible to strip away the corruptions that inevitably seeped into books copied and recopied, for the most part by slaves, for centuries? Generations of dedicated scholars developed elaborate techniques of comparative analysis and painstaking commentary in pursuit of the master texts. They pursued as well access to the knowledge that lay beyond the boundaries of the Greek-speaking world. It is for this reason that an Alexandrian ruler, Ptolemy Philadelphus, is said to have undertaken the expensive and ambitious project of commissioning some 70 scholars to translate the Hebrew Bible into Greek. The result, known as the Septuagint, after the Latin for 70, was for many early Christians their principal access to what they came to call the Old Testament. At its height, the museum contained at least 500,000 papyrus rolls systematically organized, labeled, and shelved, according to a clever new system that its first director, a Homer scholar named Zenodotus, seems to have invented. The system was alphabetical order. The institution extended beyond the museum's enormous holdings to a second collection, housed in one of the architectural marvels of the age, the Serapeion, the temple of Jupiter Serapis. Adorned with elegant colonnaded courtyards, lecture halls, almost breathing statues, and many other precious works of art, the Serapeion, in the words of Ammianus Marcellinus, the 4th-century historian rediscovered by Poggio, was second in magnificence only to the Capitol in Rome. The forces that destroyed this institution help us understand how it came about that the Lucretius manuscript recovered in 1417 was almost all that remained of a school of thought that was once eagerly debated in thousands of books. The first blow came as a consequence of war. A part of the library's collection, possibly only scrolls kept in warehouses near the harbor, was accidentally burned in 48 BCE, when Julius Caesar struggled to maintain control of the city. But there were greater threats than military action alone, threats bound up with an institution that was part of a temple complex, replete with statues of gods and goddesses, altars, and other paraphernalia of pagan worship. The museum was, as its name implies, a shrine dedicated to the Muses, the 9 goddesses who embodied human creative achievement. The Serapeion, where the secondary collection was located, housed a colossal statue of the god Serapis, a masterpiece fashioned in ivory and gold by the famous Greek sculptor Bryaxis, combining the cult of the Roman deity Jupiter with the cult of the Egyptian deities Osiris and Apis. The Jews and Christians who lived in large numbers in Alexandria were intensely uneasy with this polytheism. They did not doubt that other gods existed, but those gods were without exception demons, fiendishly bent on luring gullible humanity away from the soul and universal truth. All other revelations and prayers recorded in those mountains of papyrus rolls were lies. Salvation lay in the scriptures, which Christians opted to read in a new format, not the old-fashioned scroll used by Jews and pagans alike, but the compact, convenient, easily portable codex. Centuries of religious pluralism under paganism, 3 faiths living side by side in a spirit of mingled rivalry and absorptive tolerance, were coming to an end. In the early 4th century, the Emperor Constantine began the process whereby Rome's official religion became Christianity. It was only a matter of time before a zealous successor, Theodosius the Great, beginning in 391 CE, issued edicts forbidding public sacrifices and closing major cultic sites. The state had embarked on the destruction of paganism. In Alexandria, the spiritual leader of the Christian community, the patriarch Theophilus, heeded the edicts with a vengeance. At once contentious and ruthless, Theophilus unleashed mobs of Christian zealots who roamed through the streets insulting pagans. The pagans responded with predictable shock and anxiety, and tensions between the two communities rose. All that was needed was an appropriately charged incident for matters to be brought to a head, and the incident was not long in coming. Workmen renovating a Christian basilica found an underground sanctuary that still contained pagan cult objects. Such a sanctuary, a shrine to Mithras, may be seen today in Rome, deep below the Basilica of S. Clement. Seeing a chance to expose the secret symbols of pagan mysteries to public mockery, Theophilus ordered that the cult objects be paraded through the streets. Pious pagans erupted in anger. As though, a contemporary Christian observer wryly noted, they had drunk a chalice of serpents. The enraged pagans violently attacked Christians and then withdrew behind the locked doors of the Serapeum. Armed with axes and hammers, a comparably frenzied Christian crowd burst into the shrine, overwhelmed its defenders, and smashed the celebrated marble, ivory, and gold statue of the god. Pieces were taken to different parts of the city to be destroyed. The headless, limbless trunk was dragged to the theater and publicly burned. Theophilus ordered monks to move into the precincts of the pagan temple, whose beautiful buildings would be converted into churches. Where the statue of Serapis had stood, the triumphant Christians would erect reliquaries holding the precious remains of Elijah and John the Baptist. After the downfall of the Serapeum, a pagan poet, Pallades, expressed his mood of devastation. Is it not true that we are dead and living only in appearance, we Hellenes, fallen on disaster, likening life to a dream, since we remain alive while our way of life is dead and gone? The significance of the destruction, as Pallades understood, extended beyond the loss of the single cult image. Whether on this occasion mayhem reached the library is unknown. But libraries, museums, and schools are fragile institutions. They cannot long survive violent assaults. A way of life was dying. A few years later, Theophilus, successor as Christian patriarch, his nephew Cyril, expanded the scope of the attacks, directing pious wrath this time upon the Jews. Violent skirmishes broke out at the theater, in the streets, and in front of churches and synagogues. Jews taunted and threw stones at Christians. Christians broke into and plundered Jewish shops and homes. Emboldened by the arrival from the desert of 500 monks who joined the already formidable Christian street mobs, Cyril demanded the expulsion of the city's large Jewish population. Alexandria's governor Orestes, a moderate Christian, refused, and this refusal was supported by the city's pagan intellectual elite, whose most distinguished representative was the influential and immensely learned Hypatia. Hypatia was the daughter of a mathematician, one of the museum's famous scholars in residence. Legendarily beautiful as a young woman, she had become famous for her attainments in astronomy, music, mathematics, and philosophy. Students came from great distances to study the works of Plato and Aristotle under her tutelage. Such was her authority that other philosophers wrote to her and anxiously solicited her approval. "If you decree that I ought to publish my book," wrote one such correspondent to Hypatia, "I will dedicate it to orators and philosophers together. If, on the other hand, it does not seem to you worthy," the letter continues, "a close and profound darkness will overshadow it, and mankind will never hear it mentioned." Wrapped in the traditional philosopher's cloak, called a tribun, and moving about the city in a chariot, Hypatia was one of Alexandria's most visible public figures. Women in the ancient world often lived sequestered lives, but not she. Such was her self-possession and ease of manner, arising from the refinement and cultivation of her mind, writes a contemporary. that she not unfrequently appeared in public in presence of the magistrates. Her easy access to the ruling elite did not mean that she constantly meddled in politics. At the time of the earlier attacks on the cult images, she and her followers evidently held themselves aloof, telling themselves perhaps that the smashing of inanimate statues left intact what really mattered. But with the agitation against the Jews, it must have become clear that the flames of fanaticism were not going to die down. Hypatia's support for Orestes, refusal to expel the city's Jewish population, may help to explain what happened next. Rumors began to circulate that her absorption in astronomy, mathematics, and philosophy so strange, after all, in a woman was sinister. She must be a witch, practicing black magic. In March 415, the crowd, whipped into a frenzy by one of Cyril's henchmen, erupted. Returning to her house, Hypatia was pulled from her chariot and taken to a church that was formerly a temple to the emperor. The setting was no accident. It signified the transformation of paganism into the one true faith. There, after she was stripped of her clothing, her skin was flayed off with broken bits of pottery. The mob then dragged her corpse outside the city walls and burned it. Their hero Cyril was eventually made a saint. The murder of Hypatia signified more than the end of one remarkable person. It effectively marked the downfall of Alexandrian intellectual life, and was the death knell for the whole intellectual tradition that underlay the text that Poggio recovered so many centuries later. The museum, with its dream of assembling all texts, all schools, all ideas, was no longer at the protected center of civil society. In the years that followed, the library virtually ceased to be mentioned, as if its great collections, virtually the sum of classical culture, had vanished without a trace. They had almost certainly not disappeared all at once. Such a momentous act of destruction would have been recorded. But if one asks, where did all the books go? The answer lies not only in the quick work of the soldiers' flames and the long, slow, secret labor of the bookworm. It lies, symbolically at least, in the fate of Hypatia. The other libraries of the ancient world fared no better. A survey of Rome in the early 4th century listed 28 public libraries, in addition to the unnumbered private collections in aristocratic mansions. Near the century's end, the historian Ammianus Marcellinus complained that Romans had virtually abandoned serious reading. Ammianus was not lamenting barbarian raids or Christian fanaticism. No doubt these were at work, somewhere in the background of the phenomena that struck him. But what he observed, as the empire slowly crumbled, was a loss of cultural moorings, a descent into febrile triviality. In place of the philosopher, the singer is called in, and in place of the orator, the teacher of stagecraft. And while the libraries are shut up forever like tombs, water organs are manufactured and lyres as large as carriages. Moreover, he noted sourly, people were driving their chariots at lunatic speed through the crowded streets. When, after a long, slow death agony, the Roman Empire in the West finally collapsed, the last emperor, Romulus Augustulus, quietly resigned in 476 C. The Germanic tribes that seized one province after another had no tradition of literacy. The barbarians who broke into the public buildings and seized the villas may not have been actively hostile to learning, but they certainly had no interest in preserving its material traces. The former owners of the villas, dragged off to slavery on some remote farmstead, would have had more important household goods to salvage and take with them than books. And since the conquerors were for the most part Christians, those among them who learned to read and write had no incentive to study the works of the classical pagan authors. Compared to the unleashed forces of warfare and of faith, Mount Vesuvius was kinder to the legacy of antiquity. But a prestigious cultural tradition that has shaped the inner lives of the elite does not disappear easily, even in those who welcome its burial. In a letter written in 384 C, Jerome, the scholarly saint to whom we owe the story of Lucretius, madness and suicide, described an inner struggle. 10 years earlier, he recalled, he was on his way from Rome to Jerusalem, where he planned to withdraw from all worldly entanglements, but still he took his prized classical library with him. He was committed to disciplining his body and saving his soul, but he could not forego the addictive pleasures of his mind. I would fast, only to read Cicero afterwards. I would spend many nights in vigil. I would shed bitter tears called from my inmost heart by the remembrance of my past sins, and then I would take up Plautus again. Cicero, Jerome understood, was a pagan who argued for a thoroughgoing skepticism toward all dogmatic claims, including the claims of religion, but the elegance of his prose seemed irresistible. Plautus was, if anything, worse. His comedies were populated by pimps, whores, and hangers-on, but their zany wit was delicious. Delicious but poisonous. Whenever Jerome turned from these literary delights to the scriptures, the holy text seemed crude and uncultivated. His love for the beauty and elegance of Latin was such that when he determined to learn Hebrew, he initially found the experience almost physically repellent. From the judicious precepts of Quintilian, the rich and fluent eloquence of Cicero, the graver style of Fronto, and the smoothness of Pliny, he wrote in 411, I turned to this language of hissing and broken-winded words. What saved him, Jerome wrote, was a nightmare. He had fallen gravely ill, and in his delirium he dreamed that he had been dragged before God's judgment seat. Asked to state his condition, he replied that he was a Christian. But the judge sternly replied, You lie. You are a Ciceronian, not a Christian, Ciceronianus es, non-Christianus. These terrible words might have signaled his eternal damnation, but the Lord, in his mercy, instead ordered that Jerome merely be whipped. The sinner was pardoned, on the understanding that the extreme of torture should be inflicted on me if ever I read again the works of Gentile authors. When he awoke, Jerome found that his shoulders were black and blue. Jerome went on to settle in Bethlehem, where he established 2 monasteries, one for himself and his fellow monks, the other for the pious women who had accompanied him. There he lived for 36 years, studying, engaging in vehement theological controversies, and most importantly, translating Hebrew scriptures into Latin and revising the Latin translation of the New Testament. His achievement, the great Latin Bible translation known as the Vulgate, was in the 16th century declared by the Catholic Church to be more authentic than the original. There is, as Jerome's nightmare suggests, a distinctly destructive element in his piety. Or rather, from the perspective of his piety, his intense pleasure in pagan literature was destroying him. It was not a matter merely of spending more of his time with Christian texts, but of giving up the pagan texts altogether. He bound himself with a solemn oath, O Lord, if ever again I possess worldly books or read them, I have denied thee. This renunciation of the authors he loved was a personal affair. He had in effect to cure himself of a dangerous addiction in order to save his soul. But the addiction and hence the need for renunciation was not his alone. What he found so alluring was what kept many others like him in thrall to pagan authors. He therefore had to persuade others to make the sacrifice he had made. What has Horace to do with the Psalter? He wrote to one of his followers. Virgil with the Gospels and Cicero with Paul. For many generations, learned Christians remained steeped, as Jerome was, in a culture whose values had been shaped by the pagan classics. Platonism contributed to Christianity its model of the soul, Aristotelianism its prime mover, Stoicism its model of providence. All the more reason why those Christians repeated to themselves exemplary stories of renunciation. Through the telling of these stories, they acted out, as in a dream, the abandonment of the rich cultural soil in which they, their parents, and their grandparents were nurtured, until one day they awoke to find that they actually had abandoned it. The Knights of Renunciation, as in a popular romance, were almost always glamorous figures who cast off the greatest symbol of their status, their intimate access to an elite education for the sake of the religion they loved. The moment of renunciation came after rigorous training in grammar and rhetoric, engagement with the literary masterpieces, immersion in the myths. Only in the 6th century did Christians venture to celebrate as heroes those who dispensed entirely with education, and even then one can observe a certain hesitation or compromise. Here is Gregory the Great's celebration of St. Benedict. He was born in the district of Norcia of distinguished parents, who sent him to Rome for a liberal education. But when he saw many of his fellow students falling headlong into vice, he stepped back from the threshold of the world in which he had just set foot, for he was afraid that if he acquired any of its learning he, too, would later plunge body and soul into the dread abyss. In his desire to please God alone, he turned his back on further studies, gave up home and inheritance, and resolved to embrace the religious life. He took this step, well aware of his ignorance, yet wise, uneducated though he was. What flickers through such moments of abdication is a fear of being laughed at. The threat was not persecution. The official religion of the empire by this time was Christian, but ridicule. A fate no doubt preferable to being thrown to the lions. Laughter in the ancient world nonetheless had very sharp teeth. What was ridiculous about Christianity, from the perspective of a cultivated pagan, was not only its language, the crude style of the Gospels, Greek resting on the barbarous otherness of Hebrew and Aramaic, but also its exaltation of divine humiliation and pain conjoined with an arrogant triumphalism. When Christianity had completely secured its position, it managed to destroy most of the expressions of this hostile laughter. A few traces, however, survive in the quotations and summaries of Christian apologists. Some of the jibes were common to all of Christianity's polemical enemies. Jesus was born in adultery. His father was a nobody, and any claims to divine dignity are manifestly disproved by his poverty and his shameful end. But others bring us closer to the specific strain of mockery that surged up from Epicurean circles when they encountered the messianic religion from Palestine. That mockery and the particular challenge it posed for early Christians set the stage for the subsequent disappearance of the whole Epicurean school of thought. Plato and Aristotle, pagans who believed in the immortality of the soul, could ultimately be accommodated by a triumphant Christianity. Epicureanism could not. Epicurus did not deny the existence of gods. Rather, he thought that if the concept of divinity made any sense at all, the gods could not possibly be concerned with anything but their own pleasures. Neither creators of the universe nor its destroyers, utterly indifferent to the doings of any beings other than themselves, they were deaf to our prayers or our rituals. The incarnation, Epicureans scoffed, was a particularly absurd idea. Why should the humans think of themselves as so superior to bees, elephants, ants, or any of the available species, now or in eons to come, that God should take their form and not another? And why then, among all the varieties of humans, should he have taken the form of a Jew? Why should anyone with any sense credit the idea of providence, a childish idea contradicted by any rational adult's experience and observation? Christians are like a council of frogs in a pond, croaking at the top of their lungs. For our sakes was the world created. Christians could try, of course, to reverse the mockery. If such doctrines as the incarnation and the resurrection of the body seemed absurd figments of diseased imagination, as one pagan put it, and the feudal fairy tales invented by poets' fancy, what about the tales that pagans profess to believe? Vulcan is lame and crippled, Apollo after years and years still beardless. Neptune has sea-green eyes, Minerva gray like a cat's, Juno those of an ox. Janus has two faces, ready to walk backwards. Diana is sometimes short-kilted for the hunt, while at Ephesus she is figured with many breasts and paps. But there is, of course, something uncomfortable about the back-to-you strategy, since the alleged ridiculousness of one set of beliefs hardly shores up the validity of another. Christians knew, moreover, that many pagans did not believe in the literal truth of their own myths, and that there were some Epicureans prominent among them who called into question virtually all religious systems and promises. Such enemies of faith found the doctrine of bodily resurrection particularly risible, since it was contradicted both by their scientific theory of atoms and by the evidence of their own senses. The rotting corpses that testified with nauseating eloquence to the dissolution of the flesh. The early church father Tertullian vehemently insisted that, despite all appearances, everything would come back in the afterlife, down to the last details of the mortal body. He knew all too well the responses he would get from the doubters. What will be the use of the hands themselves and the feet and all the working parts of the body, when even trouble about food will cease? What will be the use of the kidneys, and of the other genital organs of both sexes, and the dwelling places of the fetus, and the streams from the nurse's breasts, when sexual intercourse and conception and upbringing alike will cease to be? Finally, what use will the whole body be, which will of course have absolutely nothing to do? The crowd mocks, Tertullian wrote, judging that nothing is left over after death, but they will not have the last laugh. I will rather laugh at the crowd at the time when they are cruelly burning up themselves. On the day of judgment, each man will be brought forth before the heavenly tribunal, not a piece of him, not a shadow, not a symbolic token, but rather the whole of him as he lived on the earth. And that means teeth and intestines and genitals, whether or not their mortal functions have ceased forever. Yes, Tertullian addressed his pagan listeners. We too in our day laughed at this. We are from among yourselves. Christians are made, not born. Some critics pointed out with a derisory smile that many features of the Christian vision were stolen from much more ancient pagan stories. A tribunal in which souls are judged, fire used for punishment in an underground prison house, a divinely beautiful paradise reserved for the spirits of the holy. But Christians replied that these ancient beliefs were all distorted reflections of the true Christian mysteries. The eventual success of this argumentative strategy is suggested by the very word we have been using for those who clung to the old polytheistic faith. Believers in Jupiter, Minerva, and Mars did not think of themselves as pagans. The word, which appeared in the late 4th century, is etymologically related to the word peasant. It is an insult, then, a sign that the laughter at rustic ignorance had decisively reversed direction. The charge of doctrinal plagiarism was easier for Christians to deal with than the charge of absurdity. Pythagoreans who believed in bodily resurrection had the right general idea. It was simply an idea that needed correction. But Epicureans who said that the whole idea of resurrection was a grotesque violation of everything that we know about the physical universe could not be so easily corrected. It made some sense to argue with the former, but the latter were best simply silenced. Though early Christians, Tertullian among them, found certain features in Epicureanism admirable: the celebration of friendship, the emphasis on charity and forgiveness, a suspicion of worldly ambition by the early 4th century, the task had become clear. The atomists had to disappear. The followers of Epicurus had already aroused considerable enmity outside the Christian community. When the emperor known as Julian the Apostate, c. 331–363, who attempted to revive paganism against the mounting Christian onslaught, drew up a list of works that it was important for pagan priests to read, he also noted some titles that he explicitly wished to exclude. "Let us not," he wrote, admit discourses by Epicureans. Jews, likewise, termed anyone who departed from the rabbinic tradition Epikuros an Epicurean. But Christians particularly found Epicureanism a noxious threat. If you grant Epicurus his claim that the soul is mortal, wrote Tertullian, the whole fabric of Christian morality unravels. For Epicurus, human suffering is always finite. If it is slight, he says, you may despise it. If it is great, it will not be long. But to be Christian, Tertullian countered, is to believe that torture and pain last forever. Epicurus utterly destroys religion, wrote another church father. Take providence away, and confusion and disorder will overtake life. Christian polemicists had to find a way to turn the current of mockery against Epicurus and his followers. Ridiculing the pagan pantheon did not work in this case, since Epicureanism eloquently dismantled the whole sacrificial worship of the gods and dismissed the ancient stories. What had to be done was to refashion the account of the founder Epicurus so that he appeared no longer as an apostle of moderation in the service of reasonable pleasure, but instead as a Falstaffian figure of riotous excess. He was a fool, a pig, a madman. And his principal Roman disciple, Lucretius, had to be comparably made over. But it was not enough to blacken the reputations of Epicurus and Lucretius, to repeat endlessly that they were stupid, swinishly self-indulgent, insane, and, finally, suicidal. It was not enough even by this means to suppress the reading of their works, to humiliate anyone who might express interest in them, to discourage copies from ever being made. Even more than the theory that the world consisted only of atoms and void, the main problem was the core ethical idea, that the highest good is the pursuit of pleasure and the diminution of pain. What had to be undertaken was the difficult project of making what appeared simply sane and natural the ordinary impulses of all sentient creatures seem like the enemy of the truth. Centuries were required to accomplish this grand design, and it was never fully completed. But the grand outlines may be seen in the late 3rd and early 4th century in the works of a North African convert from paganism to Christianity, Lactantius, appointed tutor to the son of the Emperor Constantine, who had established Christianity as the religion of the empire. Lactantius wrote a series of polemics against Epicureanism. That philosophy had, he acknowledges, a substantial following, not because it brings forward any truth, but because the attractive name of pleasure invites many. Christians must refuse the invitation and understand that pleasure is a code name for vice. The task for Lactantius was not only to draw believers away from their pursuit of human pleasures, it was also to persuade them that God was not, as Epicureans believed, entirely absorbed within the orbit of divine pleasures and hence indifferent to the fate of humans. Instead, as Lactantius wrote in a celebrated work written in 313 C, God cared about humans, just as a father cared about his wayward child. And the sign of that care, he wrote, was anger. God was enraged at man, that was the characteristic manifestation of his love, and wanted to smite him over and over again, with spectacular, unrelenting violence. A hatred of pleasure-seeking and a vision of God's providential rage. These were death knells of Epicureanism, henceforward branded by the faithful as insane. Lucretius had urged the person who felt the prompting of sexual desire to satisfy it. A dash of gentle pleasure soothes the sting. 4.177 Christianity, as a story rehearsed by Gregory demonstrates, pointed in a different direction. The pious Benedict found himself thinking of a woman he had once seen, and before he knew what was happening, his desires were aroused. He then noticed a thick patch of nettles and briars next to him. Throwing his garment aside, he flung himself into the sharp thorns and stinging nettles. There he rolled and tossed until his whole body was in pain and covered with blood. Yet once he had conquered pleasure through suffering, his torn and bleeding skin served to drain the poison of temptation from his body. Before long, the pain that was burning his whole body had put out the fires of evil in his heart. It was by exchanging these two fires that he gained the victory over sin. What worked for the saint in the early 6th century would, as monastic rules made clear, work for others. In one of the great cultural transformations in the history of the West, the pursuit of pain triumphed over the pursuit of pleasure. The infliction of pain was hardly unknown in the world of Lucretius. The Romans were specialists in it, dedicating vast sums and huge arenas to public spectacles of violence. And it was not only in the Colosseum that Romans could glut themselves on injury, pain, and death. Plays and poems based on the ancient myths were often blood-drenched, as were paintings and sculptures. Violence was part of the fabric of everyday life. Schoolmasters and slaveholders were expected to flog their victims, and whipping was a frequent prelude to Roman executions. This is why in the Gospel account, prior to his crucifixion, Jesus was tied to a column and scourged. But for the pagans, in the great majority of these instances, pain was understood not as a positive value, a stepping stone to salvation, as it was by pious Christians intent on whipping themselves, but as an evil, something visited upon rule breakers, criminals, captives, unfortunate wretches, and the only category with dignity soldiers. Romans honored a brave soldier's voluntary acceptance of pain, but that acceptance was far different from the ecstatic embrace celebrated in hundreds of convents and monasteries. The heroes of Roman stories willingly met what they could not, in good conscience, avoid, or what they felt they had to endure in order to prove to their enemies their dauntless courage. Outside the orbit of that heroic obligation, there lay the special philosophical discipline that enabled the classical sage to regard inescapable pain of kidney stones, for example with equanimity. And for everyone, from the most exalted philosopher to the humblest artisan, there was the natural pursuit of pleasure. In pagan Rome, the most extravagant version of this pursuit of pleasure came together in the gladiatorial arena with the most extravagant infliction and endurance of pain. If Lucretius offered a moralized and purified version of the Roman pleasure principle, Christianity offered a moralized and purified version of the Roman pain principle. Early Christians, brooding on the sufferings of the Savior, the sinfulness of mankind, and the anger of a just Father, found the attempt to cultivate pleasure manifestly absurd and dangerous. At best a trivial distraction, pleasure was at worst a demonic trap, figured in medieval art by those alluring women beneath whose gowns one can glimpse reptilian claws. The only life truly worth imitating, the life of Jesus, bore ample witness to the inescapable presence in mortal existence of sadness and pain, but not of pleasure. The earliest pictorial depictions of Jesus were uniform in their melancholy sobriety. As every pious reader of Luke's Gospel knew, Jesus wept, but there were no verses that described him laughing or smiling, let alone pursuing pleasure. It was not difficult for Christians of the 5th and 6th centuries to find reasons to weep. The cities were falling apart, the fields were soaked in the blood of dying soldiers, robbery and rape were rampant. There had to be some explanation for the catastrophic behavior of human beings over so many generations, as if they were incapable of learning anything from their historical experience. Theology provided an answer deeper and more fundamental than this, or that flawed individual or institution. Humans were by nature corrupt. Inheritors of the sin of Adam and Eve, they richly deserved every miserable catastrophe that befell them. They needed to be punished. they had coming to them an endless diet of pain. Indeed, it was only through this pain that a small number could find the narrow gate to salvation. The most ardent early believers in this doctrine, those fired by an explosive mix of fear, hope, and fierce enthusiasm, were determined to make the pain to which all humankind was condemned their active choice. In doing so, they hoped to pay to an angry God the dues of suffering that he justly and implacably demanded. They possessed something of the martial hardness admired by traditional Roman culture, but, with a few exceptions, the goal was not the achievement of stoical indifference to pain. On the contrary, their whole project depended on experiencing an intense sensitivity to hunger, thirst, and loneliness. And when they whipped themselves with thorny branches or struck themselves with jagged stones, they made no effort to suppress their cries of anguish. Those cries were part of the payment, the atonement that would, if they were successful, enable them to recover in the afterlife the happiness that Adam and Eve had lost. By the year 600, there were over 300 monasteries and convents in Italy and Gaul. Many of these were still small little more than fortified villas, with their outbuildings, but they possessed a spiritual rationale and an institutional coherence that conferred upon them stability in an unstable world. Their inhabitants were drawn from those who felt compelled to transform their lives, to atone for their own sins and for the sins of others, to secure eternal bliss by turning their backs on ordinary pleasures. Over time, their numbers were supplemented by many less fervent souls, who had in effect been given to the church by their parents or guardians. In monasteries and convents driven by the belief that redemption would only come through abasement, it is not surprising that forms of corporal punishment vergarum verbera, hitting with rods, corporeal supplicium, bodily punishment, ictus, blows, vapulatio, cudgeling, disciplina, whipping, and flagellatio were routinely inflicted on community members who broke the rules. Disciplinary practices that would, in pagan society, have been disgraces inflicted only on social inferiors were meted out with something like democratic indifference to rank. Typically, the guilty party had to carry the rod that was used for the beating, and then sitting on the ground and constantly repeating the words "mea culpa," submit to blows until the abbot or abbess was satisfied. The insistence that punishment be actively embraced by the victims literalized in the kissing of the rod marked a deliberate Christian trampling on the Epicurean credo of pursuing pleasure and avoiding pain. After all, the experience of pain was not only punishment, it was a form of pious emulation. Christian hermits, brooding on the sufferings of the Savior, mortified their flesh, in order to experience in their own bodies the torments that Jesus had had to undergo. Though these acts of self-scourging began to be reported in late antiquity, they were novel and strange enough in the beginning to attract widespread attention. It was not until the 11th century that a monastic reformer, the Italian Benedictine Peter Damian, established voluntary self-flagellation as a central ascetic practice acceptable to the Church. It had taken 1,000 years to win the struggle and secure the triumph of pain-seeking. Did our Redeemer not endure scourging? Damian asked those critics who called into question the celebration of the whip. Weren't the apostles and many of the saints and martyrs flogged? What better way to follow in their footsteps, what surer method of imitating Christ, than to suffer the blows that they suffered? To be sure, Damian concedes, in the case of these glorious predecessors, someone else was doing the whipping. But in a world in which Christianity has triumphed, we have to do the whipping for ourselves. Otherwise, the whole dream and doctrine of the imitation of Christ would have to be abandoned. The body has to be shaped like a piece of wood, explained one of the many texts that followed in Damian's wake, with beatings and whippings, with canes, scourges, and discipline. The body has to be tortured and starved, so that it submits to the spirit and takes perfect shape. In the pursuit of this spiritual goal, all boundaries, restraints, and inhibitions drop away. Shame at appearing naked before the eyes of others has no place, nor does the embarrassment of being seen trembling, howling, or sobbing. Here is a description of the Dominican nuns of Calmer, penned at the turn of the 14th century by a sister named Catherine von Gebersweiler, who had lived in the convent since childhood. At Advent and during the whole of Lent, the sisters would make their way after matins into the main hall or some other place devoted to their purpose. There they abused their bodies in the most acute fashion with all manner of scourging instruments until their blood flowed, so that the sound of the blows of the whip rang through the entire convent, and rose more sweetly than any other melody to the ears of the Lord. This is no mere sadomasochistic fantasy. A vast body of evidence confirms that such theaters of pain, the ritualized heirs to St. Benedict's spontaneous role in the stinging nettles, were widespread in the late Middle Ages. They were noted again and again as a distinctive mark of holiness. St. Teresa, although she was slowly wasting away, tormented herself with the most painful whips, frequently rubbed herself with fresh stinging nettles, and even rolled about naked in thorns. St. Clare of Assisi tore apart the alabaster container of her body with a whip for 42 years, and from her wounds there arose heavenly odors that filled the church. St. Dominic cut into his flesh every night with a whip affixed with 3 iron chains. St. Ignatius of Loyola recommended whips with relatively thin straps, summoning pain into the flesh, but not into the bones. Henry Suze, who carved the name of Jesus on his chest, had an iron cross fixed with nails pressed into his back and whipped himself until the blood flowed. Suzo's contemporary, Elspeth of Oy, a nun from Zurich, whipped herself so energetically that the bystanders in the chapel were spattered with her blood. The ordinary self-protective, pleasure-seeking impulses of the lay public could not hold out against the passionate convictions and overwhelming prestige of their spiritual leaders. Beliefs and practices that had been the preserve of religious specialists, men and women set apart from the vulgar, everyday imperatives of the world, found their way into the mainstream, where they thrived in societies of flagellants and periodic bursts of mass hysteria. What was once in effect a radical counterculture insisted with remarkable success that it represented the core values of all believing Christians. Of course, people continued to pursue pleasure. The old Adam could not be so easily eradicated. In peasants' huts and the halls of the great, along country lanes, in prelates' palaces, and behind the high walls of the monasteries, there was drinking, overeating, raucous laughter, merry dancing, and plenty of sex. But virtually no one in moral authority, no one with a public voice, dared speak up to justify any of it. The silence was not, or not only, the consequence of timidity or fear. Pleasure-seeking had come to seem philosophically indefensible. Epicurus was dead and buried, almost all of his works destroyed. And after St. Jerome in the 4th century briefly noted that Lucretius had committed suicide, there were no attacks on Epicurus, great Roman disciple. He was forgotten. The survival of the disciple's once celebrated poem was left to fortune. It was by chance that a copy of On the Nature of Things made it into the library of a handful of monasteries, places that had buried, seemingly forever, the Epicurean pursuit of pleasure. It was by chance that a monk laboring in a scriptorium somewhere or other in the 9th century copied the poem before it moldered away forever. And it was by chance that this copy escaped fire and flood and the teeth of time for some 500 years until, one day in 1417, it came into the hands of the humanist who proudly called himself Poggius Florentinus, Poggio the Florentine. Chapter 5, Birth and Rebirth. Florence at the dawn of the 15th century had few of the architectural features with which it is now graced, features that deliberately evoke on a grand scale the dream of the ancient past. Brunelleschi's magnificent cupola on the Duomo, the city's vast cathedral, the first large dome constructed since Roman antiquity, and to this day, the principal feature of the city's skyline, did not yet exist, nor did his elegantly arched loggia of the Foundling Hospital or his other projects, carefully constructed on principles derived from antiquity. The cathedral's baptistry lacked the famous classicizing doors designed by Ghiberti, and the church of S. Maria Novella was without Leon Battista Alberti's harmonious, gracefully symmetrical facade. The architect Michelozzi had not designed the beautiful, austere buildings for the convent of San Marco. The wealthiest families of the city, the Medici, the Pitti, the Rucellai, had not yet built their grand palaces, whose columns, arches, and carved capitals conspicuously emphasize classical order and proportion. The walled city was distinctly medieval in appearance, closed in and dark. Its densely populated central zone was crowded with high towers and fortified stone buildings, with twisting narrow lanes and alleys made still darker by projecting upper stories and covered balconies. Even on the old bridge, the Ponte Vecchio that crossed the Arno, shops crammed tightly next to each other made it impossible to glimpse an open landscape. From the air, it might have looked as though the city possessed many open spaces, but these were for the most part the walled interior courtyards of the huge monasteries built by the rival religious orders. The Dominicans S. Maria Novella, the Franciscans S. Croce, the Augustinian hermits S. Spirito, the Carmelites S. Maria del Carmine, and others. Secular, open, public spaces were few and far between. It was to this somber, constricted, congested city, subject to periodic outbreaks of bubonic plague, that Poggio Bracciolini came as a young man in the late 1390s. He had been born in 1380 in Terranuova, an undistinguished backwater within the territory that Florence controlled. Years later, Tommaso Moroni, one of his polemical enemies, wrote that Poggio was the bastard son of peasants who eked out a living from the soil. The account cannot be taken seriously. It is one of many libels that Renaissance humanists, Poggio among them, hurled recklessly at one another, like punch-drunk pugilists. But growing up where he did, he was undoubtedly familiar with Tuscan farms, whether he toiled on one or not. It was difficult for Poggio to claim a long line of illustrious ancestors, or rather, in order to do so with a straight face after he had established himself in the world, he had to purchase a fraudulent 350-year-old coat of arms. A more plausible story, one Poggio himself seems to have allowed at certain points in his life, is that his father Guccio was a notary, though a tax record of the period describes him as a special, that is, a druggist. Perhaps he was both. Notaries were not figures of great dignity, but in a contractual and intensely litigious culture, they were legion. The Florentine notary Lapo Mazzi describes 600 or 700 of them crowded into the town hall, carrying under their arms bundles of documents, each folder thick as half a Bible. Their knowledge of the law enabled them to draw up local regulations, arrange village elections, compose letters of complaint. Town officials who were meant to administer justice often had no clue how to proceed. The notaries would whisper in their ears what they were meant to say and would write the necessary documents. They were useful people to have around. There was, in any case, an indubitable link in Poggio's family to a notary, his maternal grandfather Michael Frutti. The link is worth noting because in 1343, many years before Poggio's birth, Sir Michael signed a notarial register with a strikingly beautiful signature. Penmanship would turn out to play an oddly important role in the grandson's story. In the concatenation of accidents that led to the recovery of Lucretius' poem, Poggio's handwriting was crucial. Other children were born to Guccio Bracciolini and his wife Jacoba, 2 daughters, one of whom died very young and another son, about whom his older brother Poggio had angry complaints later in his life. To judge from his father's tax payments, Poggio's early years were reasonably comfortable. But around 1388, when he was 8 years old, things took a very bad turn. Guccio had to sell his house and property, flee from his creditors, and move with his family to nearby Arezzo. According to Tommaso Moroni, young Poggio was sent out to the fields to labor for someone named Lucretius. When he was caught cheating Lucretius, Moroni reports, Poggio was condemned to be crucified and was pardoned only because of his tender years. Once again, we should not take these slanders seriously, except as symptoms of the boundless loathing of squabbling scholars. In Arezzo, Poggio must have been attending a school, learning the elements of Latin and mastering the art of handwriting, not plowing someone's fields or dodging the executioner. But that he had few resources he himself attested later in his life, recalling that he arrived in Florence cum quinque solidis with 5 pennies in his pocket. It was at some point in the 1390s, well before he turned 20, that the impoverished young man came to Florence. He probably had in hand a letter of recommendation from his schoolteacher in Arezzo, and he might have acquired as well a smattering of legal knowledge from brief studies in Bologna. After a time, he was reunited with his improvident father and the rest of his family, all of whom eventually moved to Florence. But when he initially set foot in the Piazza della Signoria, or looked up for the first time at Giotto's beautiful bell tower next to the Duomo, Poggio was by himself, a nobody. With a population hovering around 50,000, Florentine political, social, and commercial life was dominated by a small number of powerful mercantile and noble families. The Albizzi, Strozzi, Peruzzi, Capponi, Pitti, Buondelmonte, and a few others. The leading families signaled their presence and importance through conspicuous expenditure. "It is much sweeter to spend money than to earn it," wrote Giovanni Rucellai, whose family had grown rich in wool dyeing and banking. "Spending gave me deeper satisfaction." The wealthy were attended by large numbers of clients, bailiffs, accountants, clerics, secretaries, messengers, tutors, musicians, artists, servants, and slaves. The labor shortage after the Black Death in 1348 had greatly increased the market for slaves, brought not only from Muslim Spain and Africa, but also from the Balkans, Constantinople, and the shores of the Black Sea. The traffic was allowed, provided that the slaves were infidels, not Christians, and Poggio must have seen a fair number of them: North Africans, Cypriots, Tartars, Greeks, Russians, Georgians, and others. Florence was an oligarchy, and the small coterie of the wealthy and well-born were the people who counted. Wealth lay in banking and landowning, as it usually does, and it derived as well from the weaving and finishing of cloth, for which the city was famous. The cloth business required a cosmopolitan outlook, strong nerves, and extraordinary attention to detail. The surviving archive of a single great merchant of this period, Francesco di Marco d'Attini of nearby Prato, not, by any means, the greatest of these early capitalists, contains some 150,000 letters, along with 500 account books or ledgers, 300 deeds of partnership, 400 insurance policies, several thousand bills of lading, letters of advice, bills of exchange, and checks. On the first pages of d'Attini's ledgers were inscribed the words, "In the name of God and of Prophet." In Florence, God was served in the astonishing number of churches that adjoined one another in the crowded streets. He was served as well in the long, passionate sermons that drew huge crowds, in the harangues of itinerant friars, in the prayers, vows, offerings, and expressions of religious fear that recur in almost all writings, formal and informal, and must have saturated everyday speech, and in periodic bursts of popular piety. Profit was served in a vibrant international cloth industry that required large numbers of trained workmen. Some of the most skilled of these were organized in powerful guilds that looked out for their interests, but other workmen labored for a pittance. In 1378, 2 years before Poggio's birth, the seething resentment of these miserable day laborers, the populo menudo, had boiled over into a full-scale bloody revolt. Gangs of artisans ran through the streets, crying, "Long live the people and the crafts!" And the uprising briefly toppled the ruling families and installed a democratic government. But the old order was quickly restored, and with it, a regime determined to maintain the power of the guilds and the leading families. After the defeat of the Ciampi, as the working-class revolutionaries were called, the resurgent oligarchs held on to power tenaciously for more than 40 years, shaping Poggio's whole knowledge and experience of the city where he determined to make his fortune. He had to find a way into a conservative, socially bounded world. Fortunately for him, by innate skill and training, he possessed one of the few gifts that would enable someone of his modest origins and resources to do so. The key that opened the first door through which he slipped was something that has come to mean next to nothing in the modern world: beautiful handwriting. Poggio's way of fashioning letters was a move away from the intricately interwoven and angular writing known as Gothic hand. The demand for more open, legible handwriting had already been voiced earlier in the century by Petrarch, 1304–1374. Petrarch complained that the writing then in use in most manuscripts often made it extremely difficult to decipher the text, as though it had been designed, he noted, for something other than reading. To make texts more legible, the individual letters had somehow to be freed from their interlocking patterns. The spaces between the words opened up, the lines spaced further apart, the abbreviations filled out. It was like opening a window and letting air into a tightly closed room. What Poggio accomplished, in collaboration with a few others, remains startling. They took Carolingian minuscule, a scribal innovation of the 9th century court of Charlemagne, and transformed it into the script they used for copying manuscripts and writing letters. This script, in turn, served as the basis for the development of italics. They were then, in effect, the inventors of the script we still think of as at once the clearest, the simplest, and the most elegant written representation of our words. It is difficult to take in the full effect without seeing it for oneself. For example, in the manuscripts preserved in the Laurentian Library in Florence, the smooth, bound volumes of vellum, still creamy white after more than 500 years, contain page after page of perfectly beautiful script, almost magical in its regularity and fineness. There are tiny pinholes on the margins, where the blank sheets must have been fixed to hold them steady, and scarcely visible score marks to form straight lines, 26 per page. But these aids cannot begin to explain how the tasks could have been accomplished with such clean elegance. To have invented a way to design letters immediately recognizable and admired after 6 centuries is no small achievement. But the way Poggio fashioned his letters showed more than just unusual skill in graphic design. It signaled a creative response to powerful cultural currents stirring in Florence and throughout Italy. Poggio seems to have grasped that the call for a new cursive writing was only a small piece of a much larger project, a project that linked the creation of something new with a search for something ancient. To speak of this search as a project runs the risk of making it sound routine and familiar. In fact, it was a shared mania, one whose origin can be traced back to Petrarch, who, a generation before Poggio's birth, had made the recovery of the cultural heritage of classical Rome a collective obsession. Modern scholarship has found dozens of ways to qualify and diminish this obsession. Petrarch's admirers wrote as if the ancient past had been utterly forgotten, until their hero heroically recalled it to life. But it can be demonstrated that Petrarch's vision was less novel than it seemed. In addition to the 15th century Renaissance, there had been other moments of intense interest in antiquity, both throughout medieval Italy and in the kingdoms of the north, including the great Carolingian Renaissance of the 9th century. And it was not these moments alone that kept the intellectual heritage of antiquity alive. Medieval compendia provided much more continuity with classical thought than believed by those under Petrarch's spell. In the High Middle Ages, scholastic philosophers, reading Aristotle through the lens of the brilliant Arabic commentator Averroes, constructed a sophisticated, highly rational account of the universe. And even Petrarch's vaunted aesthetic commitment to classical Latinity, his dream of walking in the footsteps of the ancients, had been evident for at least 70 years before his birth. Much of what Petrarch and his followers claimed for the novelty of their approach was tendentious, self-congratulatory exaggeration. But it is difficult entirely to demystify the movement to which Petrarch gave rise, if only because he and his contemporaries were so articulate about their experience. To them, at least, it did not seem obvious that the search on which they embarked was only a polite stroll onto well-trodden ground. They saw themselves as adventurous explorers both in the physical world, the mountains they crossed, the monastic libraries they investigated, the ruins they dug up, and in their inner world of desire. The urgency of the enterprise reflects their underlying recognition that there was nothing obvious or inevitable about the attempt to recover or imitate the language, material objects, and cultural achievements of the very distant past. It was a strange thing to do, far stranger than continuing to live the ordinary, familiar life that men and women had lived for centuries, making themselves more or less comfortable in the midst of the crumbling, mute remains of antiquity. Those remains were everywhere visible in Italy and throughout Europe. Bridges and roads still in use after more than a millennium, the broken walls and arches of ruined baths and markets, temple columns incorporated into churches, old inscribed stones used as building materials in new constructions, fractured statues and broken vases. But the great civilization that left these traces had been destroyed. The remnants could serve as walls to incorporate into new houses, as reminders that all things pass and are forgotten, as mute testimony to the triumph of Christianity over paganism, as literal quarries to be mined for precious stones and metals. Generations of men and women, in Italy and elsewhere in Europe, had developed effective techniques for the recycling of classical fragments, in their writing as well as their building. The techniques bypassed any anxiety about meddling with the leftovers of a pagan culture. As broken shards, whether of stone or of language, these leftovers were at once useful and unthreatening. What more would anyone want with the rubble over which the living had clambered for more than 1,000 years? To insist on the original, independent meaning of this rubble would cause trouble and moral perplexity. A passion for antiquity could certainly not be justified on the basis of curiosity alone, for curiosity had long been rigorously condemned as a mortal sin. The religion of the pagans was widely regarded as the worship of demons, and even setting aside that fear, the Christian faithful was urged to remember the cultural achievements of ancient Greece and Rome as the quintessential works of the world, the kingdom of man, set against the transcendent, timeless kingdom of God. Petrarch was a devout Christian, and throughout his life he reflected with ardent seriousness on his spiritual condition. And yet he was, Over the course of a complex career of restless journeying, diplomacy, soul-searching, and compulsive writing, a man held in the grip of a fascination with pagan antiquity that he himself could never completely fathom. Though he was for long periods of his life a relatively solitary figure, Petrarch did not keep this fascination to himself. He insisted with missionary zeal on the expressive power, the beauty, and the challenge of all that lay broken and buried beneath the crushing weight of neglect. A gifted scholar, Petrarch began to search for ancient texts that had been forgotten. He was not the first to do so, but he managed to invest this search with a new, almost erotic urgency and pleasure, superior to all other treasure-seeking. Gold, silver, jewels, purple garments, houses built of marble, groomed estates, pious paintings, caparisoned steeds, and other things of this kind offer a mutable and superficial pleasure. Books give delight to the very marrow of one's bones. They speak to us, consult with us, and join with us in a living and intense intimacy. Copying, comparing, and correcting the ancient Latin texts that he found, Petrarch returned them to circulation by sharing them with a vast network of correspondents to whom, often rising at midnight to sit at his desk, he wrote with manic energy. And he responded to the ancient writers as if they were somehow a living part of this network, intimate friends and family with whom he could share his thoughts. When he found a great cache of Cicero's private letters to his wealthy friend Atticus, candid letters filled with glimpses of egotism, ambition, and resentment, Petrarch did not hesitate to write a letter to Cicero, reproaching him for failing to live up to his own high principles. For his own present, where he was forced to live, Petrarch professed limitless contempt. He lived in a sordid time, he complained, a time of coarseness, ignorance, and triviality that would quickly vanish from human memory. But his was the kind of contempt that seems only to intensify charisma and celebrity. His fame steadily grew, and with it the cultural significance of his obsession with the past. In succeeding generations, that obsession was partly routinized and settled into an influential new educational curriculum, the humanities, studia humanitatis, with emphasis on a mastery of Greek and Latin language and literature, and a particular focus on rhetoric. But the humanism that Petrarch himself helped to create, and that he communicated to his closest friends and disciples preeminently, to Giovanni Boccaccio, 1313–1374, and Coluccio Salutati, 1330–1406, was not a strictly academic affair. The early humanists felt themselves, with mingled pride, wonder, and fear, to be involved in an epical movement. In part, the movement involved recognizing that something that had seemed alive was really dead. For centuries, princes and prelates had claimed that they were continuing the living traditions of the classical world and had appropriated, in some form or other, the symbols and the language of the past. But Petrarch and those he inspired insisted that this easy appropriation was a lie. The Roman Empire did not actually exist in Aachen, where the ruler who called himself the Holy Roman Emperor was crowned. The institutions and ideas that had defined the world of Cicero and Virgil had been torn to pieces, and the Latin written by the philosophers and theologians of the past 600 or 700 years was an ugly and distorted image, like that reflected in a badly made mirror, of what had once been so beautifully eloquent. It was better not to pretend any longer, but to acknowledge that there was no continuity. Instead, there was a corpse, long buried and by now disintegrated, under one's feet. But this acknowledgement was only the necessary first step. Once one recognized what was gone, once one had mourned the tragic loss, it was possible to prepare the way for what lay on the other side of death, nothing less than resurrection. The pattern was, of course, familiar to every good Christian, and Petrarch, in holy orders, was a very good Christian indeed, but the resurrection in this case was in this world, not in the next. The object of recovery was fundamentally cultural and secular. Poggio arrived in Rome a quarter of a century after Petrarch's death, at a time when the charismatic moment of the movement had already begun to fade. The sense of creative daring was gradually giving way to a spirit of antiquarianism, and with it, a desire to discipline, correct, and regulate all relations with the ancient past. Poggio and his generation became increasingly caught up in the desire to avoid mistakes in Latin grammar and to catch the blunders of others. But the lingering sense of the strangeness of the recovery of classical antiquity helps to explain the peculiar impact of his handwriting. The script that he fashioned was not a direct evocation of the handwriting used by the ancient Romans. All traces of that handwriting had long since vanished, leaving only the carved inscriptions in handsome capital letters on stone and occasional rough graffiti. But Poggio's script was a graphic expression of the deep longing for a different style of beauty, a cultural form that would signal the recovery of something precious that had been lost. The shape of his letters was based on the manuscript style of certain Carolingian scribes, but Poggio and his contemporaries did not identify this style with the court of Charlemagne. They called it lettera antiqua, and in doing so, they dreamed not of Charlemagne's tutor Alcuin, but of Cicero and Virgil. In order to earn money, the young Poggio copied books and documents, probably a very large number of them. His handwriting and his skill in copying, for which he became celebrated in his lifetime, must have been sufficiently remarkable from the beginning to enable him to pay for lessons. He improved his Latin, which was already quite advanced, by studying with a gifted scholar from Ravenna, Giovanni Malpagino, a restless, quarrelsome man who had in his youth been Petrarch's secretary and amanuensis, and who had made a living lecturing in Venice, Padua, Florence, and elsewhere on Cicero and Roman poetry. Poggio's earnings paid too for his training as a notary, training that had the advantage of being cheaper and shorter than the long course of study required to become a lawyer. At 22 years old, Poggio stood for his exam, not in the university but before a panel of lawyers and notaries. He had managed to survive the vagaries of his impoverished childhood and was poised to begin a career. The first notarial document in his hand is a letter of recommendation for his own father, who had fled from Florence to Rimini to escape an irate moneylender. We do not have a clue what Poggio thought when he penned this copy. Perhaps what already mattered more to him was the person in whose name the letter of recommendation was written, Coluccio Salutati, the great chancellor of the Florentine Republic. The chancellor of the Florentine Republic was in effect the permanent Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. Florence was an independent state in control of a substantial swath of territory in central Italy, and engaged in a constant, high-stakes chess game with the other powerful states of the Italian peninsula, especially Venice and Milan in the north, Naples in the south, and the papacy in Rome, weakened by internal divisions but still rich, dangerous, and meddlesome. Each of these rivals was prepared, if its position seemed threatened, to take the risky step of calling for aid, in money and troops, from the rulers of the continent who welcomed the opportunity to intervene. All of the players in the game were ambitious, cunning, treacherous, ruthless, and armed, and the chancellor's conduct of diplomatic relations, including relations with the church, was crucial not merely for the well-being of the city, but for its very survival in the face of the threats from France, the Holy Roman Empire, and Spain. When Poggio arrived on the scene in Florence in the late 1390s, Salutati, who had begun life as a lowly provincial notary, had filled this post for some 25 years, conducting intrigues, hiring and ridding himself of mercenaries, drafting precise instructions to ambassadors, negotiating treaties, seeing through the ruses of his enemies, forging alliances, issuing manifestos. Virtually everyone, the city's bitterest enemies as well as its most patriotic citizens, understood that in its chancellor Florence had someone truly exceptional, endowed not only with legal knowledge, political cunning, and diplomatic skill, but also with psychological penetration, a gift for public relations, and unusual literary skill. Like Petrarch, with whom he had corresponded, Salutati felt the concentrated force of the buried past and had embarked on a scholarly search for the vestiges of classical culture. Like Petrarch, he was an intensely devout Christian who at the same time found almost nothing to cherish, at least stylistically, in anything written between Cassiodorus in the 6th century and Dante in the 13th. Like Petrarch, Salutati sought instead to imitate the style of Virgil and Cicero, and though he recognized that he lacked Petrarch's literary genius, ego mihi non placio, I do not like myself, he ruefully wrote, he astonished his contemporaries with the power of his prose. Above all, Salutati shared with Petrarch the conviction that the recovery of the past had to be of more than antiquarian interest. The goal of reading was not to make oneself sound exactly like one of the ancients, even if that were possible. I much prefer that my own style be my own, Petrarch wrote, uncultivated and rude, but made to fit as a garment to the measure of my mind, rather than to someone else's, which may be more elegant, ambitious, and adorned, but one that, deriving from a greater genius, continually slips off, unfitted to the humble proportions of my intellect. Though there is clearly a large dose of false modesty here, there is also a genuine desire to fashion a new and original voice, not by disappearing into the old masters, but by taking those masters into the self. The ancient authors, Petrarch wrote to Boccaccio, have become absorbed into my being and implanted not only in my memory but in the marrow of my bones, and have become one with my mind so that even if I never read them again in my life, they would inhere in me with their roots sunk in the depths of my soul. I have always believed, Salutati wrote in the same spirit, that I must imitate antiquity not simply to reproduce it, but in order to produce something new. To prove its worth, Petrarch and Salutati both insisted, the whole enterprise of humanism had not merely to generate passable imitations of the classical style, but to serve a larger ethical end. And to do so, it needed to live fully and vibrantly in the present. But here the disciple parted from his master, for while Petrarch, who was born in exile and never fully identified with a particular homeland, moved throughout his life from place to place, shuttling from royal palace to city, to papal court, to rural retreat, despairing of stable attachments, and feeling the pull toward a contemplative withdrawal from the world, Salutati wanted to produce something new in the city-state he passionately loved. At the center of Florence's cramped urban landscape of fortified towers and walled monasteries was the Palazzo della Signoria, the political heart of the Republic. It was here for Salutati that the city's glory resided. The independence of Florence, the fact that it was not a client of another state, that it was not dependent on the papacy, and that it was not ruled by a king, a tyrant, or a prelate but governed by a body of its own citizens, was for Salutati what most mattered in the world. His letters, dispatches, protocols, and manifestos, written on behalf of the ruling priors of Florence, are stirring documents, and they were read and copied throughout Italy. They demonstrated that ancient rhetoric was alive, that it effectively stirred up political emotions and awakened old dreams. A supremely gifted diplomat and politician, Salutati had a range of voices, a range almost impossible to convey quickly, but something of his spirit may be gauged from a letter of February 13, 1376, to the town of Ancona. Ancona was, like Florence, an independent commune, and Salutati was urging its citizens to revolt against the papal government that had been imposed upon them. Will you always stand in the darkness of slavery? Do you not consider, O best of men, how sweet liberty is? Our ancestors, indeed the whole Italian race, fought for 500 years, so that liberty would not be lost. The revolt he was trying to incite was, of course, in Florence's strategic interest, but in attempting to arouse a spirit of liberty, Salutati was not being merely cynical. He seems genuinely to have believed that Florence was the heir to the republicanism on which ancient Roman greatness had been founded. That greatness, the proud claim of human freedom and dignity, had all but vanished from the broken, dirty streets of Rome, the debased staging ground of sordid clerical intrigues, but it lived, in Salutati's view, in Florence, and he was its principal voice. He knew that he would not be its voice forever. As he reached his 70s, troubled by intensifying religious scruples and anxious about the many threats to the city he loved, Salutati looked to a group of gifted young men he had taken under his wing. Poggio was among these young men, though we do not know precisely how Salutati identified him or the others whom he trained, in the hope that one or another would continue his labor. The most promising student was Leonardo Bruni of Arezzo, a man about 10 years older than Poggio, and like Poggio, from a very modest background. Bruni had set out to study law, but, along with other intellectually gifted men of his generation, and particularly those in the orbit of Salutati, he had been seized by a passion for classical studies. In his case, the decisive factor was the study of ancient Greek, made possible when in 1397 Salutati invited the preeminent Byzantine scholar Manuel Chrysolares to reside in Florence and give classes in a language that had been almost completely forgotten. At the coming of Chrysolares, Bruni later recalled, I was made to halt in my choice of lives, seeing that I held it wrong to desert law, and yet I reckoned it a crime to omit so great an occasion of learning the Greek literature. The lure proved irresistible. Conquered at last by these reasonings, I delivered myself over to Chrysolares with such passion that what I had received from him by day in hours of waking occupied my mind at night in hours of sleep. In the circle jockeying for recognition by the great Salutati, one might have expected Poggio most to identify with the earnest, hard-working, ambitious Bruni, a penniless, provincial outsider endowed only with his own acute intelligence. But though he admired Bruni, who eventually served as a brilliant, deeply patriotic chancellor of Florence, and was the author, among other works, of the first great history of the city, the young Poggio formed his deepest bond of friendship with another one of Salutati's students, the hypersensitive, argumentative aesthete Niccolò Nicoli. Some 16 years older than Poggio, Nicoli had been born to one of the city's wealthiest families. His father had made a fortune in the manufacture of wool cloth, along with money lending, grain futures, and other enterprises. Tax records from the 1390s indicate that Niccolò Nicoli and his 5 brothers were wealthier than most of the residents in their quarter of the city, including such ruling families as the Brancacci and the Pitti. Modern tourists to Florence can gauge the scale of this wealth by recalling the grandeur of the Pitti Palace, built some 20 years after Niccoli's death. By the time that Poggio came to know him, Niccoli's fortunes and those of his brothers were in decline. Though they were still very rich men, the brothers were quarreling bitterly among themselves, and the family as a whole seems to have been unwilling or unable to play the political game that was always necessary in Florence to protect and enhance accumulated wealth. Only those who actively exercised political power in the city, and kept a sharp eye out for their interests could avert the crushing and often vindictive taxes that were levied on vulnerable fortunes. Taxes were used in Florence, as the historian Guicciardini cannily remarked a century later, like a dagger. Niccolò Niccoli spent all he had on a ruling passion that kept him from the civic pursuits that might have helped him secure some of the family wealth. The wool trade and commodity speculation were not for him, any more than serving the Republic in the Signoria, the executive body of government, or on the important councils known as the 12 Good Men and the 16 Standard-Bearers of the militia. Even more than his humanist mentor and friends, Niccoli was obsessed with the vestiges of Roman antiquity and had no time for anything else. He determined, probably at an early age, to have no career and hold no civic offices, or rather, he determined to use his inherited wealth to live a beautiful and full life by conjuring up the ghosts of the ancient past. In the Florence of Niccoli's time, the family was the central institution, socially, economically, and psychologically, and for anyone who did not choose to enter the special world of the church, and particularly for anyone with inherited wealth, there was overwhelming pressure to marry, to have children, and to augment the family fortunes. Marriage gives an abundance of all sorts of pleasure and delight, wrote Niccoli's younger contemporary, Leon Battista Alberti, summing up widely held views. If intimacy increases goodwill, no one has so close and continued a familiarity with anyone as with his wife. If close bonds and a united will arise through the revelation and communication of your feelings and desires, there is no one to whom you have more opportunity to communicate fully and reveal your mind than to your own wife, your constant companion. If, finally, an honorable alliance leads to friendship, no relationship more entirely commands your reverence than the sacred tie of marriage. Add to all this that every moment brings further ties of pleasure and utility, confirming the benevolence filling our hearts, and if the picture painted here was exceedingly rosy, it was reinforced by dire warnings. Woe to the man, intoned San Bernardino, the greatest popular preacher of the time, who has no wife. If he is rich and has somewhat, the sparrows eat it and mice. Know you what his bed is like? He lies in a ditch, and when he has put a sheet on his bed, he never takes it off again until it is torn. And in the room in which he eats, the floor is covered with a melon rind and bones and salad leaves. He wipes the trenchers off. The dog licks them and so washes them. Know you how he lives? Like a brute beast. Niccoli rejected both the inducements and the warnings. He chose to remain single so that, it was said, no woman would distract him from his studies. Studies is a perfectly accurate term. He was a deeply scholarly and learned man, but it does not adequately convey the overarching vision of a mode of life immersed in the past that Niccoli arrived at early and that he pursued with a tenacious single-mindedness. As for the rest, all that ordinarily constitutes the pursuit of happiness, he seems to have been indifferent. He had a housekeeper, his early biographer Vespasiano writes, to provide for his wants. Niccoli was one of the first Europeans to collect antiquities as works of art, prized possessions, with which he surrounded himself in his Florentine apartments. Such collecting is by now such a familiar practice among the very rich that it is easy to lose sight of the fact that it was once a novel idea. Pilgrims to Rome in the Middle Ages had long been accustomed to gawking at the Colosseum and other marvels of paganism on their way to worshipping at the places that actually mattered, the revered Christian shrines of saints and martyrs. Niccoli's collection in Florence represented a very different impulse, not the accumulation of trophies, but the loving appreciation of aesthetic objects. As word got round that an eccentric man was willing to pay handsomely for ancient heads and torsos, farmers who might in the past have burned any marble fragments that they plowed up for the lime they could extract from them, or used the old carved stones for the foundations of a pigsty began, instead to offer them for sale. On display in Nicali's elegant rooms, along with antique Roman goblets, pieces of ancient glassware, medals, cameos, and other treasures, the sculptures inspired in others the impulse to collect. Poggio could not possibly hope to be served his meals, as his friend was, on ancient Roman plates or dispersed gold coins, as his friend did, for antique cameos that he happened to glimpse around the necks of street urchins. But he could share and deepen the desire that underlay Nicali's acquisitions, the desire to understand and to re-enter imaginatively the cultural world that had fashioned the beautiful objects with which he surrounded himself. The two friends studied together, traded historical anecdotes about the Roman Republic and Empire, pondered the religion and mythology represented by the statues of the gods and the heroes, measured the foundations of ruined villas, discussed the topography and the organization of ancient cities, and above all, enriched their detailed understanding of the Latin language they both loved, and which they routinely used in their personal letters, and perhaps in private conversation as well. From these letters, it is clear that Niccolò Nicoli cared about one thing even more passionately than the ancient sculptures that were being exhumed from the earth: the classical and patristic texts that his fellow humanists were ferreting out of monastic libraries. Nicoli loved to possess these texts, to study them, and to copy them slowly, ever so slowly, in handwriting even more beautiful than Poggio's. Perhaps indeed their friendship coalesced at least as much around the forms of letters. Nicoli shares with Poggio the credit for the invention of humanist script as around the forms of ancient thought. Manuscripts of ancient texts were expensive to acquire, but to the avid collector, no price seemed too great. Nicoli's library was famous among humanists in Italy and elsewhere, and though he was often reclusive, crotchety, and fiercely opinionated, he generously welcomed into his house scholars who wished to consult his collections. When in 1437 he died at the age of 73, he left 800 manuscripts, by far the largest and best collection in Florence. Guided by Salutati's vision, Nicoli had formulated an idea of what to do with these texts. Petrarch and Boccaccio had both contemplated keeping together the manuscripts they had acquired after they died, but their valuable collections were in fact sold off, dispersed, or simply neglected. Many of the precious codices that Petrarch painstakingly gathered, and that he brought to Venice, to serve as the core of what he dreamed would be a new Alexandrian library, were shut away and forgotten in a damp palazzo where they crumbled into dust. Nicoli did not want to see the work of his lifetime suffer a similar fate. He drew up a will in which he called for the manuscripts to be kept together, forbade their sale or dispersion, prescribed strict rules for loans and returns, appointed a committee of trustees, and left a sum of money to build a library. The building would be constructed and the collection housed in a monastery, but Nicoli emphatically did not want this to be a monastic library, closed off to the world and reserved for the monks. He specified that the books would be available not for the religious alone, but for all learned citizens, omnes sive studiosi. Centuries after the last Roman library had been shut down and abandoned, Nicoli had brought back into the world the idea of the public library. In the late 1390s, when Poggio first met Nicoli, the mania for collecting that led to this remarkable result must only have been in its early stages, but the friends bonded in their shared insistence on the superiority of all things ancient, setting aside matters of faith over anything that followed. The astonishing literary ambition and creativity characteristic of Petrarch had largely shriveled up in them, as had the patriotic zeal and the passion for liberty that had fueled Salutati's humanism. What took their place was something far less expansive in spirit, something harder and more punishing, a cult of imitation and a craving for exactitude. Perhaps the younger generation simply lacked the overpowering talent of their elders, but it was as if these gifted disciples of Salutati had deliberately rejected the bold desire to bring something truly new into the world. Despising the new, they dreamed only of calling back to life something old. This dream, narrow and arid in spirit, was doomed to failure, but all the same, it had surprising results. To those outside the charmed circle of young humanists, the emerging attitude toward language and culture could seem repellent. In order to appear well-read to the mob, wrote one disgusted contemporary, they shout about the piazza how many diphthongs the ancients had and why today only 2 are in use. Even Salutati was uneasy, and with good reason, for though the fervent classicism of Poggio and Nicoli was clearly indebted to him, it was also a parting of the ways, as he understood, and in some subtle sense a repudiation. On the death of Petrarch on July 19, 1374, the grieving Salutati had declared that Petrarch was a greater prose writer than Cicero and a greater poet than Virgil. By the 1390s, this praise seemed to Poggio and Nicoli ridiculous, and they pressed Salutati to repudiate it. In all the intervening centuries, no one, they argued, had bettered the great classic writers in stylistic perfection. It was impossible. Since ancient times, all there had been, in their view, was a long, tragic history of stylistic corruption and loss. Indifferent or ignorant, even supposedly well-educated medieval writers had forgotten how to form sentences correctly, in the proper manner of the masters of classical Latin, or to use words with the elegance, accuracy, and precision with which they had once been wielded. Moreover, the surviving samples of classical texts had been corrupted, so that they could no longer serve as correct models, even if anyone had the ambition to use them as such. The ancients, cited by medieval scholastics, Nicoli argued, would not have recognized as their own the writings attributed to them, preserved as they are in corrupt texts and translated without taste and sense. Petrarch, who repeatedly insisted that the mastery of a classical style was by itself inadequate for the achievement of true literary or moral greatness, had once stood on the steps of the Capitol and had himself crowned poet laureate, as if the spirit of the ancient past had truly been reborn in him. But from the perspective of the radical, hardcore classicism of the younger generation, nothing truly worthwhile had been achieved by Dante, Petrarch, or Boccaccio, let alone by lesser lights. While the literary legacy of antiquity is in such a pitiful state, no real culture is possible, and any disputation is necessarily built on shaky ground. These were unmistakably Nicoli's views, but they were not his precise words. Rather, they were the words attributed to him in a dialogue by Leonardo Bruni, for apart from letters to intimate friends, Nicoli wrote virtually nothing. How could he, given his hypercritical sourness and narrow, unrelenting classicism? Friends sent their Latin texts to him and anxiously awaited his corrections, which were almost invariably punishing, stern, and unforgiving. But Nicoli was at his most unforgiving in relation to himself. Niccolò Nicoli was, Salutati observed, Poggio's second self. But Poggio did not suffer from the crippling inhibitions that virtually silenced his friend. In the course of his long career, he wrote books on such subjects as hypocrisy, avarice, true nobility, whether an old man should marry, the vicissitudes of fortune, the miseries of the human condition, and the history of Florence. He had a great gift of words. His younger contemporary Vespasiano de Bisticci wrote of him, adding, He was given to strong invective, and all stood in dread of him. If Poggio, the master of invective, was not willing to grant to his old master that any writer of the past millennium could equal, let alone outstrip, the eloquence of the ancients, he was willing to concede that Petrarch had accomplished something. Petrarch was the first, Poggio granted, who with his labor, industry, and watchful attention called back to light the studies almost brought to destruction, and opened the path to those others who were eager to follow. That was the path on which Nicoli had decisively embarked, casting aside everything else in his life. Poggio, for his part, was happy to join him, but he had somehow to make a living. He had fantastic skill as a scribe, but that would hardly have supported him in the manner he hoped to live. His command of classical Latin would have enabled him to embark on a career as a teacher, but this was a life with very few of the amenities he sought. Universities generally lacked buildings, libraries, endowments. They consisted of scholars and masters, and humanists were usually paid much less than professors of law and medicine. Most teachers of the humanities lived itinerant lives, traveling from city to city, giving lectures on a few favorite authors, and then restlessly moving on, in the hope of finding new patrons. Poggio had had the opportunity to witness such lives, and they did not appeal to him. He wanted something much more stable and settled. At the same time, Poggio lacked the patriotic zeal, the passion for the city, and for republican liberty that inspired Salutati and had been stirred in Bruni. And he lacked as well the calling that might have led him to take religious orders and embark on the life of a priest or a monk. His spirit was emphatically secular, and his desires were in and of the world. Still, he had to do something. In the fall of 1403, armed with a letter of recommendation from Salutati, the 23-year-old Poggio set off for Rome. Chapter 6. In the Live Factory, for an ambitious provincial upstart like Poggio, the swirling, swollen orbit of the Pope was the principal magnet, but Rome held out other opportunities. The powerful Roman noble families most prominently, the Colonna or the Orsini, could always find some way to make use of someone endowed with excellent Latin and exquisite handwriting. Still more, the bishops and cardinals residing in Rome had their own smaller courts, in which a notary's ability to draft and pen legal documents was a sought-after skill. Upon his arrival, Poggio found a place in one of these courts, that of the Cardinal of Bari. But this was only a brief halt on the way to the higher goal of papal service, whether in the palace, the Palladium, or the court, the Curia. Before the year was out, the staunchly republican Salutati had pulled enough strings at the court of the reigning pope, Boniface Roman IX, to help his prized pupil get what he most wanted, the coveted position of scribe apostolic scriptor. Most of the papal bureaucrats were from Rome and its surroundings. Many of them, like Poggio, had some training in the law. Though scriptors were expected to attend Mass every day before work, their post was a secular one. They busied themselves principally with the business side of the papacy, the side that entailed rationality, calculation, administrative skill, and legal acumen. The Pope was, or at least claimed to be, the absolute ruler of a large swath of central Italy, extending north into the Romagna and to the territories controlled by the Venetian Republic. Many of the cities over which he ruled were perennially restive. The policies of the surrounding states were as aggressive, treacherous, and grasping as his own. Foreign powers were always poised to make their own armed incursions into the peninsula. To hold his own, he needed all of the diplomatic cunning, money, and martial ferocity he could muster, and hence he needed and maintained a large governmental apparatus. The Pope was, of course, the absolute ruler of a much larger spiritual kingdom, one that extended, in principle at least, to the entire human race, and affected to shape its destiny both in this world and in the next. Some of those he claimed as his subjects professed surprise at his presumption, as did the New World peoples whom the Pope in the late 15th century grandly signed over en masse to be vassals of the kings of Spain and Portugal and others, such as the Jews or the Eastern Orthodox Christians, stubbornly resisted. But the great majority of Christians in the West, even if they lived in distant regions, or were ignorant of the Latin in which he conducted his affairs, or knew something of the spectacular moral failings that stained his office, believed that they stood in a special relationship to the Pope's unique authority. They looked to the papacy to determine points of doctrine in a dogmatic religion that claimed these points were crucial for the fate of the soul, and enforced this claim with fire and sword. They sought papal dispensations, that is, exemptions from the rules of canon law in such matters as marriages and annulments, and 1,000 other delicate social relations. They jockeyed for appointment to various offices and confirmation of valuable benefices. They looked for everything that people hope an immensely wealthy and powerful lawmaker, landowner, and spiritual leader will confer upon them or deny to their rivals. In the early 15th century, when Poggio got his bearings in Rome, cases came into the papal court for settlement at the rate of 2,000 a week. All of this activity, far exceeding any other chancery court in Europe, required skilled personnel: theologians, lawyers, notaries, clerks, secretaries. Petitions had to be drawn up in the proper form and filed. Minutes had to be carefully kept. Decisions had to be recorded. Orders were transcribed and copied. Papal bulls, that is, decrees, letters patent, and charters were copied and sealed. Abbreviated versions of these bulls were prepared and disseminated. The Bishop of Rome had a large household staff, as befitted his princely rank. He had a huge entourage of courtiers, advisors, clerks, and servants, as befitted his political office and his ceremonial significance. He had an enormous chancery, as befitted his juridical power, and he had a massive religious bureaucracy, as befitted his spiritual authority. This was the world Poggio entered and in which he hoped to thrive. A position in the Curia could serve as a step toward highly remunerative advancement in the church hierarchy, but those who aspired to such advancement became churchmen. Poggio certainly understood that ordination was the route to wealth and power, and unmarried as he was, there was no obstacle to his taking it. He may already have had a mistress and illegitimate children, but that certainly was no obstacle. And yet he held back. He knew himself well enough to understand that he lacked a religious vocation. That, of course, did not stop many of his contemporaries, but he did not like what he observed in those who had made this choice anyway. "I am determined not to assume the sacerdotal office," he wrote to his friend Nicoli, "for I have seen many men whom I have regarded as persons of good character and liberal dispositions degenerate into avarice, sloth, and dissipation in consequence of their introduction into the priesthood." This degeneration would, he thought, almost certainly be his own fate, one he was determined to avoid. "Fearing lest this should be the case with myself, I have resolved to spend the remaining term of my pilgrimage as a layman." He was, to be sure, turning his back on a particularly comfortable and secure existence in a very insecure world, but for Poggio the cost of this security was too high. "I do not think of the priesthood as liberty, as many do," he confided to Nicoli, "but as the most severe and oppressive form of service." The life course he opted for instead may seem to us a peculiarly constrained one, a lay bureaucrat in the service of the Pope, but to Poggio the refusal of orders evidently felt liberating, as if he were guarding an inner core of independence. He needed every bit of independence that he could muster. The Roman Curia was, from a moral perspective, a notoriously perilous place, a peril deftly summed up by a Latin proverb of the time: curialis bonus, homo celeratissimus, good curialist, wickedest of men. The atmosphere he breathed is most brilliantly conveyed by a strange work of the 1430s, written when Poggio was still very much at the center of the Curia. The work, entitled On the Excellence and Dignity of the Roman Court, is by a younger humanist contemporary, the Florentine Lapo de Castiglionchio. It is a dialogue, in the style of Cicero, a form much favored at the time by writers who wished to air controversial and even dangerous views without taking full responsibility for them. Hence, at the start of Lapo's imaginary conversation, a character called Angelo, not Lapo himself, of course, heaven forbid, violently assails the moral bankruptcy of the Curia, a place in which crime, moral outrage, fraud, and deceit take the name of virtue and are held in high esteem. The thought that this sink of hypocrisy makes a claim to religious faith is grotesque. What can be more alien to religion than the Curia? Lapo, professing to speak in his own voice, rises to the defense of the papal court. The place attracts crowds of petitioners, to be sure, but we know that God wants to be worshipped by multitudes. Therefore he must be particularly gratified by the magnificent spectacles of worship staged in his honor by the richly dressed priests. And for ordinary mortals, the Curia is the best place to acquire the virtue known as prudence, since there are so many types of people in attendance from all over the world. Just to observe the wide array of outlandish costumes and accents and ways of wearing one's beard is in itself a valuable lesson in the range of human customs. And the court is also the best place to study the humanities. After all, Lapo writes, as the Pope's domestic secretary, and hence a very influential figure. There is Poggio of Florence, in whom there is not only the highest erudition and eloquence, but also a unique gravity, seasoned with plenty of great wit and urbanity. True, he concedes, it is disturbing that bribery and corruption lie at the heart of the Curia, but these problems are the work of a small group of miserable thieves and perverts who have brought the place into disrepute. Perhaps the Pope will notice the scandal one day and undertake to clean his house, but in any case, one should in life always keep in mind what was intended, not what is actually done. Angelo, evidently persuaded by these arguments, begins to wax enthusiastic over the cunning of the lawyers in the Curia, with their subtle grasp of the weaknesses and intimate secrets of everyone and their ability to exploit all opportunities to make money. And given the huge sums that are paid for bits of paper with papal seals, what fantastic profits are reaped. The place is a gold mine. There is no need any longer to affect the poverty of Christ. That was necessary only at the beginning in order to avoid the imputation of bribing people to believe. Times have changed, and now riches, so essential for any important enterprise, are in order for whoever can acquire them. Priests are allowed to amass all the wealth they want. They only have to be poor in spirit. To want high priests actually to be poor, rather than the immensely rich men that they are, displays a kind of mindlessness. So the dialogue runs on, with deadpan seriousness and wide-eyed enthusiasm. The Curia, the friends agree, is a great place not only for serious study, but also for lighter amusements such as gaming, horsemanship, and hunting. Just think of the dinner parties at the papal court, witty gossip, along with fantastic food and drink served by beautiful, young, hairless boys. And for those whose tastes do not run in the direction of Ganymede, there are the abundant pleasures of Venus. Mistresses, adulterous matrons, courtesans of all descriptions occupy a central place in the Curia, and appropriately so, since the delights they offer have such a central place in human happiness. Lewd songs, naked breasts, kissing, fondling, with small white lapdogs trained to lick around your groin to excite desire, and all for remarkably low prices. This expansive enthusiasm for outrageously corrupt behavior and the frantic pursuit of wealth must be a sly satirical game. Yet on the excellence and dignity of the Roman court, is a very peculiar satire, and not merely because its gushing praise for what the reader is presumably meant to despise evidently took in some contemporaries. The problem is that, when he wrote the work, Lapo was busily seeking appointment in the Curia for himself. It is possible, of course, that he felt ambivalent about his attempt. People often despise the very institutions they are frantically trying to enter. But perhaps compiling this inventory of the vices of the Curia was something more than an expression of ambivalence. There is a moment in the work in which Lapo praises the gossip, obscene stories, jokes, and lies that characterize the conversation of the apostolic scribes and secretaries. No matter, he says, whether the things that are reported are true or false. They are all amusing and in their way instructive. No one is spared, whether he is absent or present, and everyone is equally attacked, to the great guffawing and laughter of all. Dinner parties, tavern life, pandering, bribes, thefts, adultery, sexual degradation, and shameful acts are publicly revealed. From this one acquires not only pleasure but also the greatest utility, since the life and character of all is thus placed before your eyes. Lapo is no doubt being ironic, but he is also, in the very manner of his irony, showing that he gets the cynical joke, and thereby demonstrating his suitability to participate in the conversations he pillories. This was in effect a way of presenting himself to the members of the Curia, and above all to Poggio of Florence. By the time Lapo came on the scene, in the 1430s, Poggio had risen from scriptor to the much more powerful and remunerative position of papal secretary. At any one time there were about 100 scriptors in the papal court, but only 6 apostolic secretaries. The latter had direct access to the Pope himself, and hence far greater influence. A careful suggestion here, a well-timed word there, could make all the difference in the outcome of an important case or the disposition of a wealthy benefice. Among the secretaries, there was one in particular who was known as the Secretarius Domesticus or Secretus, that is, the Pope's private or intimate secretary. This coveted position was the golden apple, and after years of maneuvering, Poggio, whose father had once fled from Arezzo a step ahead of his creditors, finally plucked it. When ambitious Lapo or any other office-seeker surveyed the court, it was easy enough to see that Poggio was foremost among the Pope's men. But why then should Lapo have thought to ingratiate himself with Poggio by painting a slyly ironic picture of the corrupt institution to which he hoped to be appointed? Because already in the 1430s, and probably for a long time before this, Poggio had established himself at the very center of what he called the bugiale, the lie factory. There, in a room at the court, the papal secretaries would regularly gather to exchange stories and jokes. Nobody was spared, Poggio wrote in a phrase echoed by Lapo, and whatever met with our disapprobation was freely censured. Oftentimes the Pope himself was the first subject matter of our criticism. The chatter, trivial, mendacious, sly, slanderous, often obscene, was the kind of speech that is almost forgotten before its sound fades away, but Poggio seems not to have forgotten any of it. He went back to his desk, and in his best Latin, fashioned the conversations he had had in the lie factory into something he entitled the facetiae. It is almost impossible for jokes that are centuries old to retain any life. The fact that a few of the jokes of Shakespeare or Rabelais or Cervantes continue to make us smile is something of a miracle. Almost 600 years old, Poggio's facetiae is by now largely interesting only as a symptom. These relics, like the remains of long-dead insects, tell us what once buzzed about in the air of the Vatican. Some of the jokes are professional complaints, of the sort secretaries must always have had. The boss routinely claims to detect mistakes and demands rewriting, but if you bring him the identical document which you pretend to have corrected, he will take it into his hand, as if to peruse it, give it a glance, and then say, Now it is all right, go seal it up. Some are stories, half skeptical, half credulous, about popular miracles and prodigies of nature. A few reflect wryly on church politics, as when Poggio compares the Pope who conveniently forgot his promise to end the schism to a quack from Bologna who announced that he was going to fly. At the end of the day, when the crowd had watched and waited, he had to do something, so he exposed himself and showed his ass. Most of the stories in the facetiae are about sex, and they convey, in their clubroom smuttiness, misogyny mingled with both an insider's contempt for yokels and, on occasion, a distinct anti-clerical streak. There is the woman who tells her husband that she has two cunts duos connos, one in front that she will share with him, the other behind that she wants to give, pious soul that she is, to the church. The arrangement works because the parish priest is only interested in the share that belongs to the church. There is the clueless priest who, in a sermon against lewdness, luxuria, describes practices that couples are using to heighten sexual pleasure. Many in the congregation take note of the suggestions and go home to try them out for themselves. There are dumb priests who, baffled by the fact that in confession, almost all the women say that they have been faithful in matrimony, and almost all the men confess to extramarital affairs, cannot for the life of them figure out who the women are with whom the men have sinned. There are many tales about seductive friars and lusty hermits, about Florentine merchants nosing out profits, about female medical woes magically cured by lovemaking, about cunning tricksters, bawling preachers, unfaithful wives, and foolish husbands. There is the fellow humanist identified by name as Francesco Filofo, who dreams that he puts his finger into a magic ring that will keep his wife from ever being unfaithful to him, and wakes to find that he has his finger in his wife's vagina. There is the quack doctor who claims that he can produce children of different types: merchants, soldiers, generals, depending on how far he pushes his cock in. A foolish rustic bargaining for a soldier hands his wife over to the scoundrel, but then, thinking himself sly, comes out of hiding and hits the quack's ass to push his cock further in. Per sancta Dei Evangelia, the rustic shouts triumphantly, hic erat papa. This one is going to be Pope. The facetiae was a huge success. If Poggio's work, the best-known jokebook of its age, captures anything of the atmosphere of the papal court, it is less surprising that Lapo tried to call attention to himself by signaling openly a strange blend of moral outrage and cynicism. As it turned out, a few months after he penned his dialogue in praise of the papal court, poor Lapo died of plague at the age of 33. By the 16th century, the Catholic hierarchy, deeply alarmed by the Protestant Reformation, would attempt to stamp out within its own ranks this current of subversive humor. Poggio's facetiae was on a list, alongside books by Boccaccio, Erasmus, and Machiavelli, that the Church wished to burn. But in the world Poggio inhabited, it was still permissible, even fashionable, to reveal what was, in any case, widely understood. Poggio could write of the institution where he spent most of his working life that there is seldom room for talent or honesty. Everything is obtained through intrigue or luck, not to mention money, which seems to hold supreme sway over the world. Ambitious young intellectuals, living by their wits, the papal scribes and secretaries looked about and felt that they were cleverer, more complex, more worthy of advancement than the overstuffed prelates they served. Theirs was, predictably, a world of resentment. We complained, Poggio writes, of the inadequate men who hold the highest dignities of the Church, discreet and learned men being left out in the cold, whilst ignorant and worthless persons are exalted. Theirs was also, equally predictably, a world of intense sniping, competitiveness, and backbiting. We have, in the snide remarks about Poggio's parentage, already had a taste of what they dished out to one another, and Poggio's own jokes about his enemy, the rival humanist Filofo, are cut from the same cloth. At a meeting of the Pope's secretaries in the pontifical palace, attended, as usual, by a number of men of great learning, conversation had turned upon the filthy and disgusting life led by that villain Francesco Filofo, who was, on all sides, charged with numerous outrages, and someone inquired if he was of noble extraction. "To be sure," said one of his fellow countrymen, assuming a most earnest look, "to be sure he is, and his nobility is even most illustrious." For his father constantly wore silk in the morning. And then, eager to make sure that his readers get the point of the wisecrack, Poggio adds an explanatory note, always a sign of a damp squib, meaning by that Filofo was the bastard of a priest. When officiating, priests are generally clothed with silk. At this distance, much of this squabbling seems childish. But these were adults intent on drawing blood, and on occasion the blows were not only rhetorical. In 1452, Poggio had been having a running quarrel with another papal secretary, the notoriously morose humanist George of Trebizond, over the burning question of who deserved more credit for several translations of ancient texts. When Poggio screamed at his rival that he was a liar, George struck Poggio with his fist. The two sulked back momentarily to their desks, but then the fight resumed, the 72-year-old Poggio grabbing the 57-year-old George's cheek and mouth with one hand while attempting to gouge out his eye with the other. After it was over, in an angry note to Poggio about the fracas, George represented himself as having acted with exemplary restraint. "Rightly I could have bitten off the fingers you stuck in my mouth. I did not. Since I was seated and you were standing, I thought of squeezing your testicles with both hands and thus lay you out. I did not do it." The whole thing seems a grotesque farce, akin to one of the stories in Poggio's jokebook, except for its real-world consequences. With his better contacts and more genial manner, Poggio had George expelled from the Curia. Poggio ended his life covered with honors. George died obscure, resentful, and poor. In a celebrated 19th-century book on the revival of learning, John Addington Symonds, recounting these gladiatorial struggles among humanist scholars, suggests that they may be taken as proof of their enthusiasm for their studies. Perhaps, however wild their insults, the argument swirled around fine points of Latin grammar, accusations of mistakes in diction, subtle questions of translation. But the extravagance and bitterness of the charges in the course of a quarrel over Latin style, Poggio accused the younger humanist Lorenzo Valla of heresy, theft, lying, forgery, cowardice, drunkenness, sexual perversion, and insane vanity discloses something rotten in the inner lives of these impressively learned individuals. Though he was knocking at the door trying to gain admission, Lapo seems to have understood and analyzed the sickness of the whole environment. The problem was not only a matter of this or that difficult personality, it was structural. The papal court had, to serve its own needs, brought into being a class of rootless, ironic intellectuals. These intellectuals were committed to pleasing their masters, on whose patronage they utterly depended, but they were cynical and unhappy. How could the rampant cynicism, greed, and hypocrisy, the need to curry favor with perverse satraps who professed to preach morality to the rest of mankind, the endless jockeying for position in the court of an absolute monarch, not eat away at whatever was hopeful and decent in anyone who breathed that air for very long? What, apart from attempts at character assassination and outright assassination, could be done with the seething feeling of rage? One way that Poggio dealt with the sickness to which he himself had quickly succumbed, and from which he was never entirely cured, was through laughter, the abrasive, obscene laughter of the facetiae. The laughter must have given him some relief, though evidently not enough, for he also wrote a succession of dialogues on avarice, against the hypocrites, on nobility, on the vicissitudes of fortune, on the misery of human life, and so forth, in which he adopted the stance of a serious moralist. There are clear links between the jokes and the moral essays, but the moral essays allowed Poggio to explore the issues only hinted at in the comical anecdotes. The essay against the hypocrites, for example, has its share of stories of clerical seducers, but the stories are part of a larger, much more serious analysis of an institutional dilemma. Why churchmen, and especially monks, are particularly prone to hypocrisy. Is there a relation, Poggio asks, between religious vocation and fraud? A full answer would certainly involve sexual motives, but those motives alone cannot adequately account for the swarms of hypocrites in a place such as the Curia, including monks notable for their ostentatious piety and their ascetic pallor, who are feverishly seeking benefices, immunities, favors, privileges, positions of power. Nor can sexual intrigues adequately explain the still larger swarms of robed hypocrites in the world, outside the Curia, charismatic preachers, who mint money with their sonorous voices, and their terrible threats of hellfire and damnation, observant friars who claim to adhere strictly to the order of St. Francis, but have the morals of bandits, mendicant friars with their little sacks, their long hair and longer beards, and their fraudulent pretense of living in holy poverty. Confessors who pry into the secrets of every man and woman. Why don't all these models of extravagant religiosity simply shut themselves up in their cells and commit themselves to lives of fasting and prayer? Because their conspicuous professions of piety, humility, and contempt for the world are actually masks for avarice, laziness, and ambition. To be sure, someone in the conversation concedes, there are some good and sincere monks, but very, very few of them, and one may observe even those slowly drawn toward the fatal corruption that is virtually built into their vocation. Poggio, who represents himself as a character in the dialogue, argues that hypocrisy is better at least than open violence, but his friend Aliotti, an abbot, responds that it is worse, since everyone can perceive the horror of a confessed rapist or murderer, but it is more difficult to defend oneself against a sly deceiver. How is it possible then to identify hypocrites? After all, if they are good at their simulations, it is very difficult to distinguish the frauds from genuinely holy figures. The dialogue lists the warning signs. You should be suspicious of anyone who displays an excessive purity of life, walks barefoot through the streets with a dirty face and shabby robes, shows in public a disdain for money, always has the name of Jesus Christ on his lips, wants to be called good without actually doing anything particularly good, attracts women to him to satisfy his wishes, runs here and there outside his monastery, seeking fame and honors, makes a show of fasting and other ascetic practices, induces others to get things for himself, refuses to acknowledge or return what is given to him in trust. Virtually any priest or monk who is at the Curia is a hypocrite, writes Poggio, for it is impossible to fulfill the highest purposes of religion there. And if you happen at the Curia to see someone who is particularly abject in his humility, beware. He is not merely a hypocrite but the worst hypocrite of all. In general, you should be wary of people who seem too perfect, and remember that it is actually quite difficult to be good. Difficile est bonum esse. Against the Hypocrites is a work written not in the wake of Martin Luther, by a Reformation polemicist but a century earlier, by a papal bureaucrat living and working at the center of the Roman Catholic hierarchy. It indicates that the Church, though it could and did respond violently to what it perceived as doctrinal or institutional challenges, was willing to tolerate extremely sharp critiques from within, including critiques from secular figures like Poggio. And it indicates, too, that Poggio and his fellow humanists in the Curia struggled to channel their anger, and disgust into more than obscene laughter and violent quarrels with one another. The greatest and most consequential work in this critical spirit was written by Poggio's bitter enemy, Lorenzo Valla. Valla famously used his brilliant command of Latin philology to demonstrate that the donation of Constantine, the document in which the Roman emperor purportedly gave possession of the Western Empire to the Pope, was a forgery. After the publication of this piece of detective work, Valla was in considerable danger. But the Church's tolerance for internal critique extended, at least for a brief period in the 15th century, even to this extreme edge. The humanist Pope Nicholas V eventually appointed Valla to the post of apostolic secretary, and thus this most independent and critical of spirits was, like Poggio, employed by the Curia he had so relentlessly exposed and ridiculed. Poggio lacked Valla's radicalism and originality. One of the speakers in Against the Hypocrites briefly floats an argument that might have led in a perilous direction, moving from the theatrical pretense of holiness in the Catholic Church to the fraudulent use of oracles in pagan religion as a means to overawe and manipulate the vulgar. But the subversive link which Machiavelli would exploit to shocking effect in the next century, in constructing a disenchanted analysis of the political uses of all religious faith, is never quite made, and Poggio's work merely ends with a fantasy of stripping the hypocrites of their protective cloaks. In the afterlife, we are told, the dead, in order to enter the infernal kingdom, have to pass through gates of different diameters. Those who are known by the custodian to be clearly bad or good pass through the wide gates. Through the narrow ones go those about whom it is not clear whether they are honest or hypocritical. The honest souls pass through, with only minimal scratching. The hypocrites have their skin entirely lacerated. This fantasy of laceration manages to combine Poggio's aggression and his pessimism. The hypocrites will all be exposed and definitively punished, but it is not until the afterlife that it is possible even to reveal who they are. If anger always hovers within him just beneath the surface of his laughter, so too despair at the impossibility of reforming abuses, at the steady loss of everything worth treasuring, at the wretchedness of the human condition hovers just beneath his anger. Like many of his colleagues, Poggio was an indefatigable letter writer, and through these letters we glimpse him grappling with the cynicism, disgust, and world-weariness that seems to have afflicted everyone in the papal entourage. Monasteries, he writes to a friend, are not congregations of the faithful or places of religious men, but the workshops of criminals. The Curia is a sink of men's vices. 158. Everywhere he looks around Rome, people are tearing down ancient temples to get the lime from the stones, and within a generation or two most of the glorious remains of the past, so much more precious than our own miserable present, will be gone. He is wasting his life and must find an escape route. I must try everything, so that I may achieve something, and so stop being a servant to men and have time for literature. Yet though he indulged at moments in fantasies of changing his life, to abandon all these worldly concerns, all the empty cares, annoyances, and daily plans, and to flee into the haven of poverty, which is freedom and true quiet and safety, Poggio recognized sadly that such a route was not open to him. "I do not know what I can do outside the Curia," he wrote to Nicoli, "except teach boys or work for some master or rather tyrant. If I had to take up either one of these, I should think it utter misery, for not only is all servitude a dismal thing, as you know, but especially so is serving the lusts of a wicked man. As for school teaching, may I be spared that, for it would be better to be subject to one man than to many." He would stay at the Curia then, in the hope that he would make enough money to enable him to retire early. "My one ambition, by the hard work of a few years to achieve leisure for the rest of my life." As it turned out, the few years would prove to be 50. The pattern of dreaming and deferral and compromise is an altogether familiar one. It is the epitome of a failed life. But Poggio did not succumb to it, though he had every reason to do so. He lived in a world not only pervaded by corruption and greed, but also repeatedly battered by conspiracies, riots, wars, and outbreaks of plague. He worked in the Roman Curia, but the Curia was not even stable in its location in Rome, since the Pope and his entire court repeatedly were forced to flee the city. He grappled, as everyone in his world had to grapple, with the constant presence of pain from which there was no medical relief, and with the constant threat of death. He could easily have contracted into brittle defensive cynicism, relieved only by unfulfilled fantasies of escape. What saved him was an obsessive craving, his book mania. In 1406, when he learned that his great mentor Salutati had died, Poggio was grief-stricken. The great old man had seized upon anyone in whom he had seen some gleam of intellect, and had helped those whom he had so identified with instruction, guidance, letters of recommendation, money, and, above all, the use of his own books. "We have lost a father," he wrote. "We have lost the haven and refuge of all scholars, the light of our nation." Poggio claimed that he was weeping as he wrote his letter, and there is no reason to doubt the genuineness of his words. "Express my sympathy to his sons," he wrote to Nicoli in Florence, "and tell them that I am plunged in grief. This too I want to find out from you, what you think will happen to his books." "I was upset and terrified," Poggio wrote Nicoli in July 1449, "by the death of Bartolomeo de Montepulciano, the close friend with whom he had explored the monastic libraries of Switzerland. But a moment later his mind shifts to what he had just discovered at Monte Cassino. I found a book containing Julius Frontinus de Aquedictu Urbis." And in a letter written a week later, the same pattern recurs. He begins by mentioning two ancient manuscripts that he has copied, and that he wishes, he notes, to be ruled and read and bound. "I could not write you this from the city on account of my grief over the death of my dearest friend, and on account of my confusion of spirit, deriving partly from fear, and partly from the sudden departure of the Pope. I had to leave my house and settle all my things. A great deal had to be done at once, so that there was no opportunity for writing or even for drawing breath. There was besides the greatest grief, which made everything else much harder, but to go back to the books. This is the way out, the escape from the pervasive fear and bafflement and pain. My country has not yet recovered from the plague which troubled it 5 years ago," he writes in September 1430. "Now again it seems that it will succumb to a massacre equally violent." And then a moment later, "But let us get back to our own affairs. I see what you write about the library. If it is not plague that threatens, it is war. Every man waits his destined hour. Even the cities are doomed to their fate." And then the same note, "Let us spend our leisure with our books, which will take our minds off these troubles, and will teach us to despise what many people desire." In the north, the powerful Visconti of Milan are raising an army. Florentine mercenaries are besieging Lucca. Alfonso in Naples is stirring up trouble, and the Emperor Sigismund is applying intolerable pressure on the Pope. "I have already decided what I shall do even if things turn out as many people fear, namely, that I shall devote myself to Greek literature." Poggio was highly self-conscious about these letters and expected them to circulate, but his book mania, expressed again and again, seems unguarded, candid, and authentic. It was the key to a feeling he characterized with a word that otherwise seems singularly inappropriate to a papal bureaucrat: freedom. "Your Poggio," he wrote, "is content with very little, and you shall see this for yourself. Sometimes I am free for reading, free from all care about public affairs which I leave to my superiors. I live free as much as I can. Freedom here has nothing to do with political liberty, or a notion of rights, or the license to say whatever he wished or the ability to go wherever he chose. It is rather the experience of withdrawing inwardly from the press of the world in which he himself was so ambitiously engaged and ensferring himself in a space apart. For Poggio, that experience was what it meant to immerse himself in an ancient book. I am free for reading. Poggio savored the feeling of freedom at those times when the usual Italian political disorder became particularly acute, or when the papal court was in an uproar, or when his own personal ambitions were thwarted, or, perhaps equally threatening, when those ambitions were realized. Hence it was a feeling to which he must have clung with particular intensity when sometime after 1410, having amply displayed his gifts as a humanist scribe, a learned writer, and a court insider, he accepted the most prestigious and most dangerous appointment of his career, the post of apostolic secretary to the sinister, sly, and ruthless Baldassare Casa, who had been elected pope. Chapter 7. A pit to catch foxes. To serve as the Pope's apostolic secretary was the pinnacle of curial ambition. Though he was only in his early 30s, Poggio's skills had taken him from nothing to the top of the heap. And the heap at this moment was swarming with diplomatic maneuvers, complex business transactions, rumors of invasion, heresy hunts, threats, feints, and double-dealing. For Baldassare Casa, Pope John Roman XXIII, as he called himself, was a master of intrigue. Poggio would have been involved in controlling access to the pontiff, digesting and passing along key information, taking notes, articulating policies that had only been roughly sketched, crafting the Latin missives sent to princes and potentates. He was necessarily privy to secrets and to strategies, for the apostolic secretary had to be initiated into his master's plans for dealing with the two rival claimants to the papal throne, with a Holy Roman Emperor determined to end the schism, with heretics in Bohemia, with neighboring powers poised to seize territories controlled by the Church. The sheer quantity of work on Poggio's desk must have been enormous. Yet during this period, Poggio found the time to copy in his beautiful handwriting the 3 long books of Cicero's on the Laws de Legibus, along with his oration on Lucullus. The manuscript is in the Vatican Library, Cod, Vatican Lat. 3245. Somehow then he managed to hold on at least to moments of what he called his freedom. But that freedom, the plunging back into the ancient past, appears always to have heightened his alienation from the present. To be sure, his love for classical Latin did not lead him to idealize, as some of his contemporaries did, ancient Roman history. Poggio understood that history to have had its full measure of human folly and wickedness. But he was aware that the city in which he lived was a pathetic shadow of its past glory. The population of Rome, a small fragment of what it had once been, lived in detached settlements, one at the capital where the massive ancient temple of Jupiter had once stood, another near the Lateran whose old imperial palace had been given by Constantine to the Bishop of Rome, yet another around the crumbling 4th-century Basilica of St. Peter's. Between these settlements spread a wasteland of ruins, hovels, rubble-strewn fields, and the shrines of martyrs. Sheep grazed in the forum. Armed thugs, some in the pay of powerful families, others operating on their own, swaggered through dirty streets, and bandits lurked outside the walls. There was virtually no industry, very little trade, no thriving class of skilled artisans or burghers, no civic pride, and no prospect of civic freedom. One of the only spheres of serious enterprise was the trade in digging out the metal clasps that had knitted the ancient buildings together, and in peeling off the thin sheets of marble veneer so that they could be reused in churches and palaces. Though most of Poggio's writings come from later in his career, there is no indication that he ever felt anything other than a kind of soul sickness at the contemporary world in which he was immersed. His career triumph in the pontificate of John Roman 23 must have given him some pleasure, but it only intensified this immersion, and hence intensified both the soul sickness and the fantasy of an escape. Like Petrarch before him, Poggio cultivated an archaeologist's sense of what had once existed, so that vacant spaces and the jumble of contemporary Rome were haunted by the past. "The hill of the Capitol on which we sit," he wrote, "was formerly the head of the Roman Empire, the citadel of the earth, the terror of kings, illustrated by the footsteps of so many triumphs, enriched with the spoils and tributes of so many nations. Now just look at it, this spectacle of the world, how is it fallen, how changed, how defaced. The path of victory is obliterated by vines, and the benches of the senators are concealed by a dunghill. The forum of the Roman people, where they assembled to enact their laws and elect magistrates, is now enclosed for the cultivation of potterbs, or thrown open for the reception of swine and buffaloes. The relics of the fallen greatness only made the experience of the present more melancholy." In the company of his humanist friends, Poggio could try to conjure up what it all must once have looked like. Cast your eyes on the Palatine Hill and seek, among the shapeless and enormous fragments, the marble theater, the obelisks, the colossal statues, the porticos of Nero's palace. But it was to the shattered present that, after his brief imaginary excursions into antiquity, the papal bureaucrat always had to return. That present, in the turbulent years that Rome was ruled by John Roman 23, must have threatened not only to extinguish the occasional freedom Poggio prized, but also to drag him into cynicism so deep that there could be no escape. For the question with which Poggio and others in Rome grappled was how they could retain even the shreds of a moral sensibility while living and working in the court of this particular pope. A decade older than his apostolic secretary Poggio, Baldassare Casa had been born on the small volcanic island of Procida, near Naples. His noble family held the island as its personal possession, the hidden coves and well-defended fortress evidently well suited to the principal family occupation, piracy. The occupation was a dangerous one. Two of his brothers were eventually captured and condemned to death. Their sentence was commuted, after much pulling of strings, to imprisonment. It was said by his enemies that the young Casa participated in the family business, owed to it his lifelong habit of wakefulness at night, and learned from it his basic assumptions about the world. Procida was far too small a stage for Baldassare's talents. Energetic and astute, he early displayed an interest in what we might call higher forms of piracy. He studied jurisprudence at the University of Bologna. In Italy, it was legal studies rather than theology that best prepared one for a career in the church, where he obtained doctorates in both civil and canon law. At his graduation ceremony, a colorful affair in which the successful candidate was conducted in triumph through the town, Casa was asked what he was going to do now. He answered, to be pope. Casa began his career, as Poggio did, in the court of his fellow Neapolitan Boniface Roman IX, whom he served as private chamberlain. In this capacity, he helped to oversee the open sale of church offices and the feverish market in indulgences. He also helped to organize the hugely profitable Jubilee, when pilgrims to Rome's principal churches were granted a plenary indulgence, that is, a remission of the horrible pain of purgatorial fires in the afterlife. The massive crowds filled the city's inns, patronized the taverns and brothels, filed across the narrow bridges, prayed at the sacred shrines, lit candles, gawked at wonder-working pictures and statues, and returned home with talismanic souvenirs. The original idea was that there would be a jubilee once every 100 years, but the demand was so great and the consequent profits so enormous that the interval was shortened first to 50 years, then 33, and then 25. In 1400, Shortly before Poggio arrived on the scene, the huge numbers of pilgrims drawn to Rome by the dawning of a new century led the Pope to issue a plenary indulgence, though only a decade had passed since the last Jubilee. To enhance its profits, the Church came up with a variety of offers that may reflect Cassa's practical intelligence. Hence, for example, people who desired the spiritual benefits conferred by the pilgrimage to Rome exemption from thousands of years of post-mortem torments in purgatory, but who wanted to avoid the difficult journey over the Alps could obtain the same indulgences by visiting certain shrines in Germany, provided that they paid what the longer trip would have cost. Cassa's gifts were not limited to clever marketing schemes. Appointed governor of Bologna, he proved himself to be a highly successful civil and military commander, as well as a vigorous orator. He was in many ways the embodiment of those qualities: astute intelligence, eloquence, boldness in action, ambition, sensuality, limitless energy that together form the ideal of the Renaissance man. But even for an age accustomed to a gap between religious professions and lived realities, the Cardinal Deacon of Bologna, as Cassa was called, seemed an unusual figure to be wearing clerical vestments. Though he was, as Poggio's friend Bruni remarked, a hugely gifted man of the world, it was obvious that he did not have a trace of a spiritual vocation. This widespread perception of his character helps account for the peculiar blend of admiration, fear, and suspicion that he aroused, and that led people to believe that he was capable of anything. When on May 4, 1410, Pope Alexander V died immediately after a visit to Bologna for a dinner with his friend the Cardinal Deacon, it was widely rumored that he had been poisoned. The suspicions did not prevent Cassa's faction of fellow cardinals from electing him to succeed Alexander as pope. Perhaps they were simply frightened, or perhaps it seemed to them that Cassa, only 40 years old, had the skills needed to end the disgraceful schism in the Church, and to defeat the rival claims by the doggedly inflexible Spaniard Pedro de Luna, who styled himself Pope Benedict Roman XIII, and the intransigent Venetian Angelo Correr, who styled himself Pope Gregory Roman XII. If this was the cardinals' hope, they were soon disappointed, but they could not have been altogether surprised. The schism had already lasted more than 30 years, and had eluded all attempts at resolution. Each of the claimants had excommunicated the followers of the others, and had called down divine vengeance upon them. Each combined attempts to seize the moral high ground with thuggish tactics. Each had powerful allies, but also strategic weaknesses that made achieving unity through military conquest impossible. Everyone understood that the situation was intolerable. The competing national factions, the Spanish, French, and Italians, each backing a different candidate, undermined the claim to the existence of a Catholic, that is, universal church. The spectacle of multiple squabbling popes called the whole institution into question. The situation was embarrassing, distasteful, dangerous. But who could solve it? 15 years earlier, the theologians at the University of Paris had placed a large chest in the cloister of the Mathurins, and asked anyone who had any idea how to end the schism to write it down, and drop it in the slot that had been cut in the lid. More than 10,000 notes were deposited. 55 professors, assigned to read through the notes, reported that 3 principal methods had been proposed. The first, the so-called way of cession, required the simultaneous abdication of those who claimed to be pope, followed by the proper election of a single candidate. The second, the way of compromise, envisaged arbitration at the end of which one of the existing claimants would emerge as the sole pope. The third, the way of council, called for the convening of the bishops of all of the Catholic world who would, by formal vote in an ecumenical assembly, have the final authority to resolve the dispute. The first 2 methods had the advantage of being relatively simple, cost-effective, and straightforward. However, they had, like military conquest, the disadvantage of being impossible. Calls for simultaneous abdication met with the predictable results, and attempts to set the preconditions for arbitration inevitably broke down into hopeless squabbling. That left the option of the way of counsel, strongly supported by the Holy Roman Emperor-elect, King Sigismund of Hungary, who was at least nominally allied to Cassa's faction in Rome. Surrounded by his cardinals and secretaries, in the massive pagan mausoleum that had been converted into the fortified Castel Sant'Angelo, the wily pope could see no reason to accede to pressure to convene an ecumenical assembly. Such an assembly, which would inevitably unleash long-standing hostility to Rome, could only threaten his position. So he temporized and delayed, busying himself with making and unmaking alliances, with maneuvering against his ambitious enemy to the south, Ladislas, king of Naples, and with filling the papal coffers. After all, there were innumerable petitions to be considered, bulls to be issued, the papal states to defend, administer, and tax, church offices and indulgences to be sold. Poggio and the other secretaries, scriptors, abbreviators, and minor court bureaucrats were kept very busy. The stalemate might have continued indefinitely. That, in any case, is what the Pope must have hoped for had it not been for an unexpected turn of events. In June 1413, Ladislas's army suddenly broke through Rome's defenses and sacked the city, robbing houses, pillaging shrines, breaking into palaces and carting off treasures. The Pope and his court escaped to Florence, where they could count on some limited protection. The Florentines and the Neapolitans were enemies. But to survive as Pope, Cassa now absolutely needed the support of Sigismund. Then, residing in Como and urgent negotiations made clear that this support would only come if the Pope agreed to convoke a general council. His back to the wall, Cassa proposed that the council be held in Italy, where he could marshal his principal allies. But the emperor objected that the long journey across the Alps would be too difficult for the more elderly bishops. The council, he declared, should be in Constance, a city in his territory, nestled in the mountains between Switzerland and Germany on the shores of the Bodensee. Though the location was hardly to the Pope's liking, by the fall of 1413, his agents explorators were in Constance, inquiring about lodging and provisions, and by the following summer the Pope and his court were on the move, as were powerful churchmen and their servants from everywhere in Europe, all converging on the one small South German town. A citizen of Constance, Ulrich Recental, was fascinated enough by what was going on around him to write a circumstantial chronicle of the events. From Recental, we learn that the Pope traveled over the Alps with an enormous retinue, some 600 men. From other sources, we know that among this group, or shortly to join them, were the greatest humanists of the time: Poggio Bracciolini, Leonardo Bruni, Pier Paolo Virgilio, Cencio Rustici, Bartolomeo Aragonese da Montepulciano, Zimino, Sazimino de Pistia, Benedetto de Piglio, Biagio Guasconi, Cardinals Francesco Zabarella, Alamanno Adimari, Branda de Castigliani, the Archbishop of Milan Bartolomeo della Capra, and his future successor Francesco Pizzolpasso. The Pope was a thug, but he was a learned thug, who appreciated the company of fine scholars and expected court business to be conducted in high humanist style. The trip across the mountains was never easy, even in late summer. At one point the Pope's carriage tipped over, dumping him in the snow. When in October 1414 he looked down at Constance and its lake ringed by mountains, he turned to his train, among whom, of course, was Poggio, and said, "This is the pit where they catch foxes." If he had only the competing factions within the Italian Church to deal with, Cassa would probably have been confident that he could evade the fox trap. After all, he had for several years prevailed, or at least managed to maintain his hold upon the papal throne in Rome. The problem was that others, many from beyond the reach of his patronage or his poisons, were streaming into Constance from all over Christendom. Some 30 cardinals, 3 patriarchs, 33 archbishops, 100 abbots, 50 provosts, ecclesiastical officials, 300 doctors of theology, 5,000 monks and friars, and about 18,000 priests. In addition to the emperor and his large retinue, there were also, by invitation, many other secular rulers and their representatives. The electors Ludwig von der Pfalz and Rudolf of Saxony, the dukes of Bavaria, Austria, Saxony, Schleswig, Mecklenburg, Lorraine, and Teck, the Margrave of Brandenburg, the ambassadors of the kings of France, England, Scotland, Denmark, Poland, Naples, and the Spanish realms, along with a vast array of lesser nobles, barons, knights, lawyers, professors, and public officials. Each of these in turn had small armies of retainers, guards, servants, cooks, and the like, and the whole assembly attracted hordes of sightseers, merchants, mountebanks, jewelers, tailors, shoemakers, apothecaries, furriers, grocers, barbers, scribes, jugglers, acrobats, street singers, and hangers-on of all types. The chronicler Recental estimates that over 700 whores came to town and hired their own houses, plus some who lay in stables and wherever they could, beside the private ones whom I could not count. The arrival of somewhere between 50,000 and 150,000 visitors put a huge strain on Constance and invited every kind of abuse. Officials tried to combat crime in the usual way, staging public executions, and set rules for the range and quality of services that visitors should expect. So, for example, every 14 days the tablecloths and sheets and whatever needed washing should be changed for clean. Food for the visitors and their 30,000 horses was a constant concern, but the area was well stocked, and the rivers made it possible to renew supplies. Bakers with movable carts went through the streets with little ovens in which they baked rolls, pretzels, and pastries stuffed with spiced chicken and other meats. In inns and makeshift food stalls set up in booths and tents, cooks prepared the usual range of meats and fowl, along with thrush, blackbirds, wild boar, roe venison, badger, otter, beaver, and hare. For those who preferred fish, there were eels, pike, sturgeon, garfish, bream, whitefish, gudgeons, catfish, bullheads, dace, salt cod, and herring. There were also frogs and snails for sale, Recental adds with distaste, which the Italians bought. Once he and his own court had been provided for in suitable style, the practical arrangements were the least of Casa's concerns. Against his wishes, the council determined to organize itself and conduct its votes by blocks or nations: Italians, French, Germans, Spanish, and English, an arrangement that diminished his own special position and the influence of his core supporters. With his power rapidly melting away, he took care to insist on his prestige. If he could hardly claim any moral high ground, he could at least establish his ceremonial significance. He needed to show the whole enormous assembly that he was no mere Neapolitan fox. He was the vicar of Christ, the embodiment of spiritual radiance and worldly grandeur. Clad in white vestments and a white mitre, on October 28, 1414, Baldassare Casa made his entry into Constance on a white horse. 4 burghers of the town carried a golden canopy over his head. 2 counts, one Roman and the other German, walked by his side, holding his bridle. Behind them rode a man on a great horse from whose saddle rose a long staff bearing a huge umbrella. Recental mistook it for a hat made of red and gold cloth. The umbrella, broad enough to spread over 3 horses, was topped by a golden knob on which stood a golden angel holding a cross. Behind the umbrella came 9 cardinals on horseback, all in long red mantles, with red hoods and all wearing wide red hats. Other clerics and the staff of the curia, including Poggio, followed, along with attendants and servants, and at the front of the procession stretched a line of 9 white horses, covered with red saddle cloths. 8 of these were laden with garments. The Pope's wardrobe was evidence of his hold upon his sacred identity, and the 9th, a little bell jingling on its head, bore on its back a casket of silver gilt covered with a red cloth to which were attached 2 silver candlesticks with burning candles. Within the casket, at once jewel box and tomb, was the Holy Sacrament, the blood and body of Christ. John Roman 23 had arrived. Ending the schism was the council's most important item of business, but it was not the only one. 2 other major issues were the reform of ecclesiastical government that was also not happy news for John Roman 23, and the repression of heresy. The latter held out some promise for the cornered fox, almost the only tactical weapon he could find. The correspondence that the secretaries copied out for their pope attempted to turn the focus away from the schism and from papal corruption, and towards someone whose name Poggio must have begun to write in official documents again and again. 44-year-old Jan Hus, a Czech priest and religious reformer, had been for some years a thorn in the side of the church. From his pulpit and in his writings, he vehemently attacked the abuses of clerics, condemning their widespread greed, hypocrisy, and sexual immorality. He denounced the selling of indulgences as a racket, a shameless attempt to profit from the fears of the faithful. He urged his congregants not to put their faith in the Virgin, the cult of the saints, the Church, or the Pope, but in God alone. In all matters of doctrine he preached that Holy Scripture was the ultimate authority. Hus boldly meddled not with doctrine alone, but with the politics of the Church at a moment of growing national restiveness. He argued that the state had the right and the duty to supervise the Church. Laymen could and should judge their spiritual leaders. It is better, he said, to be a good Christian than a wicked pope or prelate. An immoral pope could not possibly claim infallibility. After all, he said, the papacy was a human institution. The word pope was nowhere in the Bible. Moral probity was the test of a true priest. If he is manifestly sinful, then it should be supposed from his works that he is not just, but the enemy of Christ. And such an enemy should be stripped of his office. It is easy to see why Hus had been excommunicated for his teachings in 1410, and why the church dignitaries who gathered in Constance were exercised about his refusal to submit. Protected by powerful Bohemian noblemen, he continued to disseminate dangerous views that threatened to spread. And one can see as well why Casa, his back to the wall, thought that it might be advantageous to shift the council's focus to Hus, and not only as a convenient distraction. For the Bohemian, feared and hated by the church establishment, was articulating as a principle precisely what Casa's enemies in that same establishment were proposing to do: to disobey and depose a pope accused of corruption. Perhaps this uneasy mirroring helps to explain a strange charge that was circulated in Constance about Hus, that he was an extraordinary magician who could read the thoughts of all who approached him within a certain distance. Hus, who had repeatedly asked for the opportunity to explain himself before a church council, had been formally invited to present his views in person before the prelates, theologians, and rulers at Constance. The Czech reformer had the visionary's luminous confidence that his truths, should he only be allowed to articulate them clearly, would sweep away the cobwebs of ignorance and bad faith. As someone who had been charged with heresy, he was also understandably wary. Hus had recently seen 3 young men, 2 of whom were his students, beheaded by the authorities. Before he left the relative safety of his protectors in Bohemia, he applied for and received a certificate of orthodoxy from the Grand Inquisitor of the Diocese of Prague, and he received as well a guarantee of free passage from the Emperor Sigismund. The safe conduct, bearing the large imperial seal, promised protection and safeguard, and requested that whos be allowed freely and securely to pass, sojourn, stop, and return. The Bohemian nobles who accompanied him rode ahead to meet with the Pope and ask whether whos would be allowed to remain in Constance free from the risk of violence. "Had he killed my own brother," John replied, "not a hair of his head should be touched while he remained in the city." With these assurances, not long after the grand arrival of the beleaguered Pope, the reformer reached Constance. Whos's arrival on November 3 must have seemed a godsend, as it were, to John Roman 23. The heretic was hated by the upright in the church as well as by the crooked. He and his principal associate, Jerome of Prague, were known followers of the English heretic John Wycliffe, whose advocacy of vernacular translations of the Bible, insistence on the primacy of scripture-based faith over works, and attacks on clerical wealth and the selling of indulgences had led to his condemnation in the previous century. Wycliffe had died in his bed, much to the disappointment of his ecclesiastical enemies, but the council now ordered that his remains be dug up and cast out of consecrated ground. It was not an auspicious sign for their reception of Jan Hus. Notwithstanding the assurances that the Pope, the council, and the emperor had given him, Hus was almost immediately vilified and denied the opportunity to speak in public. On November 28, barely 3 weeks after he arrived, he was arrested on order of the cardinals and taken to the prison of a Dominican monastery on the banks of the Rhine. There he was thrown into an underground cell through which all the filth of the monastery was discharged. When he fell seriously ill, he asked that an advocate be appointed to defend his cause, but he was told that, according to canon law, no one could plead the cause of a man charged with heresy. In the face of protests from Hus and his Bohemian supporters about the apparent violation of his safe conduct, the emperor chose not to intervene. He was, it was said, uncomfortable about what seemed a violation of his word, but an English cardinal had reportedly reassured him that no faith need be kept with heretics. If Casa thought that the persecution of Hus would distract the council from its determination to end the schism or silence his own enemies, he was sorely mistaken. As the mood in the papal court turned grim, the Pope continued to stage extravagant public displays. Rechental describes the spectacles. When the Pope was to give his blessing, a bishop in a mitre came first into the balcony, carrying a cross, and behind the cross came 2 bishops in white mitres, carrying 2 tall burning candles in their hands and set the candles burning in the window. Then came 4 cardinals, also in white mitres, or sometimes 6, or at other times less. Sometimes also our Lord King came into the balcony. The cardinals and the king stood in the windows. After them came our Holy Father the Pope, wearing the most costly priest's robes and a white mitre on his head. Under the vestments as for Mass he wore one more robe than a priest and had gloves on his hands and a large ring, set with a rare great stone, on the middle finger of his right hand. He stood in the central window so that everyone saw him. Then came his singers, all with burning candles so that the balcony shone as if it were on fire, and they took their places behind him. And a bishop went up to him and took off his mitre. Thereupon the Pope began to chant. But what was going on away from the gawking public was more and more disquieting. Though he continued to preside over the council meetings, the Pope had lost control of the agenda, and it was clear that the Emperor Sigismund, who had arrived in Constance on December 25, was not inclined to save him. Casa still had allies. At a session of the council on March 11, 1415, discussing how they might obtain a single pope for the whole church, the Archbishop of Mainz stood up and said that he would never obey anyone but John Roman 23. But there was no chorus of support of the kind he must have hoped to trigger. Instead, the Patriarch of Constantinople exclaimed, "Quis est ips, dignus est comburendus, who is that fellow? He deserves to be burned." The archbishop walked out and the session broke up. The fox saw that the trap was about to be sprung. Constance, he said, was not safe. He no longer felt secure. He wanted to move the council to some place more suitable. The king demurred, and the town council of Constance hastened to offer reassurance. If His Holiness had not sufficient security, the burghers declared, they would give him more and guard him against all the world, even though a disastrous fate should compel them to eat their own children. Casa, who had made comparably extravagant promises to Jan Hus, was evidently not appeased. On March 20, 1415, at approximately 1 p.m., he fled. Wearing a gray cape with a gray cowl wrapped around him so that no one could see his face, he rode quietly through the town gates. Next to him rode a crossbowman, along with 2 other men, both muffled up. In the evening and all through the night, the Pope's adherents, his servants and attendants and secretaries, left town as stealthily as they could. But the word quickly spread. John Roman 23 was gone. In the following weeks, Casa's enemies, who tracked the fugitive to Schaffhausen, where he had fled to an ally's castle, drew up a bill of indictment against him. As menacing rumors circulated and his remaining allies started to crumble, he fled again, this time too in disguise, and his court, among whom, presumably, was his apostolic secretary, Poggio, was thrown into further confusion. The members of the Curia all followed him in haste and wild disorder. One of the contemporary chroniclers puts it, "For the Pope was in flight and the rest in flight too by night, though with no pursuers." Finally, under great pressure from the emperor, Casa's principal protector gave over his unwelcome guest, and the world had the edifying spectacle of a pope put under guard as a criminal. 70 charges were formally read out against him. Fearing their effect on public opinion, the council decided to suppress the 16 most scandalous charges never subsequently revealed and accused the pontiff only of simony, sodomy, rape, incest, torture, and murder. He was charged with poisoning his predecessor, along with his physician and others. Worst of all, at least among the charges that were made public, was one that his accusers dredged up from the ancient struggle against Epicureanism. The Pope was said to have maintained stubbornly, before reputable persons, that there was no future life or resurrection, and that the souls of men perish with their bodies like brutes. On May 29, 1415, he was formally deposed. Stricken from the roster of official popes, the name John Roman 23 was once again available, though it took more than 500 years for another pope, the remarkable Angelo Roncalli, to be courageous enough in 1958 to adopt the name for himself. Shortly after the deposition, Casa was briefly imprisoned in Gottlieben Castle on the Rhine, where Hus, near starvation, had been chained in irons for more than 2 months. It is not known whether the Pope and the heretic, so implausibly united in abject misery, were brought together by their captors. At this point, if Poggio was still with his master, and the record does not make that clear, he would have parted from him for the last time. All of the former Pope's attendants were dismissed, and the prisoner, soon transferred to another place of confinement, was henceforward surrounded by German-speaking guards with whom he could only communicate in sign language. Effectively cut off from the world, he occupied himself by writing verses on the transitory nature of all earthly things. The Pope's men were suddenly masterless. Some scrambled quickly to find employment with one or another of the prelates and princes in Constance. But Poggio remained unemployed, a bystander to events in which he was no longer a party. He stayed on in Constance, but we do not know if he was present when Hus was finally brought before the council, the moment the reformer had longed for, and upon which he had staked his life, only to be mocked and shouted down when he attempted to speak. On July 6, 1415, at a solemn ceremony in the Cathedral of Constance, the convicted heretic was formally unfrocked. A round paper crown, almost 18 inches high and depicting 3 devils seizing a soul and tearing it apart, was placed upon his head. He was led out of the cathedral past a pyre on which his books were in flames, shackled in chains, and burned at the stake. In order to ensure that there would be no material remains, the executioners broke his charred bones into pieces and threw them all into the Rhine. There is no direct record of what Poggio personally thought of these events in which he had played his small part, the part of a bureaucrat who helps the ongoing functioning of a system that he understands is vicious and hopelessly corrupt. It would have been dangerous for him to speak out, even had he been inclined to do so, and he was, after all, in the service of the papacy whose power Hus was challenging. A century later, Luther, mounting a more successful challenge, remarked, "We are all Hussites without knowing it." But when some months later Hus's associate, Jerome of Prague, was also put on trial for heresy, Poggio was not able to remain silent. A committed religious reformer with degrees from the universities of Paris, Oxford, and Heidelberg, Jerome was a famous orator whose testimony on May 26, 1416, made a powerful impression on Poggio. "I must confess," he wrote to his friend Leonardo Bruni, "that I never saw anyone who in pleading a cause, especially a cause on the issue of which his own life depended, approached nearer to that standard of ancient eloquence, which we so much admire." Poggio was clearly aware that he was treading on dangerous ground, but the papal bureaucrat could not entirely restrain the humanist's passionate admiration. It was astonishing to witness with what choice of words, with what closeness of argument, with what confidence of countenance he replied to his adversaries. So impressive was his peroration that it is a subject of great concern that a man of so noble and excellent a genius should have deviated into heresy. On this latter point, however, I cannot help entertaining some doubts, but far be it from me to take upon myself to decide in so important a matter. I shall acquiesce in the opinion of those who are wiser than myself. This prudent acquiescence did not altogether reassure Bruni. "I must advise you henceforth," he told Poggio in reply, "to write upon such subjects in a more guarded manner." What had happened to lead Poggio, ordinarily careful not to court real danger, to write so unguardedly to his friend? In part, the rashness might have been provoked by the trauma of what he had just seen. His letter is dated May 30, 1416, which is the day that Jerome was executed. Poggio was writing in the wake of witnessing something particularly horrible, as we know from the chronicler Recental, who also recorded what happened. As the 37-year-old Jerome was led out of the city, to the spot where Hus was burned and where he too would meet his end, he repeated the creed and sang the litany. As had happened with Hus, no one would hear his confession. That sacrament was not granted to a heretic. When the fire was lit, Hus cried out and died quickly, but the same fate, according to Recental, was not granted to Jerome. He lived much longer in the fire than Hus and shrieked terribly, for he was a stouter, stronger man, with a broad, thick, black beard. Perhaps these terrible shrieks explain why Poggio could not any longer remain discreetly silent, why he felt compelled to testify to Jerome's eloquence. Shortly before he was so unnerved by Jerome's trial and execution, hoping to cure the rheumatism in his hands, a serious concern for a scribe, Poggio decided to visit the celebrated medicinal baths at Baden. It was not an altogether easy trip from Constance. First 24 miles on the Rhine by boat to Schaffhausen, where the Pope had fled. Then, because the river descended steeply at that point over cliffs and rocks, 10 miles on foot to a castle called Kaiserstuhl. From this spot, Poggio saw the Rhine cascading in a waterfall, and the loud sound made him think of classical descriptions of the fall of the Nile. At the bathhouse in Baden, Poggio was amazed by what he saw. Old women as well as younger ones, he wrote to a friend in Florence, going naked into the water before the eyes of men and displaying their private parts and their buttocks to the onlookers. There was a sort of lattice between the men's and women's baths, but the separation was minimal. There were, he observed, many low windows through which the bathers can drink together and talk and see both ways and touch each other as is their usual custom. Poggio refused to enter the baths himself, not, he insisted, from any undue modesty, but because it seemed to me ridiculous that a man from Italy, ignorant of their language, should sit in the water with a lot of women, completely speechless. But he watched from the gallery that ran above the baths and described what he saw with the amazement that someone from Saudi Arabia might bring to an account of the beach scene at Nice. There were, he observed, bathing suits of some sort, but they concealed very little. The men wear nothing but a leather apron, and the women put on linen shifts down to their knees, so cut on either side that they leave uncovered neck, bosom, arms, and shoulders. What would cause a crisis in Poggio's Italy and perhaps trigger violence seemed simply to be taken for granted in Baden. Men watched their wives being handled by strangers and were not disturbed by it. They paid no attention and took it all in the best possible spirit. They would have been at home in Plato's Republic, he laughed, where all property was held in common. The rituals of social life at Baden seemed dreamlike to Poggio, as if they were conjuring up the vanished world of Jove and Danae. In some of the pools there was singing and dancing, and some of the girls, good-looking and well-born and in manner and form like a goddess, floated on the water while the music was playing. They draw their clothes slightly behind them, floating along the top of the water, until you might think they were winged Venuses. When men gaze down at them, Poggio explains, the girls have a custom to ask playfully for something. The men throw down pennies, especially to the prettiest, along with wreaths of flowers, and the girls catch them sometimes in their hands, sometimes in their clothes which they spread wider. I often threw pennies and garlands, Poggio confessed. Confident, easy in themselves, and contented, these are people for whom life is based on fun, who come together here so that they may enjoy the things for which they hunger. There are almost 1,000 of them at the baths, many drinking heavily, Poggio wrote, and yet there is no quarreling, bickering, or cursing. In the simple, playfully unself-conscious behavior before him, Poggio felt he was witnessing forms of pleasures and contentment that his culture had lost. We are terrified of future catastrophes and are thrown into a continuous state of misery and anxiety, and for fear of becoming miserable, we never cease to be so, always panting for riches and never giving our souls or our bodies a moment's peace. But those who are content with little live day by day and treat any day like a feast day. He is describing the scenes at the baths, he tells his friend, so that you may understand from a few examples what a great center of the Epicurean way of thinking this is. With his contrasting vision of anxious, work-obsessed, overly disciplined Italians and happy-go-lucky, carefree Germans, Poggio believed he glimpsed for a moment the Epicurean pursuit of pleasure as the highest good. He knew perfectly well that this pursuit ran counter to Christian orthodoxy. But in Baden it was as if he found himself on the threshold of a mental world in which Christian rules no longer applied. In his reading, Poggio had frequently stood on that threshold. He never ceased to occupy himself with the pursuit of lost classical texts. Judging from a remark by Nicoli, he spent some of his time in Constance looking through library collections there in the monastery of St. Mark. He evidently found a copy of an ancient commentary on Virgil. In the early summer of 1415, probably just after his master had been formally deposed, and he found himself definitively out of work. He made his way to Cluny in France, where he found a codex with 7 orations by Cicero, 2 of which had been unknown. He sent this precious manuscript to his friends in Florence, and also made a copy in his own hand, inscribed with a remark deeply revealing of his mood. These 7 orations by Marcus Tullius had through the fault of the times been lost to Italy. By repeated searches through the libraries of France and Germany, with the greatest diligence and care, Poggio the Florentine all alone brought them out of the sordid squalor in which they were hidden and back into the light, returning them to their pristine dignity and order, and restoring them to the Latin muses. When he wrote these words, the world around Poggio was falling to pieces, but his response to chaos and fear was always to redouble his immersion in books. In the charmed circle of his bibliomania, he could rescue the imperiled legacy of the glorious past from the barbarians and return it to the rightful heirs. A year later, in the summer of 1416, in the wake of the execution of Jerome of Prague, and shortly after the interlude at Baden, Poggio was once again out book hunting, this time accompanied by 2 other Italian friends on a visit to the monastery of St. Gall, about 20 miles from Constance. It was not the architectural features of the great medieval abbey that drew the visitors. It was a library of which Poggio and his friends had heard extravagant rumors. They were not disappointed. A few months later, Poggio wrote a triumphant letter to another friend back in Italy, announcing that he had located an astonishing cache of ancient books. The capstone of these was the complete text of Quintilian's Institutes, the most important ancient Roman handbook on oratory and rhetoric. This work had been known to Poggio and his circle only in fragmentary form. To recover the whole of it seemed to them wildly exciting. "O wondrous treasure! O unexpected joy!" One of them exclaimed because it gave them back a whole lost world, a world of public persuasion. It was the dream of persuading an audience through the eloquence and conviction of public words that had drawn Hughes and Jerome of Prague to Constance. If Hughes had been shouted down, Jerome, dragged from the miserable dungeon where he had been chained for 350 days, managed at least to make himself heard. For a modern reader, there is something almost absurd about Poggio's admiration for Jerome's choice of words, and the effectiveness of his peroration, as if the quality of the prisoner's Latin were the issue. But it was precisely the quality of the prisoner's Latin that unsettled Poggio and made him doubt the validity of the charges against the heretic. For he could not, at least at this strange moment of limbo, disguise from himself the tension between the bureaucrat who worked for the sinister John Roman 23 and the humanist who longed for the freer, clearer air, as he imagined it, of the ancient Roman Republic. Poggio could find no real way to resolve this tension. Instead, he plunged into the monastic library with its neglected treasures. "There is no question," Poggio wrote, "that this glorious man, so elegant, so pure, so full of morals and wit, could not much longer have endured the filth of that prison, the squalor of the place, and the savage cruelty of his keepers." These words were not a further lapse into the kind of imprudent admiration of the eloquent, doomed Jerome that alarmed Leonardo Bruni. They are Poggio's description of the manuscript of Quintilian that he found at St. Gall. He was sad and dressed in mourning, as people are when doomed to death. His beard was dirty, and his hair caked with mud, so that by his expression and appearance it was clear that he had been summoned to an undeserved punishment. He seemed to stretch out his hands and beg for the loyalty of the Roman people, to demand that he be saved from an unjust sentence. The scene he had witnessed in May appears still vivid in the humanist's imagination as he searched through the monastery's books. Jerome had protested that he had been kept in filth and fetters, deprived of every comfort. Quintilian was found, filthy with mold and dust. Jerome had been confined, Poggio wrote to Leonardo Aretino, in a dark dungeon where it was impossible for him to read. Quintilian, he indignantly wrote of the manuscript in the monastic library, was in a sort of foul and gloomy dungeon, where not even men convicted of a capital offense would have been stuck away. A man worthy of eternal remembrance. So Poggio rashly exclaimed about the heretic Jerome whom he could not lift a finger to save. A few months later in the monastery of St. Gall, he rescued another man worthy of eternal remembrance from the barbarian's prison house. It is not clear how conscious the link was in Poggio's mind between the imprisoned heretic and the imprisoned text. At once morally alert and deeply compromised in his professional life, he responded to books as if they were living, suffering human beings. "By heaven," he wrote of the Quintilian manuscript, "if we had not brought help, he would surely have perished the very next day." Taking no chances, Poggio sat down and began copying the whole lengthy work in his beautiful hand. It took him 54 days to complete the task. The one and only light of the Roman name, except for whom there was no one but Cicero, and he likewise cut into pieces and scattered, he wrote to Guarino of Verona, has through our efforts been called back not only from exile but from almost complete destruction. The expedition to the monastery was expensive, and Poggio was perennially short of money. Such was the consequence of his decision not to take the profitable route of priesthood. Back in Constance, his money worries deepened, as he found himself dangling without work and without clear prospects. His deposed master, Baldassare Casa, was desperately negotiating a quiet retirement for himself. After spending 3 years in prison, he eventually bought his release and was made a cardinal in Florence, where he died in 1419, his elegant tomb by Donatello erected in the baptistry of the Duomo. Another Pope Poggio had earlier worked for, the deposed Gregory Roman XII, died during this same period. The last thing he said was, "I have not understood the world, and the world has not understood me." It was high time for a prudent, highly trained bureaucrat, almost 40 years old, to look out for himself and find some stable means of support. But Poggio did nothing of the kind. Instead, a few months after his return from St. Gall, he left Constance again, this time apparently without companions. His craving to discover and to liberate whatever noble beings were hidden in the prison house had evidently only intensified. He had no idea what he would find. He only knew that if it was something ancient and written in elegant Latin, then it was worth rescuing at all costs. The ignorant, indolent monks, he was convinced, were locking away traces of a civilization far greater than anything the world had known for more than 1,000 years. Of course, all Poggio could hope to find were pieces of parchment, and not even very ancient ones. But for him, these were not manuscripts but human voices. What emerged from the obscurity of the library was not a link in a long chain of texts, one copied from the other, but rather the thing itself, wearing borrowed garments, or even the author himself, wrapped in grave cloths and stumbling into the light. We accept Aesculapius as belonging among the gods because he called back Hippolytus, as well as others from the underworld. Francesco Barbaro wrote to Poggio after hearing of his discoveries, "If people, nations, and provinces have dedicated shrines to him, what might I think ought to be done for you, if that custom had not already been forgotten? You have revived so many illustrious men and such wise men, who were dead for eternity, through whose minds and teachings not only we, but our descendants will be able to live well and honorably." Books that had fallen out of circulation and were sitting in German libraries were thus transformed into wise men who had died and whose souls had been imprisoned in the underworld. Poggio, the cynical papal secretary in the service of the famously corrupt pope, was viewed by his friends as a culture hero, a magical healer who reassembled and reanimated the torn and mangled body of antiquity. Thus it was that in January 1417, Poggio found himself once again in a monastic library, probably Fulda. There he took from the shelf a long poem whose author he may have recalled seeing mentioned in Quintilian or in the chronicle compiled by St. Jerome. T. Lucretius Cari de Rerum Natura. Chapter 8, The Way Things Are on the Nature of Things, is not an easy read. Totaling 7,400 lines, it is written in hexameters, the standard unrhymed six-beat lines in which Latin poets like Virgil and Ovid, imitating Homer's Greek, cast their epic poetry. Divided into 6 untitled books, the poem yokes together moments of intense lyrical beauty, philosophical meditations on religion, pleasure, and death, and complex theories of the physical world, the evolution of human societies, the perils and joys of sex, and the nature of disease. The language is often knotty and difficult, the syntax complex, and the overall intellectual ambition astoundingly high. The difficulty would not in the least have fazed Poggio and his learned friends. They possessed wonderful Latin, rose eagerly to the challenge of solving textual riddles, and had often wandered with pleasure and interest through the still more impenetrable thickets of patristic theology. A quick glance at the first few pages of the manuscript would have sufficed to convince Poggio that he had discovered something remarkable. What he could not have grasped, without carefully reading through the work and absorbing its arguments, was that he was unleashing something that threatened his whole mental universe. Had he understood this threat, he might still have returned the poem to circulation. Recovering the lost traces of the ancient world was his highest purpose in life, virtually the only principle uncontaminated by disillusionment and cynical laughter. But as he did so, he might have uttered the words that Freud reputedly spoke to Jung as they sailed into New York Harbor to receive the accolades of their American admirers.